Fuck. Who the hell does he think he is? He clearly lost, so why is he pretending to be so amazing at losing? River Feather cursed. It's as if he thinks that he's donating to us or something. Everyone clearly knows he lost the bid, and yet he thinks he won it. Lin Ming thought little of it. He said, that type of person has an arrogant personality with a mouth that keeps running off on its own. Even if he lost, he would tell others that it wasn't because he was weak, but because he couldn't be bothered to put his full force into fighting. These geniuses from somewhat influential backgrounds are born with a sense of superiority, so being idiotically arrogant like this is also normal. As for Princess Honeylush, she looked at Zhong Wenshu without the least bit of embarrassment. As the auctioneer for this event, it was common knowledge that she would be able to keep a small percentage of the profits for herself. Even so, any normal person would have been humiliated after being publicly scolded by Zhong Wenshu. But Princess Honeylush only smiled. She said, what Sir Zhong said about me, I will surely remember. I hope that once the final several items of this auction come out, Sir Zhong will be able to put forth a splendid performance. If no one wishes to bid again, then I will begin the countdown. As Princess Honeylush spoke, Lin Ming was a bit surprised. This young woman wasn't simple at all. She was actually able to remain so calm and composed in the face of Zhong Wenshu's ridicule. It might really be true that she had a talent that approached the three prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. 17 billion going once. Princess Honeylush slowly spoke. As she finished the countdown, no one bid again. Congratulations to this guest for obtaining the 9 aperture spirit crystal. Princess Honeylush smiled at Lin Ming. As for those young elites around Lin Ming, all of them were looking at him with strange expressions on their faces. They never imagined that this youth they were sitting with would actually be so special and wealthy. Does anyone know what his background is? Not sure. If he comes from a World King Holy Land, then he should have revealed his status. If his status was certified, he should have been able to sit in the VIP seats as an honored guest. Since this youth didn't, he might be the descendant of some expert. If that expert is amazing enough, then his status might not be too different from that of an upper-level Holy Land. Otherwise, if he's just some nobody that obtained a massive lucky chance by accident, then he will be in danger. All of the young elites began discussing Lin Ming's status with True Essence sound transmissions, curious as to just who he was and where he came from. Honored guest, would you like to switch seats? Princess Honeylush kindly said to Lin Ming. She clearly wanted to swap Lin Ming's seat for one in the upper levels. Lin Ming shook his head. No need. Very well, please do as you please. Now, it is time for the next auction. As Princess Honeylush spoke, she had already opened the second box. This was a 5-foot-long wooden chest. After opening it, a sword with a 4-foot-long blade was revealed. The blade edge was sharp and chilling. This was a transcendent saint artifact. A spirit artifact without an artifact spirit was a transcendent saint artifact. It was weaker than a true spirit artifact but far superior to a top-grade saint artifact. And most importantly, this sort of weapon could be used by an extreme divine sea genius. By relying on the weak world power within themselves, they could move this weapon. It wasn't like a spirit artifact that required a divine transformation realm genius to use it. What a wonderful treasure, haha. I just happen to use a sword. Although I can't compare to those rich fellows that use spirit artifacts, a transcendent saint artifact isn't too bad either. At least in terms of weapon hardness and durability, I won't lose to others. At the ordinary lower-level seats, many young elites were itching to put up a struggle for treasures. After the first auction, the quality of the items dramatically fell, otherwise they would never have been able to afford anything here. The base price of this transcendent saint artifact sword was 80 million. The disciples of ordinary families bid on it until it was finally won at 160 million. Following that, item after item was auctioned. However, the price normally wouldn't exceed 200 million. The audience for these items was ordinary young elites. Of course, these so-called ordinary young elites were still top disciples of Holy Land level sects and distinguished martial families. To Lin Ming and others, these things had little to no use. Lin Ming didn't call out another bid. As for those otherworld king Holy Land geniuses, they were all saving their strength for the true bidding. As item after item was sold, the auction finally began to approach its end. Princess Honeylush stepped on stage again. She said with a lively and spirited voice, "This auction has continued for 3 days. Several thousands of items have been auctioned, and now it is finally time for the grand finale. The first of the final items is also the most precious of them all, as well as what so many of you have come here for. It is the Boundless World Pill. Now, let us begin the auction." There were a total of 10 final items. The most precious, the Boundless World Pill, was the first and not the last. This was so that the young elites present would compete for it without holding back. Otherwise, if they all held their hands waiting for it, they would bid lower on the other items, thinking to save as much as possible for the Boundless World Pill. Once the Boundless World Pill appeared, everyone would still be in the situation where they had the most funds available to them. They could wholeheartedly compete for it with everything they had. If they couldn't win the bidding, then they could at least forget about it. At that time, they would be able to bid on other items. They would have already cut off all other paths, so they would have no choice but to purchase something else. Otherwise, they would have to leave empty-handed without anything to show for their efforts. This arrangement was to maximize the auction value of all items. It was also to ensure that the bidding competition between these young elites would be fair. Let's begin. The true act is here. Haha! I've waited 3 days for this. The Boundless World Pill is finally appearing. I must obtain it before I can go to sleep. In the higher reserved seats, every disciple of the World King level Holy Lands was gearing up to bid. Beside them were also many of their elders that were here to back them up. Many of them were peak Holy Lord Masters. On Sacred Martial Mansion's side, a tall and burly youth rubbed his spatial ring, caressing it like he would his most treasured lover. Without a doubt, there was a great deal of wealth contained within this spatial ring. This tall and burly youth was Sacred Tianhao, one of the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. Beside him, the red-haired Sacred Yueping drawled, "Big brother, there is no need for there to be a fight between us brothers. Let's join together to purchase this Boundless World Pill, and then we can discuss how to split it up later." As geniuses of Sacred Martial Mansion, although their relationship wasn't usually harmonious, they naturally fell in sync with each other at this time. "That's a good idea. It's not just us, but we also have to join together with Third Sister. We have to win this Boundless World Pill at all costs. This is going to be a tough battle for all of us." In truth, even if several of them joined together, the force standing behind the 3 prodigies was only a World King level Holy Land. Their advantage here wasn't too great. And in front of them were several geniuses of World King Holy Lands. For instance, Zhong Wenshu. At this time, Zhong Wenshu had completely put away his previous cynical and contemptuous manner. He was staring at the jade box in front of Princess Honeylush, eyeing it like a viper eyeing its prey. Zhong Wenshu had an early divine sea cultivation. If he could obtain the Boundless World Pill and close up in training for 3 months within a time-altering array formation, then it would be guaranteed for him to step into the Middle Divine Sea realm. Moreover, his inner world would become much more stable and he would be able to have a more amazing result in the first martial meeting. With a great result, the advantages he would obtain from the sect would be indispensable for his future achievements. "This Boundless World Pill is mine no matter what," Zhong Wenshu cried out in his mind. As for those disciples of ordinary sects and families, they could only watch the play unfolding in front of them. This would be a bloodbath of those with true wealth. Although they couldn't participate, they were still filled with anticipation in being able to watch. They all wanted to see just how astronomically high the price would rise. A Boundless World Pill used a Realm Heart Cornerstone as the main material in refining it. As for a Realm Heart Cornerstone, that could only be obtained after a boundless world reached its natural end time and collapsed. The preciousness of such a treasure could be imagined. Moreover, wanting to refine such a pill wasn't easy either. Only a great World King level alchemist would have the ability and power required to refine such a pill. Even then, in normal times this pill couldn't be bought with mere wealth. And now that the first martial meeting was approaching, the value of the Boundless World Pill was impossible to calculate. Many people had a similar mentality in that even if they couldn't afford a high-priced treasure, and even if it was impossible for them to even dream of owning such an item, they would still want to see just how high of a price it could sell for. In the future, they could gossip about this and even boast about how they were present. I wonder just what it will sell for. I have no idea. The price will surely be unimaginable. Before the auction for the Boundless World pill began, Princess Honeylush waited for a full half-incense stick of time. Finally, she slowly opened the jade box containing the Boundless World pill. As the jade box opened, a perfectly spherical pill shot up into the air. The pill was surrounded by a clear jade-green haze and the main body was translucent. Sealed within the center of the pill seemed to be some kind of spirit. This spirit struggled within, as if it had a life of its own. However, there was a special array formation on top of the jade box. As soon as the pill rushed out, it crashed into the array formation. There was a golden flash of light and the pill was bounced back, emitting hissing sounds all the while. As it floated in the air, brilliant beams of energy shot out like rays of the sun, beautiful and wonderful. It really is the Boundless World pill, Mo Evers now exclaimed from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. She had clearly seen this pill before. As for the others present, even if they were the young elites of World King Holy Lands, this was still the first time they had seen such a pill. So that's the Boundless World pill. It seems alive. How incredible. As expected of a top-grade pill approaching the rank of a transcendent divine pill. If one could take this pill, then the advantages could be imagined. Princess Honeylush lifted up the jade box and placed it within the array disk projection, expanding the image to tens of thousands of times its original size so that everyone could clearly see it. Everyone, can you see that little life within the pill? That is a world spirit. In the legends it is said that there is a world soul, but that is only a legend. Still, this Boundless World pill was refined with a realm heart cornerstone. So it wouldn't be surprising if a world soul could truly be bred within. What does everyone think about this item? Ho ho ho, this pill, if taken by someone at the divine sea or divine transformation realm, will grant tremendous benefits to their inner world. Now, let us start the bidding. The starting price. Princess Honeylush trailed off as she spoke to hear, and then said, "The starting price is 0. 0. Many of the young elites were stunned. They looked at each other, not thinking that the starting price would be 0. But no matter what the starting price was, it didn't matter. In this bidding war, the final price for the Boundless World pill would surely rise to unbelievable heights. With a starting price of 0, there is no standard to measure the auction with. The first bid will be even more exaggerated. A World King Holy Land elder said from the higher reserved seats. Because there were so few Boundless World pills and they were rarely traded, their price was difficult to estimate. Moreover, there were vastly different prices in each transaction without any standard at all. Thus, no one could say just what the price of the Boundless World pill should be. In this sort of situation, if the auction house were to put forth a starting price, then others would subconsciously think that this was the ordinary reserve price of the Boundless World pill. If this auction finally produced a price several times that of the starting price, then there would be people who thought that they spent too much money and would think this was a great injustice. This would cause some people to feel uncomfortable with their purchase and might even affect the final transaction price. But on the other hand, if the starting price was too high, then many people would develop fear at the start and wouldn't dare to bid. This would lead to the auction being deserted and wouldn't allow the bidding price of the item to reach its highest peak. Thus, the starting price had simply been set as 0. A starting price of 0 even meant that some not-so-wealthy geniuses of peak Holy Lands felt eager to dip their hands into the game. Although they knew it was impossible for them to win in the end, they still felt fired up enough to bid a single time. Then, in the future, for better or worse, they could say that they had joined in on competing for the Boundless World pill. As several young elites opened their mouths to shout out a price, in the lower common seats, a red bamboo hat woman who had yet to speak a single word spoke up. 100 billion. 100 billion. That bid immediately broke past the limits of what most people were able to bid. Even if these young elites were to put forth their entire wealth, they still wouldn't be able to match a tenth of that price. Moreover, this young woman was sitting in the lower common seats, so chances were that she wasn't a disciple of a world king Holy Land. Just where had she come from? Good heavens! The starting price is 100 billion. River Feather wiped dripping sweat from his neck. He already knew that Lin Ming had raised an astronomical amount of funds in order to compete for the final items. But as for how much he had prepared, River Feather actually had no idea. And now the first bid was 100 billion. The final bidding price might even be 10 to 20 times higher than that. Could Lin Ming have possibly managed to scrounge up so much money? Lin Ming glanced at the bamboo hat woman. Her voice wasn't gentle or elegant at all. Rather, she sounded a bit hoarse. The bamboo hat was covered with a fine red gauze, but although it was just a little bit of fabric, there was actually a strange energy covering it that made others unable to see her appearance. Where had this woman come from? 200 billion. On Sacred Martial Mansion's side, Sacred Yueping suddenly stretched out the jade slip in his hand. His bright red hair was particularly radiant in the audience. 250 billion. 300 billion. 360 billion. The bidding price continued to rise without end. Before a voice even faded, another person would place a bid. This left the young elites present dazed. For them, it was already difficult to imagine just how much money this actually was. At this time, a voice shouted, 1 trillion. As this voice echoed forth, all of the heroic young geniuses of ordinary families were left completely panic-stricken. 1 trillion. This was 1 trillion. Just what kind of insane number was that? This was a number usually used to describe populations. However, a bidding price of 1 trillion didn't dampen the excitement of these Holy Land geniuses. Zhong Wenshu stood up. He glanced at Princess Honeylush and then at Lin Ming, revealing a playful smile. He raised the jade slip in his hands and said, 2 trillion. By the heavens! This was double the last bid. River Feather gulped. As he thought of the 150 billion violet sunstones that he had lent Lin Ming, that could barely be considered a rounding error. That amount had already been his complete wealth. He had thought that he had an incredible destiny after stumbling into a great lucky chance. But compared to these truly wealthy individuals, everything he had in his life was now a joke. River Feather glanced over at Lin Ming and discovered that he was still sitting there with a placid expression. Not hurried at all. This startled River Feather. How could Lin Ming remain so calm? This was 2 trillion. Did he still have the confidence to continue bidding later? 2.3 trillion. Sacred Martial Mansion's Sacred Tianhao shouted out as he raised the jade slip in his hand, rising past Zhong Wenshu's bid. Zhong Wenshu frowned. He coldly looked over in the direction of this new bid and met the eyes of Sacred Tianhao. Both of them came from World King level Holy Lands, so neither of them feared the other. Good. Then let's have a little battle. 2.5 trillion. Zhong Wenshu shouted out another bid. Towards those like Sacred Tianhao and Sacred Yueping, who had a formidable power backing them from behind, he didn't bother mocking. He could only contend with them in a battle of wealth. 2.5 trillion. Is there a higher bid? Princess Honeylush passionately said from the auction stage. She was extremely excited to be able to preside over such an auction, and at this time, Lin Ming finally stood up. Besides the bamboo hat woman, he was the only one in the lower common seats that was able to compete with these World King Holy Land geniuses. Because of the ruckus caused by Lin Ming competing for the 9-aperture spirit crystal, many people were able to recognize him. As soon as Lin Ming stood up, he immediately attracted everyone's eyes to him. As for Zhong Wenshu, he suddenly rose to a sitting position. He looked towards Lin Ming, a cold light flashing in his eyes. 3 trillion, Lin Ming said, slowly and confidently. Then he sat down. The new bidding price that he shouted out immediately shocked all of the young elites present, including River Feather. It was already astonishing to them that Lin Ming had spent 17 billion to purchase the 9-aperture spirit crystal. But now, something completely unbelievable had occurred. He had bid an entire 3 trillion. If Lin Ming truly came from a World King level Holy Land, then why wasn't he sitting in the reserved VIP seats? If he was able to bring out a token that indicated he was from a World King level Holy Land, then he would have been able to sit at the higher reserved levels. This would have helped him avoid a great number of troubles. Otherwise, it was simply too ostentatious for him to sit amongst the common young elites and call out such a high price. Once he left immemorial Imperial City in the future, he would be targeted by countless people. Just what was going on here? Regardless of what happened, Lin Ming was now the center of all attention. A youth who others suspected of having an ordinary background actually put forth a bid of 3 trillion. This brat! Zhong Wenshu's lips twitched. He had thought that Lin Ming only had enough to win that single item at the start. He never imagined that this young man would actually have the ability to contend for the final treasures, and the most precious one at that. In addition, the first time he had entered a bidding war against Lin Ming he had lost. That had been the same as ruthlessly slapping his face. There must be some secret on that brat. We must investigate his identity in as much depth as we can, Zhong Wenshu said to the old man behind him. It wasn't just Zhong Wenshu, but the 3 extraordinary geniuses of Sacred Martial Mansion also noticed Lin Ming. However, in the vast divine realm, it wasn't easy to thoroughly vet someone's background. Just as Zhong Wenshu was about to shout out another bid, the bamboo hat woman that sat with Lin Ming in the lower common section actually stood up. She said in her coarse and deep voice, 3.3 trillion. What? This new bid left the audience bewildered. Lin Ming was already a surprise, but this bamboo hat woman also had trillions in wealth. Just what was going on here? Everyone looked at that bamboo hat woman. Because of some special array formation in the red gauze that covered her face, it was impossible to clearly discern her appearance. Humph! Covering up your face is nothing but a joke in front of me. Several Holy Lord-level old monsters rudely released their senses. They wanted to directly pierce through the bamboo hat woman's veil and see just what sort of person she was. But at this time, a sharp light flashed in the eyes of an old woman sitting beside her. An unimaginable aura erupted from her, and the divine sense of these old men crashed into this aura, immediately repelled. This feeling was just like a mortal running at full speed into a brick wall. It was enough to cause them to almost vomit blood. The several old men who tried to investigate the woman's appearance paled as the blood drained from their faces. Their bodies shook and they nearly tumbled out of their chairs. These old geezers were all stupefied. They knew now that they had kicked iron. That person was... Lin Ming's mind chilled as he looked towards the old woman. The old woman was wizened and haggard, with a face that was dried up like a walnut. Her hair was sparse and stringy and her body was bent with rickets. Her entire body was swathed in gray robes and her breathing was deep. It was hard to imagine that she was someone capable of defeating a crowd of peak Holy Lord Masters. All this indicated that she was a world king. Everyone present glanced at each other in dismay and shock. The appearance of this old man caused them all to be even more acutely aware that this auction was truly a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were some people that didn't come from World King level Holy Lands, but standing behind them were still unfathomably deep existences. Because these existences were hidden, they were mostly unknown to anyone else. However, their strength far surpassed one's imagination. And for this divine realm first martial meeting, they had personally sent out their disciples to temper themselves in the upcoming battles. That old woman is too terrifying. Many young elites spoke to each other with true essence sound transmissions. Looking at this old woman, their eyes filled with dread and awe. For this old woman to be able to reflect the divine sense of several Holy Lord level masters with just a thought, then even if her strength wasn't that of a world king, she was infinitely close to one. Miss M.O., is that old woman a world king? M.O. Evers now shook her head. She emits a very strange feeling. Her soul force is not inferior to that of an ordinary world king, but her true essence fluctuations are actually inferior to mine from 50,000 years ago. She should not be a world king, but she is someone approaching a world king, a peak half-step world king character. I am even more inclined to believe that she was once a world king. However, because of some injury she received in the past, she dropped out from the world king realm. Mo Evers now inferred the likeliest situation from the little bits of clues and information she knew. I see. Even someone that dropped from the World King realm is so frightening. She was able to casually defeat several Holy Lord level powerhouses, and there were even peak Holy Lord level masters within that group. If what you said is true, then that bamboo hat young woman might be that old woman's last disciple. In this auction, every opponent I face is stronger than the last. I only have 7 trillion. I wonder if that's enough. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. As he traced his spatial ring, his expression was solemn. Miss Mo, how much property would a World King level powerhouse and a World King level Holy Land have? Lin Ming asked Mo Evers now, a bit unsure of himself. Mo Evers now said, property is divided into fixed assets and liquid assets. Whether it is a World King powerhouse or World King Holy Land, over 99.9% of their total wealth will be locked down in array formations, palaces, transmission arrays, training locations, pills, treasures, and so forth. They wouldn't have many liquid assets available. For them, having too much money is useless. It's best to invest everything into training disciples and exchanging for resources. In the past, my Verdant Feather Holy Lands only kept around 4 to 5 trillion in liquid capital, and the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was also a great World King level Holy Land. It was much wealthier than these ordinary World King Holy Lands like Sacred Martial Mansion or Dual Polarity Palace. I estimate that they have a total of 1 to 2 trillion in liquid assets. Lin Ming nodded. This was a reasonable amount. When the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had been destroyed, Mo Evers now had quickly snuck away some of the wealth, but that was only a small amount of the total, around 1 trillion in all. And then later, most of that had been taken away by Mo Eversnow's little sister, leaving less than 400 billion at Starbind Bank. As for an ordinary World King Holy Land, even though their liquid capital was normally around 1 to 2 trillion, they could sell a small amount of their fixed assets in exchange for violet sunstones. The true value of their property was definitely above his own. Fortunately, a World King Holy Land was far too large. There was more than one peak disciple, and there was much more to do than attending a single auction. This meant that the wealth of that Holy Land would be scattered about all over. This was his only chance. As Lin Ming was thinking about his own wealth, the bidding price had already dramatically risen to 3.8 trillion. The one who cast this bid was actually Sacred Yueping. 3.8 trillion was equal to the total liquid capital a normal Upper World King Holy Land would have during normal times. But this amount was actually tossed out in a single breath in order to buy just one boundless world pill that helped solidify one's inner world. Once this pill was used, it would be no more. From this, one could see just how much money was required to raise an extreme genius. The wealth required to walk down the martial path surpasses my original expectations. No wonder it's impossible for a top genius to appear amongst the wandering martial artists. And it's no wonder that even a great World King level Holy Land would find it difficult to produce another World King successor after hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. This is why so many World King Holy Lands like the ancient Dragon Clan lack successors. Lin Ming thought to himself. He thought about the true martial Holy Lands. Starbind Bank had already been operating for millions of years, and there were also the many trade associations within immemorial Imperial City that fell underneath the control of the true martial Holy Lands. Just how much wealth had these businesses earned during this time? Perhaps not even the true martial World King was sure. But it was impossible for this wealth to be saved. It had to be spent at ridiculous speeds to help raise the future generations. However, up until now, the true martial Holy Lands had yet to produce a second World King. They had only produced over 100 successors to the true martial World King. In this Divine Realm first martial meeting, the true martial World King had even promised a position of successor for any disciple that obtained certain achievements. And to grow each of these successors cost a massive amount of wealth. Even so, the chances of them becoming a World King in the future weren't high at all. Of course, the true martial World King was still in the prime of his life. It was no problem for him to live for another 1,000,000 years or so. He still had hopes that he would be able to produce a World King before his eventual death. If he could guarantee raising a World King, then let alone several trillion, the true martial World King wouldn't hesitate to spend even dozens or hundreds of trillions. It seems that the reason the ancient Phoenix clan, Kirin clan, and Rock clan haven't raised a world king in all these years is that they are too poor. Lin Ming recalled the ancient Phoenix clans Xiao Daoji and Hua Burning Heaven. They were both extreme characters of their generation. The totem stones they left behind had filled Lin Ming with inspiration and wisdom. But even then, such characters had been stopped at the half-step World King realm. They hadn't managed to take that last step forwards. At that time, Lin Ming had thought this was unbelievable. But now that he thought about it some more, the reason they couldn't take that last step was not because their talent was too poor and not because the foundation they built during Nine Fall and the Nine Divine Shifts was too shaky, but because the ancient Phoenix clan simply wasn't able to afford it. The basis of the ancient Phoenix clan was that they had obtained the secret to finding out where the ancient Phoenix underwent nirvana, and thus were able to obtain the blood of the ancient Phoenix. However, the ancient Phoenix clan didn't even have enough of this blood to use, let alone trading it away for resources. As for the ancient Phoenix clan's resource sites, the most valuable one was the God-Beast Mystic Realm. But, while the God-Beast Mystic Realm was excellent for tempering geniuses and allowing them to find great lucky chances, its ability to produce wealth was still below that of Carefree Island's Red Desolate Mystic Realm. Of the 4 God-Beast clans, only the ancient Dragon clan had been able to rely on its superior numbers and vastly greater wealth to raise 2 world kings in the span of 100 million years. Lin Ming could only sigh with emotion as he understood all of this. For a genius, if they couldn't grow because of their lack of talent, then that was their own problem. They had no right to complain. But if they were extremely talented individuals like Xiao Daoji or Hua Burning Heaven, and yet failed to break past their boundaries because of insufficient resources, then that was truly sad. In the entire divine realm, there were many people that possessed the talent to become a world king, but lacked the resources to do so. As Lin Ming thought of this, he unconsciously clenched the arm of his seat. No matter what, he would not allow himself to become one of them. This boundless world pill had to be his at all costs. 3.9 trillion. Is there a higher bid? Princess Honeylush excitedly said from atop the auction stage. Her clear voice easily spread throughout the entire arena. Zhong Wenshu adjusted his position in the higher seats. He was the one to call out a bid of 3.9 trillion just now. At this time, with such a huge amount of wealth on the line, even someone as arrogant and proud as him found it hard to remain calm. Suddenly, Lin Ming stood up. He shouted out, 5 trillion! What? Zhong Wenshu glared at Lin Ming, fires nearly spouting out from his eyes. The 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, Sacred Yueping, Sacred Tianhao, and Sacred Yanran, all looked towards Lin Ming. At this time, most of the World King Holy Land disciples that were here had withdrawn from bidding. The only ones left competing were Lin Ming, the Red Bamboo Hat Woman, the 3 elites of Sacred Martial Mansion, as well as Zhong Wenshu. These were 4 different parties. To raise the price to 5 trillion in a single breath, that brat must be ridiculously rich. Does he really have the ability to obtain the boundless world pill? Or perhaps he's throwing out his total worth in hopes of scaring everyone away. Zhong Wenshu grasped his chair's armrest, his fist constantly clenching and unclenching. His palms were already wet with sweat. 5 trillion began to approach his total wealth. Within Dual Polarity Palace, Zhong Wenshu wasn't the only peak disciple. There were a total of 4, and each of them had a talent similar to the rest, and all 4 of them needed resources. In a situation where Dual Polarity Palace couldn't guarantee that one of these disciples could become a world king, they wouldn't be willing to spend everything they had regardless of how steep the price was. It simply wouldn't be worth it. This was why they had to carefully consider just how much they should invest in their young geniuses. Thus, although Dual Polarity Palace had mobilized a massive amount of wealth by going through various channels and even selling some of the palace master's own treasures, Zhong Wenshu himself had only been able to obtain 5 trillion. Then, after selling everything he possessed and taking as many loans as he could, he was still only at 5.5 trillion. In fact, in normal circumstances, Dual Polarity Palace wouldn't be willing to support their disciples in purchasing such expensive treasures. If every genius required the best resources on every step of their road of martial arts, Dual Polarity Palace simply wouldn't be able to keep up. 5.5 trillion. Zhong Wenshu grit his teeth and called out his bid. He had tossed out his complete wealth. At this time, he was no longer able to raise the price a little at a time. If he raised the price by 100 to 200 billion at a time, then his opponent might immediately surpass 5.5 trillion instead. If that happened, then there would be no way for him to raise the price yet again. He could only bet everything on this last desperate gamble and hope that it would work. After he called out this bidding price, he glared at Lin Ming, his eyes filling with a deep cold killing intent. Brat, I advise you not to go too far. If I'm not wrong, then you do not have a fierce backer supporting you. Do you know what fate you will suffer after obtaining the boundless world pill? Many people will chase you to the ends of the world to kill you and take it. You will die without a burial. If you have a life to buy it, then you won't have a life to use it. Even if you did, you would die later regardless of what happened. Lin Ming had intended to stand up and place another bid when he suddenly heard Zhong Wenshu's threat. He sneered, "How interesting. I've already attracted enough attention today, so what's the point in grabbing a bit more? This auction site has hundreds of thousands of people present. With such a great number of people, there are innumerable individuals that already have dark intentions towards me. If that's true, I might as well go all in and use this boundless world pill to strengthen myself as much as possible and obtain a good result in the first martial meeting. At that time, just who would still think of killing me? Ha 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 ha. What did you say? Unless I'm wrong, you only have a 9th stage life destruction cultivation, and yet you still want to carve a little space for yourself in the first martial meeting. Who do you think you are? A young Empyrean or something? Keep on daydreaming. I'm about to die from laughter." Zhong Wenshu recklessly laughed. "If you stop now, then I can protect you. But if you wish to continue fighting with me, then I will have you suffer a fate worse than death." As Lin Ming heard Zhong Wenshu's words, he looked towards him with an unbelievable expression, as if he were watching a clown making a fool of himself. "This is the first time in my life hearing such imbecilic and dim-witted words. Seek your protection? Are you expecting me to deliver a piece of meat to you or something?" As Lin Ming sent out this true essence sound transmission, he decisively stood up again. He locked his eyes onto Zhong Wenshu's murderous gaze and raised his jade slip, clearly shouting, 6 trillion! These words left the entire audience in an uproar. 6 trillion. That was simply insane. Such a crazy bidding scene left everyone thrilled and aghast. Just what background did this youth have? Lin Ming's words smashed into Zhong Wenshu like a wrecking ball. He felt his chest ache as he nearly vomited blood in anger. He no longer had a chance. Good. Very good. Since that's the case, then you can wait to be surrounded and killed by others. Zhong Wenshu threatened Lin Ming, but the truth was that this wasn't a threat. Everything he said was a fact. At this time, many great influences were ready to thoroughly investigate Lin Ming's status. If Lin Ming didn't have a background, then he would undoubtedly become the target of everyone here. For him to speak such a price was simply far too flashy. Moreover, Lin Ming wasn't like the red bamboo hat woman. He didn't have the protection of a quasi-world kingmaster. 6 trillion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Princess Honeylush said, her words coming out in panting gasps. Such a sum of money would even cripple a world king-level holy land for some time. It was incredible to imagine that this amount would actually come from the hands of an unknown youth. Grandma! In the lower seats, the red bamboo hat woman began to speak to the old woman beside her with a true essence sound transmission, her voice a bit hurried. The withered old woman deeply looked at Lin Ming and said, "This price is too high. If Grandma is willing to go all in, then I can still purchase it, but you are only at the Divine Sea realm. The road before you is still very long and you have far to grow. If you use resources of this level the entire time, then Grandma simply will not be able to support it. The money I have has to be spent as frugally as possible to buy the most cost-effective goods, rather than such luxurious treasures. Although the Boundless World Pill is good, the effects compared to the price are simply too low. This auction still has other final act items coming up. We should give this one up." The old woman let out a long and deep sigh. At this time, She no longer had a source of income and was only relying on the wealth she had saved up in the past. Even so, it still wasn't enough. I understand, Grandma. Rest assured that even without the Boundless World pill, I will definitely have a dazzling result in the first martial meeting. The red bamboo woman looked at Lin Ming with discomfort in her eyes. This person only has a 9th stage life destruction cultivation. For him to use the Boundless World pill is truly a waste. The old woman shook her head. Don't underestimate anyone. Aya, Grandma is useless. I simply can't help you during your young years. As the old woman spoke, her back seemed to bend even more, emphasizing her age. After this massive jump in the bidding price, the red bamboo hat woman and Zhong Wenshu both withdrew from the bidding. Now, there was only a single influence competing against Lin Ming. The 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. Sacred Yueping stood up, holding the jade slip in his hand. However, he didn't put in a new bid. His lips moved and he said to Zhong Wenshu with a true essence sound transmission. Brother Wenshu, an enemy of an enemy is a friend. If Brother Wenshu has already given up on this auction, how about lending us the money instead? Zhong Wenshu turned to glare at Sacred Yueping. He sneered, Dream on. You might as well lend me your money instead, so that I can continue to compete against Lin Ming. This sort of matter clearly seemed like a joke. How could Zhong Wenshu willingly lend his wealth to someone like Sacred Yueping? Moreover, even if he couldn't buy the Boundless World pill, he could still save his funds and purchase the next best item in this auction. Sacred Yueping grit his teeth, saying, We naturally won't let Brother Wenshu suffer a loss here. If Brother Wenshu lends us the funds, we are willing to pay you back with interest double that of Starbind Bank's loaning rate. Not only that, but we will also gift Brother Wenshu a square inch of 9 heavens aged gold. I heard that Brother Wenshu cultivates the metal laws, so after absorbing this 9 heavens aged gold, your cultivation will surely rise to another level. Even if Brother Wenshu cannot purchase the next best item in this auction because of lending us the funds, you still won't suffer a loss. As Sacred Yueping spoke, Zhong Wenshu was truly tempted. You really have 9 heavens aged gold? This sort of thing was extremely rare, but also extremely useful to Zhong Wenshu. Of course, I normally wouldn't be willing to part with this because I was waiting to perceive a second element of laws once I broke through to the divine transformation realm. At the start I thought that the funds I had would be enough, but I never imagined I would bump into such a madman. Now I have no other choice but to cut off my flesh to get over this hurdle. I am already determined to fight to the end. Zhong Wenshu thought for a moment before saying, Fine. However, I want 3 times the interest, and when borrowing you will need to sign an insurance guarantee with Starbind Bank. Also, the insurance premium will be paid by you. Sacred Yueping's lips twitched as he heard the words insurance premium. The insurance guarantee service that Starbind Bank provided prevented loans from being casually forgotten or ignored. In fact, this was an extremely common matter in the world of martial artists. With Starbind Bank's guarantee, if there was a problem with the loan, then Starbind Bank would be responsible for recovering the loan. And, if Starbind Bank couldn't find the other party, they would pay for the damages. This service required an extremely high insurance premium, and the higher the amount was, the higher the insurance premium went. After Zhong Wenshu put forth these conditions, the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion looked ill. But after being forced to the wall by Lin Ming, this was all they could do. Deal! Sacred Yueping clenched his teeth, feeling blood dripping from his heart. But with Zhong Wenshu helping him, he believed that he could win. 6 trillion going twice. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher bidding price? If not, then this Boundless World pill will belong to that young sir. Princess Honeylush clearly said from the auction stage. Sacred Yueping's conversation with Zhong Wenshu had only lasted for several breaths of time. As Princess Honeylush was about to count down a 3rd time, Sacred Yueping suddenly raised the jade slip in his hand and said, 6.3 trillion. Sacred Yueping's bid immediately caught everyone's attention. Heavens! 6.3 trillion. At the final stretch, it wasn't the arrogant and haughty Wenshu or the mysterious red bamboo hat woman that remained, But the three prodigies of sacred martial mansion. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped up. The blood vessels around his temples faintly bulged. 6.3 trillion was far too close to his limit of 7 trillion. Miss Mo, to refine the esoteric immortality pill. What is the absolute minimum number of dragon bone relics required? Lin Ming began to fear that his own funds were insufficient. 27. It cannot be any less than that. 27. Then I can also pawn another 3. If I didn't pawn them but sold them, I could probably obtain a few 100 billion more. Lin Ming rapidly calculated in his mind. If he pawned an item, he would only receive around 50 to 60% of the value. If he sold them, he could obtain a much higher price. It was only that Lin Ming was a bit reluctant to sell the dragon bone relics. 6.5 trillion. Lin Ming raised the bid once more. His voice was grim and dignified. Currently, the bidding price had far surpassed the usual price for a boundless world pill. You brat! You are ruthless enough. As Sacred Yueping looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were incomparably gloomy. 6.5 trillion. At this point, the rate of increase in the bidding price had dramatically dropped. No one would raise the price by several 100 billion now, only 100 billion or less at a time instead. Adding even 50 billion at this time was a great mental burden on Lin Ming and Sacred Yueping. This was because this money wasn't theirs, but money that they had borrowed from others. Moreover, there was also interest. 6.6 trillion. Lin Ming lifted his hand once more. Now, it wasn't just Sacred Yueping looking at him with hatred in his eyes, but Lin Ming himself was also glaring at Sacred Yueping with an icy expression. If it weren't for Sacred Yueping, then he could have won the boundless world pill at 6 trillion. If his debt was reduced by 1 trillion, then he could be much more relaxed. 6.65 trillion. Sacred Yueping stubbornly said, refusing to give up. As the bidding war reached this stage, all that was left over were two sides in Lin Ming and Sacred Martial Mansion's three prodigies. The price rose slowly, a bit at a time. This was a great war where not even a single drop of blood would be spilled. Sometimes the market was more brutal than the battlefield. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shined with a sharp light. He raised the jade slip in his hand once more, took a deep breath and shouted out loud, 7 trillion! 7 trillion! He had increased the bid by 350 billion in a single breath. This sudden bid left the several 100,000 people in the auction venue completely dumbfounded. Beside Lin Ming, even River Feather was gawking at him with disbelief. He couldn't understand just what Lin Ming had pawned. All of the ordinary Holy Land disciples were also staring at Lin Ming, unsure of what expression to make. In this final moment, the reason that Lin Ming had raised the bid by so much at once was because he wanted to completely rout Sacred Yueping's confidence in a single strike. If Sacred Yueping raised the price once more, then Lin Ming would have to sell the 3 dragon bone relics as well as the 6 dragon relics he pawned before. At that time, he would have another 400 to 500 billion. Not just that, but Lin Ming also had some Thunder Dao fruits. Although they were far inferior to the dragon bone relics in value, even the weight of a straw was noticeable at this point. As long as Sacred Yueping increased the price once more, Lin Ming would shout out a bid of 7.5 trillion and desperately risk everything. If he couldn't defeat Sacred Yueping, then Lin Ming could only give up. 7 trillion. 7 trillion. Is there a higher bid? Princess Honey Lush fervently said. Sacred Yueping's forehead was dripping wet with sweat. He was constantly reevaluating his own wealth in his mind. This was 7 trillion. If he really added up all of Zhong Wenshu's wealth, then their combined funds would absolutely surpass Lin Ming's. Sacred Yueping didn't doubt this at all. But this money was all borrowed. In particular, for the 2 trillion he borrowed from Zhong Wenshu. Not only would he have to pay it back with a sky-high interest rate and 9 heavens-aged gold, but just the insurance premium meant that he would have to pay Starbine Bank another 200 billion. Being a martial artist was an extremely high-risk career. Perhaps a few years later the borrowers might be dead. Thus, for guarantee with such high risks, the charges were appropriately high. Moreover, in order to continue bidding to this point, he had done so with the support of Sacred Tianhao and Sacred Yanran. He still had to pay them back. Where would Sacred Yueping obtain that much wealth? Also, Lin Ming might even put forth a higher bid. Even if he could win with a 7.05 trillion bid, he would have far too many problems in the future. There was no way he could make ends meet. And with the price having gone this high, it was now a question whether or not the Boundless World pill was worth it. In the end, this sort of top luxury item should be used by someone like a peak disciple from an Empyrean-level influence. As a disciple of an ordinary world king Holy Land, he couldn't afford to take the Boundless World pill. This was just like a poor mortal commoner borrowing some silver to eat steamed pork buns. This was already a luxury. But if that commoner instead borrowed silver to eat shark fin and bird nest soup, then while they could still eat it, it would be extremely stupid behavior. Sacred Yueping fidgeted, wanting to raise the jade slip in his hand again. But in the end, he kept it down. Princess Honeylush's voice echoed in his ears, seeming incomparably distant. 7 trillion going once. Is there anyone that would like to put in a higher bid? 7 trillion going twice. If no one bids, then this Boundless World pill will belong to that young sir over there. 7 trillion going thrice. Deal. Congratulations, sir. With a bid of 7 trillion, you have won the Boundless World pill. Princess Honeylush looked at Lin Ming, a brilliant light pouring out of her eyes. This youth was truly filled with mysteries. She wondered, just how would he resolve all the troubles that would follow the approaching storm after this auction? In the massive venue of several hundreds of thousands of people, no one applauded, as if a pall of silence had fallen over everyone. Lin Ming sat straight in his chair, his body stiff and rigid. His palms were slightly wet with sweat. At least, he didn't have to throw out his last desperate bid. This reduced the burden on Lin Ming by a great deal. Bidding 7 trillion was still a reasonably acceptable result to him. BB brother Lin, do you really have that much money? River Feather gulped as he looked at Lin Ming. He felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. The auction for the Boundless World pill has already ended, but everyone need not feel regret. This is because there are a total of 10 items in our auction finale, and each one of them is a rare and precious treasure. There is always another chance. Now, we shall begin the auction for the second item. On the auction stage, Princess Honeylush spoke with gusto. However, not many people agreed with her words. For the last 9 items of the auction finale, many people had gone through their networks of information and learned what they were. Besides the last item perhaps having a final bid of 1 trillion, the other items likely wouldn't surpass 300 billion. 100 billion violet sunstones was already an extremely exaggerated number. And at this time, Lin Ming didn't plan on staying and watching the rest of the auction. He stood up and directly walked to the back of the stage. According to the rules, one could pay as soon as their auction ended. Lin Ming intended to take the Boundless World pill as soon as possible and leave the auction venue. The other items remaining had nothing to do with him. Lin Ming's departure caught the attention of many people. There were several icy cold gazes on him, as sharp and bright as shining blades. Lin Ming could feel these eyes piercing through his back like razor-sharp arrows. He didn't need to turn his head to know just who was looking at him. Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, Zhong Wenshu, and even that red bamboo hat woman. All of them were looking at him with utter antipathy. The market was like a battlefield. If you stab someone on the battlefield with a sword, how could you not draw the envy and hatred of others? Lin Ming, I want to see just what result you'll have in the first martial meeting after eating up the Boundless World pill. I hope that you aren't eliminated early. The qualifying martial artists of Immemorial Imperial City should all be assigned to the same area, hehe. At that time I'll play with you until you're crippled and begging on the ground. Just wait until you get kicked out from the first martial meeting. Those who chase after you will blot out the skies. Sacred Yueping and Zhong Wenshu's voices resounded in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming didn't even bother with them, instead moving straight to the exit. As Lin Ming left, there were even some people that intentionally or unintentionally followed him. Lin Ming, there are some people following you, River Feather said from beside Lin Ming, his heart racing. He could feel that these fellows following from behind clearly didn't have good intentions. Lin Ming maintained his composure. He sneered, saying, These people are only clowns. They are waiting for me to leave Immemorial Imperial City, but even if I left Immemorial Imperial City, these people would barely qualify as cannon fodder. And they think they can divide the soup? How ridiculous! Lin Ming ignored them. He had already rented out a training room in Immemorial Imperial City. This training room was located at the Imperial City Auction House and was one of their many services. Lin Ming only had a general idea of Imperial City Auction House's background. Part of it was owned by the true Martial Holy Lands. As for the rest, Lin Ming wasn't too sure. It was possibly some reclusive great expert or disciple of some Empyrean. In short, this was an organization that no one in true martial world dared to move against. He would have absolute safety inside. Guest number 235187. Please show your identification jade slip, as well as 7 trillion violet sunstones or 700 million violet sun crystals. If you are currently lacking the funds, you can pawn some treasures. Lin Ming waved his hand and over 60,000 violet sun crystal cards left his spatial ring. These were the highest currency crystal cards that Starbind Bank had. Every crystal card was worth 100 million and could be exchanged for violet sun crystals or pills. Afterwards, Lin Ming waved his hand again and pile after pile of purple crystal mountains appeared. All of these purple crystal mountains were formed from violet sunstones and violet sun crystals. Luckily, the minor dimension of this auction room was large enough and could easily hold these several giant crystal mountains. However, the truth was that even though these crystal mountains seemed terrifying, they were only worth about 150 billion violet sunstones. These were the wealth left behind by Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan. As River Feather looked at this amount of wealth, he was stunned. Just where had Lin Ming obtained so much money? Actually, up until now, he still hadn't been able to determine if Lin Ming came from some secretive great background or if he had simply stumbled upon some ridiculous lucky chance. Count it, Lin Ming said. To count 7 trillion violet sunstones, even a martial artist with an extremely fast soul perception would have trouble taking full inventory in a short time. And it was even more difficult to calculate the value of those material violet sunstones. The auction house sent out 10 treasury managers that used a full hour to count before they finished. Here is your boundless world pill. A middle-aged man with a bright smile plastered on his face presented a jade box to Lin Ming. After opening it, the boundless world pill flew up and danced in the air. A rainbow glow of light filled the air, shooting into the distance. This is it, Mo Evers now said to Lin Ming. Although she believed in the reputation of the auction house, she still investigated it thoroughly. Lin Ming waved his hand and the boundless world pill was placed into the extreme violet ring. I previously reserved the Sky-class training chamber with a 1/10-time flow change at the auction house. Could you lead me there? Lin Ming politely asked. The Sky-class training chamber was one of the most expensive cultivation rooms in the auction house. The time there was slowed to a rate of 1/10. If he trained there for 3 months, it would be 2.5 years. Of course. The middle-aged man faintly smiled as he extended his hand. Sir, if you will. The middle-aged man brought Lin Ming to a long corridor. On both sides of this corridor were a number of stone doors. Every door was carved with all sorts of mysterious and strange runes. This was a time array formation that changed the flow of time in every training chamber. This is the room. Please enter. The middle-aged man nodded towards a training chamber with a red and purple door and extended his hand in invitation. Lin Ming turned towards River Feather. Thank you, Brother River, for accompanying me here. I would like to suggest that Brother River also finds a chamber here to train in. If they cannot find me, there might be a chance that they do something to you instead. Although you have the protection of your family, many of these people probably won't take that into consideration. Compared to these World King-level influences, the ordinary Holy Land-level River family was just far too small and weak. Okay, this was River Feather's plan to begin with. Then, Lin Ming entered the training chamber alone. The reason he chose this training chamber was because it was a training ground for thunder and fire. After entering the training chamber, the scenery suddenly changed. Lin Ming arrived in a different space with lava flowing all around him. As for himself, he was standing at the summit of a giant mountain. Dark crimson chains wrapped around the mountain peak, each link as thick as a grown man's thigh. One end of the dark crimson chains wrapped around the mountain peak and the other extended hundreds of thousands of feet into the sky, sinking into the clouds for an unknowable distance. Below the mountain peak, volcanoes erupted all over the land, gushing forth fresh, heated lava. And high above Lin Ming's head, dark clouds surged with purple thunder roiling within them. In front of Lin Ming, just 10 miles away, a massive bronze furnace floated in the air. This furnace was the size of a palace, and as countless bolts of thunder struck against it, sparks of divine light and earth-shaking rumbles filled the heavens. The flames beneath were also sucked up by this furnace, constantly flowing into it. After being burnt for countless years, this furnace had been seared fire red. This was a spirit artifact treasure furnace. It was also masterless. Every training chamber of this rank was generally provided with a furnace like this. The reason that Lin Ming had chosen the Sky-class training chamber was in no small part because he had taken notice of this alchemy furnace. With Mo Eversnow's strength and her power of laws, she could certainly activate the powers of the spirit artifact alchemy furnace. Of course, this would inevitably consume a portion of Mo Eversnow's soul force. Luckily, Lin Ming had won the bidding for the 9-aperture spirit crystal before this. The 9-aperture spirit crystal was a type of soul medicine that could nourish spirits. If the 9-aperture spirit crystal could nourish artifact spirits, then it could also revitalize a person's soul to a certain degree. If one's soul force was weakened, they could recover by eating a tiny piece of the 9-aperture spirit crystal. This is the training chamber of thunder and fire. The dual thunder and fire origin energies here are indeed extremely rich. This is truly worthy of being called the Sky-class training chamber. In truth, the stone door that Lin Ming had passed through earlier was a transmission array. The transmission array had led to this different world. This different world was not a divergent mystic realm, nor was it a man-made dimensional realm. Rather, it was one of the countless tiny worlds that were located in the gaps between the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. This tiny world had been explored and refined by the Imperial Capital Auction House, becoming an absolute separate world space. It was completely safe to train here. Such a place suited Lin Ming the most. Great. Now we can begin. The crazy cultivation, facing the vast and boundless force of nature in this training place. Lin Ming felt his blood begin to seethe with excitement, his heroic and daring spirit soaring into the heavens. For the first martial meeting happening 3 months from now, he had absolute confidence in himself. Whoosh! All of the alchemy materials were taken out from the extreme violet ring by Mo Eversnow. These materials floated in the air and included the violet sunstone embryo as well as the 30 dragon bone relics. Lin Ming, I will first refine the esoteric immortality pill. It will probably take around 2 months for me to finish. In the meantime, you can train here as you wish and gather your strength. You must cultivate your world seed to prepare for breaking into the divine sea. Mo Eversnow floated in the skies. Her white dress danced around her pale and bare feet, and her long hair was whipped up in the wind. Combined with the apocalyptic scenery around her, she looked like a lost immortal fairy, ready to return to the winds at any moment. All right. Lin Ming didn't waste time speaking and left everything in Mo Eversnow's hands. He shot outwards, turning into a beam of light moving through the rich thunder and fire origin energy of this world. Within this vast land of heaven and earth origin energy, the heretical god seedling greedily absorbed all of the available energy around it. Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear and wildly twisted around. With himself and his spear, it was like he was fighting against the world itself. After Lin Ming reached Ninefall, there were far too many laws within him that he needed to meditate on and also far too much energy that he needed to thoroughly master. As long as he had a place to train and improve himself, then given time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. Lin Ming thrust his spear outwards and an incredible scene followed it. Deep in the rivers of fire below, waves of lava tumbled into the area and began swirling up into a giant whirlpool. And within the center of this whirlpool, a blue lotus flower was born, slowly blooming within the monstrous flames. I have to fuse the fourth concept of fire into the first three concepts of fire. Although the altered time flow here will create some obstacles in perceiving the concepts, I can still overcome them. Lin Ming constantly thrust out his spear. The blue lotus flower soon grew to be hundreds of feet tall, as if this lotus flower were holding up the heavens. And in the skies, the white-dressed Mo Evers now floated in the wind. All of the materials for refining the esoteric immortality pill had been placed into the spirit artifact furnace by her. She began the long process of refining. This giant bronze furnace could gather the limitless power of fire sealed within the world. The flames were incomparably hot, blazing without end. Besides the violet sunstone embryo and dragon bone relics, everything that entered instantly turned into liquid before being absorbed by the violet sunstone embryo. Time marched on. If 3 days went by outside, 1 month would have passed for Lin Ming. Imperceptibly, half a month passed. In the spirit artifact alchemy furnace, the violet sunstone embryo had completely melted. The dragon bone relics fused into it, forming a golden liquid that spilled out light in all directions. At the start, this ball of fluid was over a foot in diameter. Then, as it was slowly roasted by flames, the ball of liquid became increasingly small and concentrated. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The furnace shook. All around the body of the furnace, strange and ancient patterns lit up as if they were coming to life. These patterns took the likeness of wild great animals with long fangs, sharp claws, and one could even faintly make out the sound of horrendous roars coming from the furnace. This furnace is like a living creature. Lin Ming turned his head in surprise as he heard the roaring from the furnace become increasingly clear. Then he immediately relaxed. As a spirit artifact, this furnace naturally had an artifact spirit within it. Although this was not a true source artifact spirit but a false artifact spirit, often a false artifact spirit wasn't any worse than a true one. The greatest shortcoming of a false artifact spirit was that it couldn't grow on its own. The only way was if one fused in a rare heavenly material like a 9-aperture spirit crystal to forcefully enhance it. And in terms of true quality, many false artifact spirits were of an extremely high rank. This was because when these artifact spirits were sealed into the spirit artifact, they were already extremely powerful. This was a reasonable matter. If a supreme elder were refining their life spirit artifact, why would they not choose some powerful mystic creature as its source? If an Empyrean-level supreme elder were to capture a god-beast soul and transform it into an artifact spirit, then it was even possible to refine a transcendent spirit treasure. This spirit artifact furnace's artifact spirit was created by a supreme elder who had killed an ancient blue-eyed crystal beast and used its soul. The fierce patterns along the furnace were also formed by the blue-eyed crystal beast. This caused the furnace to have an extremely tyrannical and savage aura after it was completed. The blazing flames it produced were incomparably hot, burning away the heavens. The impurities were constantly melted away as the essence of the mixture became increasingly concentrated. Day by day, the originally foot-wide ball of golden liquid slowly shrank to 3 inches. During this time, the 9-aperture spirit crystal floated by the top of Mo Eversnow's head. Faint lines of refreshing energy and mist fell down from the 9-aperture spirit crystal, slowly fusing into Mo Eversnow's soul form. The faint light revitalized her body the entire time. Without the 9-aperture spirit crystal, even though Mo Eversnow would have been able to finish the refinement of the pill, it would have been an enormous drain on the power of her divine soul. After all, she was unable to use true essence and had to move materials around with her soul force. Alchemy was already exhausting work, but she had to pay a cost several times that of an ordinary martial artist. In these past days, the 9-aperture spirit crystal's volume shrank by 1/10. Mo Eversnow lifted her hand and tossed several 100,000-year-old medicinal herbs into the furnace. These were medicinal herbs that Lin Ming had found in the extreme violet ring when he had been exploring the Temple of Marvels. Now, Mo Eversnow used the essence of these herbs to nourish the esoteric immortality pill. A top-grade pill had a certain wisdom of its own. It could eat food by absorbing the essence of medicinal herbs. What Mo Evers now was doing now was using the essence of these medicinal herbs to feed the esoteric immortality pill. Underneath the scorching heat, these 100,000-year-old herbs rapidly dried up. As they withered away, the liquid essence gushed out of them, constantly merging into the violet sun's stone embryo's golden liquid. Soon, the multicolored essence of these medicinal herbs had been completely absorbed. After the ball of golden liquid absorbed this essence, it became even more dazzling and more concentrated, shrinking down to the size of a small egg. The ball of liquid gradually transitioned to a half-solid state. The divine pill was almost formed. Time passed a day at a time. Lin Ming had already been in the training area for nearly 2 months. Whoosh! A beam of purple light suddenly cut across the skies. At that moment, all of the power of thunder within the skies seemed to gather in a single spot. Mountains and rivers split apart, and a massive fissure was cracked open in the earth, causing lava to spew out into the world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Volcanoes erupted. Endless amounts of lava flooded outwards like countless galloping horses, causing even the earth to shake. In such an apocalyptic environment, Lin Ming flew high in the air. The spear strike just now had crossed 100 miles, causing even the space around it to tremble. Beneath him, the rock that was harder than mortal steel was torn apart like cloth, causing a 100-mile-long valley to form. Chila! Thunder tumbled, dancing around like manic purple snakes. Thick arcs of electricity twined around Lin Ming, moving up and down his body. At this moment, Lin Ming seemed like a god of thunder. Lin Ming looked at the long spear in his hands, feeling his body filling with strength. The source of the power he felt flowing through his body now was completely different from before. In the past, Lin Ming's strength had come from constantly perceiving the laws, and then using his own true essence to spur the power of laws, transforming heaven and earth origin energy into his own weapon to fight. During this process, Lin Ming had always felt that his own strength was far too minuscule and weak. As for the world laws, they were incomparably massive, causing all who stood before them to kneel in awe. But this time was completely different. Lin Ming felt that the power of laws he used just now had not come from him meditating on them, but from his own body. In that moment, Lin Ming could feel his own body become one with the world. The world laws naturally flowed out from his flesh, blood, and organs. It was like his body had been condensed from the laws, and when he used these laws to control heaven and earth origin energy, he didn't feel the jerky feeling he did before. Now everything seemed to flow smoothly and perfectly. Such a feeling was far too wonderful. To think I touched upon the threshold of fusing the thunder law's first 3 concepts of thunder so quickly. Although my thunder laws are inferior to my fire laws, they are still slowly evening out. Moreover, I can faintly feel a new power brewing within me. At the Sky Spill continent, Lin Ming had once trained for years before fighting Yang Yun. He had studied the thunder concept Jade Slip that the electric violet Kirin clan's Zhang Ziji had left behind and had perceived the first 3 concepts of the thunder laws from them: the power of death, the power of life, and the concept of extreme speed. However, Lin Ming's understandings towards these 3 concepts weren't particularly deep, and he had been unbelievably far from ever hoping to fuse them together. But now, he had already traced the threshold of fusing them. These last 2 months of training were equal to nearly a year within Fire Spirit Star. Of course, this didn't mean that Imperial City Auction House's training areas were of a higher quality than Fire Spirit Star. Rather, when Lin Ming had broken into Ninefall, a massive amount of the world laws had been integrated into his body. Now, all he had to do was sense them in order to rapidly master them. Lin Ming, you've done well. Your Ninefall crossed 33 layered heavens, and the 9x9 life destruction you experienced has brought you unimaginable benefits. This is the combined contribution of the Magic Cube, 2 Transcendent Divine Mites, Gold Grand Mist Battle Spirit, and also that Transcendent Divine Pill Demon Bead replica. Only by combining all of these factors together were you able to achieve what you have now. I would venture a guess that even a descendant of an Empyrean would not have a more perfect life destruction than you. Your Ninefall is singular and unique, allowing you to experience heavenly tribulation 9 times. Moreover, because you managed to cross heavenly tribulation, to a certain degree you have become someone that lives partially outside the rules of the heavenly Tao and controls your own destiny. In fact, you should be able to control the heavenly Tao laws to a certain extent. Of course, your cultivation is far, far too low. Even if you did, it would be nothing worth mentioning at all. Mo Evers now said, suddenly appearing in front of Lin Ming. She hadn't said a single exaggerated word. Lin Ming's current body, in terms of laws, could even be compared with a god-beast. A god-beast was the beloved of the natural laws. Their bones were carved with the laws and their flesh and blood were fused with law runes. Their organs were able to commune with the world, forming a 5-element grand array. Their bodies were not what human bodies could compare with. They were like amalgamations of the heavenly Tao, capable of directly accessing and using the power of the world. If a god-beast's strength didn't mainly rely on their talent while their ability to learn was extremely poor, then they would have even surpassed human Empyreans. And now, Lin Ming had a perception equal to a monstrous genius, and he also had a body that could compare with a god-beast in the aspect of laws. If Lin Ming continued cultivating body transformation in the future and was capable of enhancing his body until it was just as powerful as a god-beast's body, then he would become like a humanoid god-beast that was also skilled at learning and cultivating. Miss M.O., have you finished refining the pill? Lin Ming was startled to see M.O. Evers now. In these past months, M.O. Evers now had sealed her senses and isolated herself from the world. Now that she suddenly appeared again, presumably the pill should be finished or almost finished. Yes. M.O. Evers now pointed a finger. Lin Ming turned and saw the alchemy furnace still floating between the heavens and earth as before. Endless amounts of fire still gathered towards it. The bottom was roasted red even as countless bolts of lightning smashed into it from the sky, recklessly baptizing it with thunder and fire. This sort of feeling was similar to heavenly tribulation. Of course, Lin Ming knew that the esoteric immortality pill was impossibly far from quickening its own heavenly tribulation. Only when a transcendent divine pill appeared would such a phenomenon occur. Let alone a transcendent divine pill, the esoteric immortality pill was far inferior to the boundless world pill. Flames burned, thunder swelled. The furnace gathered more and more strength. Finally, it reached a critical point and erupted. The lid of the furnace popped off and a pigeon egg-sized golden red pill flew out, as if it wanted to escape from the world. Lin Ming was already prepared. His body moved and his extreme speed erupted. He instantly appeared in front of the esoteric immortality pill and caught it. He had succeeded in obtaining this divine pill. In his hands, this pill was boiling hot and extremely heavy. Lin Ming felt like what he caught wasn't a pill, but the reduced essence of a blazing fire star. Lin Ming, you already have the jade slip of the Celestial Tyrant Manual and you should have improved your understandings of it in these past days. Now, follow the method of revolving the energy within your body according to the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Have it flow through the threshold of life and death and attack the gate of life. With your current foundation, there shouldn't be any problems at all. In addition, I perceived that fragmented bone slip from before. I discovered that there was an outline to an ancient body transformation technique within it. Although it was far too incomplete, I was able to glean a new discovery from it. What discovery? Lin Ming asked, surprised. If M.O. Eversnow's voice and expression were so serious, then this harvest shouldn't be small at all. M.O. Evers now used her mind to control the small bone slip, bringing it floating out into the air. This bone slip fragment didn't appear to be special at all. If it had been placed in a street stall and not auctioned off at a trade fair, then it would have been difficult for Lin Ming to discover anything strange about it. M.O. Evers now said, this bone slip has a cultivation method recorded within it. It includes the 6 early stages of body transformation, the 8 inner hidden gates, and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The details about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace are called the 9-star art. According to this bone slip, after one practices the 9-star art and truly opens of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, a martial artist can commune with the world around them, just like an essence-gathering martial artist can. They can galvanize a type of energy using the world laws. This energy is called astral essence. Astral essence? Lin Ming asked, startled. This was the first time he had ever heard of this sort of energy. Astral essence and true essence are two sides of energy, similar to how grand mist energy divided into yin and yang energies. I have a faint premonition that the secrets of astral essence are related to how to open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The secrets to opening the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming thought for a moment. It was a pity that this bone slip was far too incomplete. If he wanted to understand all of these secrets, then he would have to rely on his own efforts to do so. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace was an extremely distant matter. Currently, Lin Ming hadn't even fully opened the 8 inner hidden gates. And the final 2 of the 8 inner hidden gates were extraordinary. They were equal to half a large boundary in body transformation. The first 6 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates could enhance various attributes of the human body. But in terms of increasing one's comprehensive combat strength, they were inferior to the Gate of Life and the Gate of Death. The Gate of Life was located at the heart and controlled the power of life. After opening the Gate of Life, a martial artist's fires of life would be incomparably vibrant and vivid. Their flesh, blood, organs, all of it would be able to regenerate at incredible rates. Even one's blood vitality and fires of life, as long as they didn't suffer some injury past 50%, could still be slowly restored. This sounded like a gate that could increase a martial artist's defensive and recovery abilities. But it wasn't so. The most vital role of the Gate of Life lay in its attack potential. To be able to regenerate one's blood vitality and fires of life was an absolutely monstrous ability. For a martial artist, their life source was extremely fragile. Once their fires of life weakened or they lost their blood essence, that often meant that their life force would diminish, their bodies would wither, and they would become increasingly feeble until they even dropped realms. To think of advancing further in the future in such a state was an absolute impossibility. There were many wounds that could do this. For instance, the master of that red bamboo hat woman that Lin Ming had seen at the Imperial City auction was one such case. She had likely reached the World King realm, but because of some grievous injury she suffered, she had dropped boundaries. But after Lin Ming opened the Gate of Life, as long as he didn't lose over half of his blood vitality or fires of life, then he could slowly restore himself. This allowed him to use a singular move in future battles, an overwhelming one that others rarely used. That was to combust one's blood essence. Once a martial artist combusted their blood essence, they could use their life force as a source of strength and instantly increase their combat strength to another level. In a time of crisis, if a martial artist burnt 30 to 40% of their blood essence, they could completely turn the tide of battle. Lin Ming sat down on a nameless mountain peak. The pigeon egg-sized esoteric immortality pill was grasped in his hands, and the phoenix blood spear was stabbed into a deep red rock in front of him. On top of the phoenix blood spear there was a baby-shaped spirit crystal. This was the 9-aperture spirit crystal. After Mo. Eversnow used the 9-aperture spirit crystal, it had shrunk to an eighth of its original size. Now the rest would be used to nourish the Phoenix Blood Spear's artifact spirit. Whoosh! Lin Ming suddenly extracted the Phoenix Blood Spear and, without flinching, violently thrust it at his chest. The sharp Phoenix Blood Spear pierced through his body, cutting through his ribs and finally tearing into his heart. Blood splashed out into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ming drew out the Phoenix Blood Spear. With his other hand, he thrust the esoteric immortality pill into the gaping wound, directly into the opening he had cut in his heart. He submerged the pill into his heart and allowed it to fuse with him. According to the records contained within the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the esoteric immortality pill had to be sealed within the heart. The Gate of Life was located in the heart. Once the esoteric immortality pill was sealed into the heart, the medicinal potency within would be washed out using the flow of blood. The energy within it would be activated, allowing him to flush through the Gate of Life in a single go. The pain of a pierced heart wasn't much to Lin Ming in comparison to all he had experienced so far. But as the power of the esoteric immortality pill erupted, Lin Ming felt his body shake. It was like a heavy hammer smashed into his heart, nearly causing his heart to stop beating. A massive amount of energy had exploded in Lin Ming's heart. this sort of impact force could be imagined. However, up until now, Lin Ming had experienced the impact of many brutal and tyrannical pills. In addition, after swallowing the dragon marrow, absorbing the supreme dragon bone, and opening the sixth of the 8 inner hidden gates, his body had nearly reached an imperishable diamond state. If a normal essence gathering system martial artist were to allow the power within the esoteric immortality pill to erupt in their heart would have exploded into pieces. And at this time, in front of Lin Ming, Mo Evers now used her battle spirit to activate the 9-aperture spirit crystal. She drew out fire from the spirit artifact furnace to ignite the spirit crystal. The 9-aperture spirit crystal began to slowly soften. Mo Evers now flicked her fingers and 3 dragon bone relics flew into the 9-aperture spirit crystal. Everything was being heated up together. These dragon bone relics were the remainders left over after she had finished refining the esoteric immortality pill. In order to refine the esoteric immortality pill, 27 dragon bone relics was enough. Mo Evers now didn't waste any extra. With these 3 leftover dragon bone relics, she began to refine their essence within the flames to fuse them into the Phoenix Blood Spear. The artifact spirit within the Phoenix Blood Spear had been personally formed by Lin Ming. Moreover, this artifact spirit had gone through the baptism of heavenly tribulation together with Lin Ming. The quality of it was extremely high. Once it grew in the future, it would definitely be capable of being Lin Ming's life spirit treasure. The 3 dragon bone relics had already been slowly melted for 2 months in the fires of the furnace. Now they were quickly fused into the Phoenix Blood Spear without the least bit of resistance. Sword like jade, saber like tiger, spear like dragon. Once a spear gained its own mind and wisdom, it would be like an azure dragon soaring out of the ocean, roaming into the highest heavens, unstoppable. The characteristics of the dragon bone relics just happened to perfectly suit a spear. To fuse them into a spear spirit was the best use of them. In addition, the Phoenix Blood Spear also contained phoenix blood. This fused well with dragon bone. Dragon and phoenix soaring together, complementing each other's strength. Thus this fusion had gone smoothly, beyond any expectations. Roar! A resounding dragon's cry savagely impacted into the horizon. The Phoenix Blood Spear violently trembled, and then the entire spear shot into the sky, diving into the dark clouds. For a time, countless purple arcs of thunder smashed into the Phoenix Blood Spear, dancing around it like a flurry of purple snakes. Roar! The resonant dragon's cry emerged once more, echoing between the heavens and the earth. Within the world, the faint image of an azure dragon phantom appeared. One could see flashing blue dragon scales, dragon horn, and dragon claws, all of it overflowing with a lifelike chill. After fusing with the 3 dragon bone relics and the 9-aperture spirit crystal, the Phoenix Blood Spear had undergone another evolution. Whoosh! The Phoenix Blood Spear shot down from the highest heavens, crashing towards the earth like a raging meteor. The extreme speed caused friction with the air, and a tail of blazing flames followed the descent of the spear. With a rumbling sound, the Phoenix Blood Spear broke through a mountain peak, thrusting deep underground and causing lava and flames to spew forth. What a wonderful spear! Even the hard-to-impress Mo Evers now couldn't help but cry out in praise. The truth was that all in all, the rank of the Phoenix Blood Spear could only be considered a medium-grade spirit artifact. This was because the materials used to forge the body of the Phoenix Blood Spear weren't too good and the spear spirit hadn't fully grown. But, with the Phoenix Blood Spear having undergone tempering through heavenly tribulation, a great deal of the power of heavenly tribulation had been retained within the spear shaft. Also, the source spear spirit was not what other spirit artifact spirits could compare with. As Lin Ming grew, the Phoenix Blood Spear would also grow. It was hard to estimate just how much it could continue growing. Mo Evers now no longer paid attention to the Phoenix Blood Spear. She turned to look at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body was covered in hazy golden light. He seemed like a golden Buddha, making it hard for one to look straight towards him. Opening the gate of life wasn't easy. There were enormous risks associated with taking the esoteric immortality pill. In the past, Mo Evers now herself had taken this pill, so she was well aware of just what its effects were like. Of course, the foundation of Lin Ming's mortal body was better than hers in the past. Thus, Mo Evers now never worried that Lin Ming would experience some accident in opening the gate of life. And looking at him now, the situation was much better than she expected. Mo Eversnow's vision pierced through Lin Ming. She could see the inner workings of his body, his flesh, and his blood. She could see the fires of life burning within him like a raging conflagration, a flaming mountain so great and high it seemed that it would scorch the skies. As Mo Evers now saw this, a rare smile crossed her face. Lin Ming's talent was much better than she had estimated. Perhaps he really might be able to open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, achieving the peak in both the essence gathering and body transformation systems. I have no idea just what state he will be able to reach in the future. Mo Evers now whispered to herself. Her eyes grew increasingly bright. Her goal was to have Lin Ming become an Empyrean in the future. This ambition was incredibly enormous, even impossible. If others were to learn of it, they would certainly scoff at her hubris. Without mentioning anything else, even someone who became the champion of the Divine Realm first martial meeting would only have a suffocatingly slim hope of becoming an Empyrean in the future. And in Mo Eversnow's opinion, it was hard to tell what result Lin Ming would obtain, whether that was top 10, top 5, or even higher. Of course, this was also because Lin Ming was far too young. Compared to the average age of the young elites entering the first martial meeting, he would be around 10 years younger. Boom! 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 Lin Ming's heartbeat reverberated through the world. The sound became increasingly loud and increasingly strong. At the start, it was like a heavy drum, but then it slowly transformed into a rolling thunderclap. Finally, every beat of Lin Ming's heart caused the earth to shake and lava to gush forth. The mountain peak that Lin Ming sat on began to crack. Countless bits of rock tumbled down the mountain as a cloud of dust rose. Every time blood passed through his heart, it would wash out a massive amount of energy. This energy nourished the entirety of Lin Ming's body. This state continued for several hours. Slowly, the energy within Lin Ming reached the limit. The pigeon egg-sized esoteric immortality pill had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. At this time, the rest of the esoteric immortality pill cracked apart. With an explosive ringing sound, energy erupted from all over. The mountain peak that Lin Ming sat on collapsed. Lin Ming let out a loud and happy cry, his howls reaching through the skies and washing away all the clouds. At this moment, he had opened the 7th of the 8 inner hidden gates, the gate of life. Great! Awesome! Ha ha ha! Lin Ming boisterously laughed out loud. At this moment, he felt an explosive power filling his body. His blood boiled within him, like a rushing river from an unleashed dam, surging with unlimited vitality. To compare a thin and slender blood vessel to a river seemed exaggerated, but in truth it wasn't at all. In the common folktales, when the greatest god of all underwent nirvana and remade the new universe, his body turned into all of life. His eyes became the sun and the moon, and the blood that flowed within him turned into rivers and oceans. Although this was only a legend, it wasn't completely baseless. This was because if someone could obtain Lin Ming's blood vessels now and refine them, they could create a river of flowing blood gushing forwards endlessly. It could be said that Lin Ming's entire body was now a treasure. The supreme dragon bone had been fused into his bones, engraving runes onto the surface that recorded the heavenly Tao laws. His flesh was integrated with law runes that contained the highest truths of the world. His blood and marrow were filled with phoenix essence, allowing him to communicate with heaven and earth origin energy with ease. His organs and fascia had already been tempered continuously with energy, making them as firm as divine iron. When Lin Ming was born, his martial talent had only been subpar at best. Now, his current body's martial talent had reached the levels of a monstrous genius. Phoenix Blood Spear. Lin Ming gave a loud shout and the Phoenix Blood Spear shot out from the ruptured earth, turning into a beam of red light that fell into his hand. With the spear in his hand, Lin Ming immediately felt a close and comforting feeling, as if his own flesh and blood were with him. In this moment, the Phoenix Blood Spear was no longer a weapon but a part of his body, an extension of his arm. The phoenix blood spear trembled in excitement, emitting whistling sounds. Lin Ming felt the strength within his body reach the peak, as if he would explode if he didn't let it loose. Strength, surging like a tsunami, blood boiling like lava. Lin Ming bit down on the tip of his tongue and forced out blood essence, spurting it on top of the phoenix blood spear. In this instant, he had burnt 20% of his blood essence. A powerful strength gained at the cost of burning his blood essence was completely poured into Lin Ming's body. In that instant, his strength suddenly soared. The heretical god force also erupted. He had now reached a level of strength countless times the limit of life destruction. The world seed within Lin Ming's dantian trembled as if it would break apart and become a world of its own. All of his strength was poured into the phoenix blood spear. Then, a thrust. Show! Spear light cut through space, issuing forth a horrifying tearing sound. Thunder crashed down from the skies and plumes of flame rose from the ground. All of this energy was swept up by the spear, forming a massive red and purple vortex. Underneath the heavenly Tao laws, the power of thunderfire within this spear was no longer the pure five elements, but had changed to heavenly tribulation. At this moment, within Lin Ming's body, the heretical god seedling emitted a glorious light. When Lin Ming crossed Ninefall, the thunder and fire tribulations he experienced hadn't vanished but had been absorbed and refined by the heretical god seedling. The laws within the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation had also been absorbed by the heretical god seedling. Now, as Lin Ming burnt his own blood essence, he had unexpectedly called out the heavenly Tao laws sleeping deep within his body, reproducing the power of heavenly tribulation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The strength of a powerful heavenly tribulation erupted and the vast sky turned endless shades of red and purple. As Lin Ming swung his spear, a 100,000-foot tall mountain 100 miles away was smashed into fragments by him. Even the massive lake of lava around it completely evaporated. The energy contained within the strike had even evaporated magma, and from the area that Lin Ming had struck out with his spear from to the place where that mountain had been destroyed, a massive fissure had formed in the ground as if a divine dragon had crushed the world. This terrifying destructive power even left Lin Ming stunned. This move was... Lin Ming had only planned to simultaneously fuse the first three concepts of fire with the first three concepts of thunder. He didn't think that there would be such an effect. The power of heavenly tribulation. Mo Evers now gasped as she saw the scene before her, as if the final days of the world had arrived. What? Lin Ming asked, surprised. Mo Evers now solemnly said, Lin Ming, when you crossed Ninefall, not only was there a massive amount of the heavenly Tao laws fused into your body, but you also crossed heavenly tribulation and became someone that exists outside the heavenly Tao. In the future, you might even become someone that can control the heavenly Tao. Of course, you are currently too weak, so that is impossible. But just now, when you revolved your energy to the limit just now, you summoned the power of thunder and fire tribulation that had been absorbed and carved into the heretical god seedling, reproducing the majesty of heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation. Then my move just now was equal to heavenly tribulation. Lin Ming was stunned. He himself had deeply experienced just how mighty heavenly tribulation was. Every single level of heavenly tribulation was incomparably terrifying. At that time, Lin Ming had just crossed Ninefall and his body had been in its peak state. Even so, he had nearly died a gruesome death as he was being attacked by heavenly tribulation. If it weren't for him swallowing down that demon bead divine replica, then he would have likely died then and there. If he could manifest heavenly tribulation in his moves, then even if he couldn't reproduce the most powerful yin-yang tribulation and could only use thunder and fire tribulation, that would already make him someone that defied the will of the heavens. To wield the power of heavenly tribulation in his hands sounded completely unbelievable. Lin Ming, since ancient times, supreme elders have always created their own cultivation methods. Just now, you also created your own style. Before now, you mastered various cultivation methods and produced your own skills. Chasing sun, chasing thunder, penetrating rainbow, and burying the heavens. However, these are different. They can at best only be considered mediocre filler. The only reason they are decent is because you created them and they are best suited for your own combat style. But if they stood by themselves as an inheritance, then they really wouldn't be anything to look at all. But the move you created just now was different. In terms of the laws, it stands at an extremely high level, approaching even the heavenly Tao. In the future, as your strength increases and you constantly improve yourself, this style of yours may even surpass the heavenly Tao. And all techniques that transcend the heavenly Tao are called transcendent divine mights. Your move just now can be taken as the elementary form of a future transcendent divine might. You have already crossed through 9 levels of heavenly tribulation, so you can definitely achieve this. When that happens, you will have a transcendent divine might that belongs to you alone. Mo Evers now found it hard to maintain her calm as she spoke to hear. Even she felt this was incredible. Lin Ming with his mere perfect ninefall had actually touched upon the domain of a transcendent divine might. This had definitely been in large part due to the 9x9 life destruction he experienced, as well as the 9 levels of heavenly tribulation and the countless law fragments fused into his body. You're saying that this is the elementary form of a transcendent divine might? Lin Ming asked, surprised. He felt as if this was a dream and found it hard to speak for a while. A transcendent divine might could only be created by someone extraordinary like an Empyrean. Up until now, Lin Ming had learnt 2 different transcendent divine mights. And even then, the principles of the great Tao inherent within them had Lin Ming uttering praises endlessly over just how exquisite they were. Their common characteristic was that they had nearly formed a system of laws themselves. They were simply not subject to the constraints of the heavenly Tao. They were existences that truly defied the heavens. Although Lin Ming had never been arrogant, he believed that in many aspects, his talent had nearly reached the peak within the divine realm. But upon mentioning a transcendent divine might, Lin Ming actually felt a bit helpless and frustrated. He always felt that the moves he created himself were garbage compared to a transcendent divine might. Lin Ming had confidence in his cultivation and strength and also believed he could become an Empyrean in the future. But in terms of self-created moves, Lin Ming actually doubted himself. Would he be able to create his own transcendent divine might upon reaching the Empyrean realm? He never expected that what he just used now was the elementary form of a transcendent divine might. Don't be complacent. I only said that this move of yours can develop into a transcendent divine might in the future. It is still incomparably far from becoming a true transcendent divine might. You will need to slowly work towards that goal. Every complete transcendent divine might has its own perfect and independent law system. It could even be said that creating a transcendent divine might is equal to recreating part of the heavenly Tao. With it as a foundation, then with enough grand mist energy you could even breed a true world. And the Empyrean who created that transcendent divine might would be the God who created that world. Every transcendent divine might is the total sum of everything that an Empyrean had learnt in their life. Thus, no matter how extreme an Empyrean is, they can only produce a single one. Although only an Empyrean can create a transcendent divine might, when the inkling and traces of that transcendent divine might first appear, that Empyrean might be at a very low boundary. For instance, the current Mo Evers now said this to prevent Lin Ming from being overly content with himself. Even so, she couldn't help but praise him. To touch upon the elementary form of a transcendent divine might at the 9th stage life destruction was far, far too early. A transcendent divine might is equal to the heavenly Tao in this world? Lin Ming was startled. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing and it left him shaken. If an Empyrean had enough grand mist energy, couldn't they even create their own miniature universe? Lin Ming, you have harvested far too much. Far, far too much. Although it only manifests in enhancing your strength now, in the future the benefits you will experience will be more and more. This harvest is even greater than what you gained from opening the gate of life. Since you created this technique, you should give it a name so that once you master it, it can be an inheritance that you pass down. Okay? Once Lin Ming recovered from his thoughts, he began to think aloud. Since this technique was bred within heavenly tribulation and belongs to the power of heavenly retribution, let's call it heavenly Tao judgment. Since this was a technique with unlimited potential for growth in the future, calling it Heavenly Tao Judgment was a worthy name. Otherwise, if it was some garbage technique that dared to proclaim itself Heavenly Tao anything, then others would truly laugh at it to death. Heavenly Tao Judgment? That's quite the imposing name. I hope that in the future you will be able to give this name the reputation it deserves. As M.O. Evers now spoke, Lin Ming clenched his fists and said, I will. We don't have much time left. You train for another 3 months. Once you've gathered enough strength, it will be time to attack the Divine Sea. Afterwards, you will consolidate your cultivation, and then we shall leave seclusion to join the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. All right, Lin Ming shouted, his heroic spirit rising 100,000 feet into the heavens. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting would be the gathering of the most ultimate extreme young geniuses within the Divine Realm. Lin Ming wanted to take a good look at these young elites and see just how he compared to them. Training passed without sense of time. Unknowingly, 3 months went by. Because Lin Ming displayed Heavenly Tao Judgment, there was a deficit of blood energy within his body. However, he had restored this half a month ago. According to the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the less blood essence one consumed, the faster it would regenerate. If one consumed a great deal, such as 50%, then it might even take over half a year to recover. If one consumed over 50%, then not even the gate of life's powerful life force restoring abilities would be able to completely restore it. After 3 months, Lin Ming's essence, energy, and divine had reached the limit. The inner world seed within him had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice and was verging on the edge of eruption. The more concentrated the world seed was, the greater the explosive force would be once it erupted. Hoo. In the dimensional realm, strong winds stirred. Endless heaven and earth origin energy gathered, forming a massive whirlpool-shaped origin energy cloud in the sky. The central focal point of this origin energy cloud was a 100,000-foot high crimson mountain peak. Lin Ming sat at the very summit of this peak, deep in meditation. 100,000 feet was nearly 50 miles. If this were the sky spill continent, this altitude would have long since pierced through the primal chaos heavens. But in this sealed world, this height only just touched the infinite thunder clouds in the sky, bringing them in reach of one's fingertips. It's time. Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes from meditation. He stood up, the strong winds surging past him. Lin Ming's white clothes violently fluttered in the air as his long hair whipped about him. Beside him, 12 thick iron chains were like 12 dragons. One end wrapped around the mountain peak with the other end extending into the vast and boundless skies. 3 months of accumulation. No, it should be 10 years of accumulation. Lin Ming had first crossed life destruction at 22 years of age. Now, nearly 10 years had passed. Everything so far had been for this final moment. And the 9 stages of life destruction had taken Lin Ming 10 years of time. He had nearly crossed a stage each year. Solid, step by step, steady, and without a single shortcut taken. This speed was considered relatively slow for a divine realm genius. However, such a patient and steady cultivation speed had brought tremendous benefits to Lin Ming. It had formed the foundation for him to hurtle into the future, overcoming all. Today, Lin Ming would finally break into the Divine Sea. Divine Sea, Divine Transformation, Divine Lord, these 3 large boundaries and 9 small boundaries were collectively called the 9 divine shifts, similar to the 9 stages of life destruction. 9 fall was to overcome mortality, and the Divine Sea was to transform into the divine. After reaching the Divine Sea, Lin Ming would have completed his transformation from mortality and began stepping into the realm of God. Hoo. The strong winds became increasingly violent. The center of the origin energy cloud turned into a funnel that came extending downwards. In the skies, dark clouds extended for 10,000 miles, with countless flashing arcs of thunder shining from within, as if an immortal god of thunder swelled in there. And beneath the mountain peak, an inexhaustible sea of lava and flames surged about. Volcanic explosions continued without end, sending molten lava tumbling into the skies. Lin Ming took out the boundless world pill from his spatial ring. All of the energy within his body was gathered in his dantian. rushing into his world seed without a care for the consequences. The heretical god force opened. The blood of the ancient phoenix combusted. Together with the endless origin energy in the clouds above him, Lin Ming crazily absorbed it all. As energy constantly entered him, the world seed within Lin Ming's dantian began to radiate a blinding light. The world seed continued to shrink, going from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a needle's eye, and still condensing even beyond that. In the legends, when the universe first formed, it had begun from an infinitesimally small point. All of the grand mist energy in creation had been concentrated in that tiny dot, finally exploding outwards and creating the endless universe. Now, the formation of Lin Ming's inner world followed the same principles as the eruption of the universe. Boundless world pill. Lin Ming already felt that his inner world had been compressed to the limit. Then, he crumbled the boundless world pill in his hands. As the pill shattered, the world spirit sealed within the center of the pill turned into an incomparably pure world power that flew into Lin Ming's body, all of it absorbed by him. This pill that had been one with 7 trillion violet sunstones was the most valuable peak-quality pill that a divine sea martial artist could use. Even the top genius of a great world king Holy Land would find it difficult to use. Now, this world spirit completely fused into Lin Ming's world seed. At this time, his world seed finally exploded into pieces. Countless tiny cracks appeared on this world seed that was smaller than a needle's eye. An endless amount of energy erupted and Lin Ming's dantian instantly collapsed. Bang! Energy transformed into an incomparably terrifying storm, rushing outwards with utter brutality. All of the clouds for thousands of miles around were completely washed away by the shockwaves. And after the raging storm of energy dissipated, Lin Ming's body had actually vanished. On this 100,000-foot high mountain peak where one could touch the skies, a completely sealed space distortion appeared in the air. The power of time, the power of space, everything was completely twisted up in here. Even light was affected, unable to maintain a straight line. Lin Ming's body was sealed up within this space distortion. This was a cocoon formed from a space distortion, and Lin Ming was sealed within this cocoon, undergoing his transformation from life destruction to the divine sea. The wind had already stopped. The surging thunder and the billowing lava had died down. The endless amount of heaven and earth origin energy no longer formed violent and dangerous fluctuations of energy. Rather, it turned into fist-sized balls of glowing light. These balls of glowing light were mostly red and purple, but there was also yellow, blue, black, green, white, and every other possible color imaginable. More and more of these glowing balls of light appeared, from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands to millions and even more, until it seemed like an infinite sea of lights. From a few dozen miles, it rapidly expanded to 1,000 miles, filling the entire world with a beautiful glow. Looking from afar, it seemed like a single infinite rainbow had appeared, beautiful and charming, stretching to infinity. Mo Evers now slowly floated in the skies, looking at these endless beautiful balls of light, as well as the giant cocoon floating within them. Strange and mysterious law runes emerged from the cocoon and wrapped around it, as fantastical and amazing as a dream. World seed shattered and dantian transformed into a minor dimension. This was the symbol of the divine sea. And after reaching the divine sea, the laws that a martial artist comprehended would become a part of their system and also become the heavenly Tao laws of this minor dimension. The massive cocoon floating in the air was a projection of the laws from Lin Ming's inner world. At this point, one could only wait. Lin Ming's body, soul, his everything was being transformed within this cocoon. This process might take 1 to 2 months of time. However, that didn't mean there were no risks during this period. When Lin Ming truly began stepping into the realm of God, he would have to experience and overcome his heart demons. Because his consciousness had already entered a completely different space-time realization, Lin Ming's dreams of his heart demons might continue for far longer than a month or 2. All martial artists would have to experience their heart demons when they crossed into the divine sea. There were very few people that would die because they couldn't overcome their heart demons. But if they were influenced by their heart demons, this would cause the evolution of their soul to be incomplete, making their divine foundation unsteady. All of this would depend on Lin Ming himself. Mo Evers now simply meditated in front of the giant cocoon, resting her soul form. In the cocoon, Lin Ming was like a baby that hadn't been born. His arms were wrapped around his knees and his body was rolled up. His entire body was naked, no different from a baby. While a baby would soak in amniotic fluid, what Lin Ming rested in was a sea of laws. Law runes appeared periodically on Lin Ming's body before fading away. Lin Ming's eyes were closed, unaware of all this. Deep in sleep, Lin Ming's face was sharp and clear. His long hair hung down, covering his strong back. His tough and long legs were filled with an explosive power. Every inch of his flesh, every fiber of his muscles, it was all a work of perfect art. In this cocoon, his body, his soul, everything he was began to subtly change. In a dim haze, Lin Ming seemed to return to his childhood, and countless memories of it rushed back into his mind. All of them were strange, confusing, and unable to be discerned clearly. Then, everything rapidly changed. He was chased down by Tian Mingzi. Mo Evers now was destroyed, her soul fading into ashes. He himself was severely wounded. His boundary dropped and he would never be able to advance again in his life. Then, the secret of the magic cube was exposed. Every martial artist under the heavens began to hunt him down. Finally, Lin Ming died without a burial ground, and even his homeland, the Sky Spill continent, was exterminated by Tian Mingzi's underlings. All of these scenes were images that suited the weakness in Lin Ming's heart. This was a heart demon, all-pervasive and perpetual. As long as a human held desires or fear, they would inevitably have heart demons. The evolution of the soul was followed by the manifestation of these heart demons. If one wasn't able to overcome them, then their divine foundation would be damaged. Fortunately, Lin Ming's will was incomparably powerful. He soon discovered the shadows of these fears and completely crushed his heart demons. He saw himself killing Tian Mingzi, becoming an Empyrean, helping Mo Evers now reforge her body, rebuilding the verdant feather holy lands, and then climbing to the peak of martial arts. There, he surpassed the boundary of Empyrean, becoming immortal and everlasting, an existence that would last for eternity. Like this, tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of years passed. He held the world in his hands, controlled the samsara of life and death, and dominated the heavenly Tao laws. This feeling was incomparably realistic and wonderful. This sort of heart demon was a manifestation of Lin Ming's desire to reach the peak of martial arts. Even if Lin Ming's will was strong, when facing such a heart demon, the effect of his willpower would be greatly diminished. This was because Lin Ming's will and determination to chase after the peak of martial arts was very strong, and correspondingly this heart demon was also strong, much mightier than anything an ordinary martial artist could dream of. Lin Ming wandered about this illusionary dream. He seemed to awaken and also fall asleep again and again. He experienced lifetimes of great sadness and also lifetimes of great joy. Then his mind suddenly shook. It was like he had seen the ends of the heavens. There, a phantom of the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card appeared. An icy feeling rushed through his body and Lin Ming suddenly awoke. As Lin Ming examined his body, he found that his dantian had already disappeared, replaced by a minor dimension. The world power of the boundless world pill had already fused into this minor dimension. The evolution of his world had come to an end. At this time, outside of the massive cocoon, the endless rainbow origin energy light that extended for thousands of miles suddenly gathered together, forming millions of phoenixes and fire birds that flew towards the center, all of them submerging into the giant cocoon. For a time, a blinding light filled the world, illuminating the heavens with shimmering multicolored lights. Mo Eversnow's eyes suddenly shot open. She knew that at this moment, Lin Ming had stepped into the divine sea. Ka. Within the dimensional realm, the giant cocoon shattered and Lin Ming emerged, standing on the wind. He was already wearing white clothes formed from energy, as white as snow and as untouchable as the heavens. After breaking through to the divine sea, Lin Ming's aura became even more concealed and a sharp light slowly gathered in his eyes. making him seem softer and gentler. If Lin Ming was a spear before, then right now he was a spear that was placed into a spear chest. Although he seemed ordinary, the truth was that his vast aura was hidden. Once it erupted, the earth would shake and the heavens would tremble. Lin Ming, enter your minor dimension. Mo Evers now turned into a beam of light and sank into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming followed her, entering the minor dimension that had been opened within himself. The scenery changed. The minor dimension that the two entered was barren, with only the ground spread before them and calm skies above them. Within this world, all sorts of heaven and earth origin energy gathered together, wandering about and forming dazzling patterns in the sky. This heaven and earth origin energy came from the countless balls of origin energy light that Lin Ming had absorbed when he reached the Divine Sea. These origin energy lights were now gathered in Lin Ming's world, becoming a part of the power of the world within him. If he fought in the future, he would be able to use a part of this energy. This was the reason why a Divine Sea powerhouse was far stronger than a life-destruction martial artist. Because when they fought, a Divine Sea martial artist could draw support from their own inner world for strength. Now that Lin Ming had broken through into the Divine Sea, his strength had risen astronomically. Moreover, because of the Boundless World Pill, after Lin Ming broke into the Divine Sea, he had steadily entered into the early Divine Sea realm, just a tiny bit away from reaching the peak of the early Divine Sea realm. The speed of this improvement was much quicker than a normal martial artist's. Mo Eversnow's divine sense spread out, looking through Lin Ming's entire minor dimension. She revealed a satisfied smile and then said to Lin Ming, "Lin Ming, your inner minor dimension has reached a diameter of 800 miles just after you entered the Divine Sea realm. Your inner world is even larger than that of some weak late Divine Sea martial artists. Only larger than the inner worlds of weak late Divine Sea martial artists?" Lin Ming asked, surprised, seeming unsatisfied with this appraisal. With his solid cultivation, steady foundation, and the Boundless World Pill added on top, then if his inner world didn't far surpass those of ordinary martial artists, then he might as well kill himself. But now, as he listened to Mo Evers now, his inner world only surpassed weak late Divine Sea martial artists. He was certainly dissatisfied with this. Mo Evers now faintly smiled. "So what would you like instead? The size of your inner world is determined by how strong or weak a martial artist's true essence foundation is. The size of your inner world has already surpassed that of a weak late Divine Sea martial artist. In other words, disregarding all other aspects, just your cultivation is in no way inferior to that of a weak late Divine Sea martial artist. Then, with your laws, battle spirit, transcendent divine mights, dual body and energy cultivation, extremely thick true essence, and all sorts of other factors added in, they are no different from ants compared to you." "I see," Lin Ming whispered as it dawned on him. If the area of his inner world reached that of a weak late Divine Sea martial artist, then that meant his cultivation was equal to theirs. Cultivation had always been Lin Ming's greatest weak point. If his cultivation matched them, then killing these people wouldn't be much more difficult than stepping on an ant. Moreover, Lin Ming's inner world was far more stable than the inner world of most other Divine Sea martial artists. This was because of the Boundless World Pill. Due to him having taken the Boundless World Pill, his inner world had taken on characteristics of a true world. From this alone, even if the size of their inner worlds was the same, Lin Ming's inner world could hold far more world strength. "Lin Ming, it's time for us to leave," Mo Evers now suddenly said. "Leave now? Do I not need to train for another month or two to stabilize my cultivation?" Lin Ming asked, startled. There was still plenty of time for him to train here. "No need. Let's leave now. There is still some time until the first martial meeting begins. Even if you stabilize your foundation on the road, that will be more than enough. Training for too long in an altered flow of time will have negative effects on your comprehension of laws. Since we have no need to stay here, we might as well leave now." "Okay." Lin Ming nodded. In the next moment, his body turned into a beam of light that shot straight towards the exit of this training area. After training for so long, it was finally time for Lin Ming to face the Divine Realm first martial meeting. "Oh, Young hero Lin, you've come out so early. You still have 2.5 months left in your reserve training chamber. In the corridor of Imperial City Auction House, a beautiful woman politely spoke to Lin Ming as he appeared. The young receptionists of Imperial City Auction House were mostly at the revolving core or life destruction realm. Although their talent wasn't too amazing, all of them were extraordinarily beautiful with amazing temperaments. Some of them with good luck might even be looked upon favorably by some great person and taken in as concubines. I understand. Could you help settle the bill? Lin Ming casually said. Then, his mind stirred and he asked, do you know if there's any special news regarding the first martial meeting? As Lin Ming spoke, he flicked his hand and a small bottle of pills useful for a life destruction martial artist flew into the hands of the young receptionist. The young woman took the bottle by reflex, although she couldn't see what sorts of pills were inside. She had done enough work in the auction house that she was able to judge the general value of a bottle of pills by its fragrance. As she took the bottle in hand, she was immediately overjoyed. Her eyes became much more gentle and pleasing as she looking at Lin Ming. Reporting to young hero Lin, registration for the first martial meeting has recently begun. The currently held Divine Realm First Martial Meeting has extremely loose limits for registration. It is completely different from the last several First Martial Meetings. Oh? How is it different? Lin Ming casually asked. The young woman sweetly grinned and said, in the past First Martial Meetings, besides the limits of age and cultivation, there were also requirements for one's background. For instance, one had to be a disciple of a Holy Land, a junior of a 9th grade family, or the descendant of a Holy Lord level powerhouse. Before every martial meeting, a quota of people would be given to every Holy Land in the Divine Realm. There were many higher 8th grade sects that couldn't obtain a quota of people unless they had the recommendation of a Holy Lord level powerhouse or above. Thus, many wandering martial artists weren't able to participate either. As Lin Ming heard the young woman speak, he was surprised for a bit, before immediately understanding it. Although it sounded unfair to refuse most wandering martial artists and even those from weaker sects, this was also reasonable. If there was no defined threshold to register and every martial artist participated, then the number of martial artists joining in would probably be counted using trillions as the smallest number. With so many people, how could a tournament possibly be arranged? Thus, only sects with enough strength were able to recommend their strongest direct disciples. The strength of these chosen individuals was far higher than what an average wandering martial artist could hope to compare with. In fact, in all fairness, if one didn't have a sect or a Holy Lord level master behind them, it was impossible for a wandering martial artist to hope to show good results in the first martial meeting. Even a monstrous freak like Lin Ming also had a Holy Land background. Lin Ming soon understood all of this. He asked, so, you're saying that the rules for registration have changed? Yes. This first martial meeting only has limits on age and cultivation. There is no limit on one's background and also quota of people given. All geniuses that meet the required age and cultivation can participate. Lin Ming was stunned. If conditions for registration were so loose, then wouldn't the number of people registering be unimaginable? In such a grand and wondrous event, even if some weaker young elites clearly knew that they wouldn't have any results in participating, they would still all be rushing to personally experience just how awesome this was. After all, this was an event that happened only every several thousands of years. If they just happened to be of the age and cultivation to enter, how could they not participate? How many people have registered already? Lin Ming asked. The young woman thought for a moment before saying, it is said that within the entire true martial world, there are already 1.5 trillion geniuses that have registered. But there is still 2 months remaining. The closer the deadline approaches, the more people there will be registering. At the end, I estimate that the total number will increase by several times what it is now. This is... Lin Ming sucked in a cold breath of air. He was already mentally prepared, but upon hearing the true number of participants, he was still shocked. Currently, just a great world of the Divine Realm had 1.5 trillion registered participants so far, and there were 3,000 great worlds in the Divine Realm in total. If this were added up assuming that the others were the same, then that would be 4.5 quadrillion geniuses. In addition, there were still the countless other worlds, hidden dimensions, and all sorts of other people. This number was far too terrifying. Moreover, this was only half a month of registration. Once the first martial meeting truly started, there would at least be 10 to 20 quadrillion young elites participating. With so many people, arranging them to compete was simply far too difficult. Not to mention a higher number, just gathering 10 quadrillion young elites together was a monumental undertaking. One would need at least 10 billion spirit ships. No matter how wealthy Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe were or how much manpower they had on their side, it was still unimaginable that they could organize a first martial meeting on such a giant scale. Even if they could organize such an event, where would they find the venue for it? This was 10 quadrillion people. Not even a massive superplanet would be able to hold so many people. If he didn't guess wrong, then there should be qualifying tournaments, each of them in their own area. For instance, Immemorial Imperial City would be such a division with its qualifying tournament. A winner would be chosen here to go on to the next round, repeated ad nauseum. Who knew how many rounds one would have to go through to experience the true competition? Moreover, it was impossible to be completely fair in this. There were some qualifying areas that were doomed to have far too many masters, and other qualifying areas that wouldn't have any stronger individuals. Deciding how to allocate the number of chosen participants would be a major problem. As Lin Ming thought this, he asked, "Will the tournament be divided into subdivisions? If so, then will those that register at Immemorial Imperial City be competing at Immemorial Imperial City?" The beautiful young receptionist shook her head. "It doesn't seem so. I've heard that everyone that registered will be competing together." Competing together? How is that even possible? Lin Ming found this all too unbelievable. No matter how resourceful or powerful two Empyreans were, it should still be impossible to do this. This is what everyone is saying, so it shouldn't be wrong. Moreover, the site of the competition is extremely special. It is the Divine Dream World. The young woman confidently said. Lin Ming still couldn't understand. 3 months ago, when that voice resounded through all of Immemorial Imperial City, they had said, 3 months from now, the first martial meeting of the Divine Realm's 3,000 Great Worlds will be held in the Divine Dream World, held jointly by Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Divine Dream. All heroic young elites of the Divine Realm may participate. The Divine Dream World, wouldn't that be the domain of Empyrean Divine Dream? But how was it possible to organize 10 quadrillion geniuses to compete there? As Lin Ming was pondering this, Mo Evers now said, "Lin Ming, I suspect that the Divine Dream World is not the Divine Dream World of the Divine Realm's 3,000 Great Worlds, but a special world that Empyrean Divine Dream established herself using a transcendent divine might as the laws, the true Divine Dream World. A world established by the laws of a transcendent divine might." Lin Ming asked, dumbfounded. "It's only a guess of mine. I don't know for sure. I should have told you this, but Empyrean Divine Dream is an outstanding individual even amongst Empyreans. She is extremely mysterious, and even the Empyrean level influence she created, Divine Dream Palace, is just as mysterious as she is. It is said that Divine Dream Palace only allows female cultivators to join, and there are only several hundred people there in total. Each of them is either superbly strong or superbly talented. Even if a great world king were to go to Divine Dream Palace, they would still have to respectfully greet any individual there. They wouldn't even dare to offend a junior. Only several hundred people? Lin Ming echoed, surprised. After ascending to the Divine Realm, he began to understand just how great and massive the sects of the Divine Realm were. The scales they were built to were enormous. Even the ancient Phoenix clan had 100 billion clansmen, and the ancient Dragon clan even had 1 trillion clansmen. Immemorial Imperial City's sacred martial mansion and true martial holy lands were ridiculously huge presences here, and yet only a tiny part of their sects were located at Immemorial Imperial City. And now, Mo Evers now had said that Divine Dream Palace, an Empyrean level influence, only had a mere several hundred people. How could this not lead Lin Ming to be shocked? Although this number was likely inaccurate because of how mysterious Divine Dream Palace was, he could still infer that Divine Dream Palace had an extremely small number of people. Divine Dream Palace only had several hundred or even 1,000 people, and yet it could be ranked at the highest echelons of Empyrean-level Holy Lands. Besides Empyrean Divine Dream sitting in command, all other disciples of Divine Dream Palace had to be monstrous geniuses. The most amazing of them likely exceeded even great world kings. Mo Evers now said, "For this Empyrean Divine Dream to manage the first martial meeting herself, that is what I am surprised about. This is because Empyrean Divine Dream acts in a very low-key and muted manner, and she rarely appears. Yet, for her to manage the first martial meeting, I think there is a possibility that Empyrean Divine Dream's descendant is soon to be born." Empyrean Divine Dream's descendant. Lin Ming sucked in a cold breath of air. Whoever this person might be, their talent must be at unbelievable levels. This person must possess transcendent divine mights. At the very least, they would know the self-created transcendent divine might that Empyrean Divine Dream herself created. Moreover, growing up, this descendant must have used the absolute best of all resources. Compared with Lin Ming, besides the magic cube that he still wasn't able to activate on his own, she would be no worse than he was in any other aspect. As for having a monstrous talent and perception, there was no need to mention these things. These were the most basic advantages that an Empyrean descendant would possess. With all of this concentrated together, an abnormal singularity would be born. Mo Evers now pressed her eyebrows together. She said, "If you and she were of the same age, then you naturally wouldn't need to fear her. But if she was older than you by even 5 years, Mo Eversnow's words trailed off. In the Divine Realm first martial meeting, the greatest unfairness lay in the problem of age. The older participants would definitely have an advantage. This was inevitable. Not to mention anyone else, but 5 years from now, just what sort of combat strength would Lin Ming have? How strong would he be 10 years from now? It was hard to imagine. In terms of talent, Lin Ming had firm belief in himself. He wouldn't fear anyone. But because he had practiced martial arts for too short a time, it was hard for him to say what rank he would place in the Divine Realm first martial meeting without first meeting his opponents. There was no way he could randomly boast about such things. Empyrean Divine Dream. I wonder how she compares with Empyrean Primordius. Of the two of them, which one would be weaker? Lin Ming thought aloud. But for this sort of matter, perhaps only Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Primordius would know. As he thought about it, he could barely be considered a half-descendant of Empyrean Primordius. Of course, the true legacy of Empyrean Primordius was still within the eternal demon abyss where he had yet to obtain it. Although he could feel just how terrifying his opponents were, Lin Ming could also feel his warm blood boiling over with excitement. If everyone at the first martial meeting was on the same level as the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, then there wouldn't be any reason for participating at all. Ridiculously fearful opponents. An unknown result. Only this type of battle could cause Lin Ming to seethe with fighting spirit. Lin Ming's final goal for participating in the Divine Realm martial meeting was not only to learn another transcendent divine might, but also to test himself against the young elites that stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Realm. Only by fighting against these top masters would he be able to temper himself. Come on, let's go and register. Lin Ming strode out of Imperial City Auction House. As soon as he left the auction house, he didn't need Mo Eversnow's reminder to feel that several divine senses had locked onto him. To be so easily discovered by Lin Ming, the cultivations of these people had to be at the divine transformation realm. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 divine transformation trashes actually thought to monitor me. These people are really patient. They've waited outside Imperial City Auction House all this time for me to come out. These people all had an early divine transformation cultivation. For a task as thankless and boring as monitoring someone, a divine lord powerhouse naturally wouldn't be sent out. The divine transformation realm was the boundary one needed to wander the vast divine realm by themselves with some semblance of safety. On a faraway tiny planet, they could act as an overlord. As for a divine lord powerhouse, that was different. They could seek a position in a holy land. For instance, in an 8th grade sect like Carefree Island, they could mix in and become an elder. Lin Ming sneered. When he just reached Ninefall, he was already able to defeat a weak divine transformation martial artist. Now that he had opened the gate of life and also stepped into the divine sea, these people were even less worthy of mentioning. Mo Evers now said, "There's no need to bother with these people. Let's go and register." Lin Ming nodded. Whether these people were toads that didn't know the vastness of the heavens and earth, or whether they were the three prodigies of sacred martial mansion, or whether they were even Zhong Wenshu's underlings, he was disinclined to care about them at all. And if immemorial Imperial City didn't have a blanket prohibition against fighting, then he wouldn't have minded teaching these four pieces of garbage a lesson they would never forget. As Lin Ming moved, these four people silently followed. None of them were aware that Lin Ming had already discovered them. Besides a few people like Yu Ironrock and River Feather, no one knew just how strong Lin Ming was. They only knew that Lin Ming was ridiculously wealthy and that he likely didn't have any great background. Otherwise, there was no way he would have been sitting in the commoner section. To do that was simply seeking trouble. Lin Ming didn't even need to ask for directions. He only needed to follow the massive swelling tide of people to find the registration area. In the several thousand-mile-wide immemorial Imperial City, there were already over 1,000 registration points set up. And this was only immemorial Imperial City. In the other great cities of true martial world, the other planets and stars and hidden realms, there were also countless registration spots set up. As long as one met the defined requirements of age and cultivation, one could freely register. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in the last several million years of history, this would be the most intense first martial meeting, with the highest number of people competing. Moreover, the appearance of Empyrean Divine Dream added a layer of mystery and intrigue to this first martial meeting. In every first martial meeting, there would be the birth of an Empyrean descendant. Or, it was more accurate to say that only when an Empyrean descendant was born would that Empyrean decide to take advantage of the momentum and hold a divine realm first martial meeting. And an Empyrean descendant, without accident, would easily become someone as strong as a great world king. The truth was that the fame and glory brought about by being the champion of a divine realm first martial meeting was even greater than that of being a great world king. The divine realm's 3,000 great world kings had accumulated over millions of years. A new one would appear every 1,000 to 2,000 years. As for a divine realm first martial meeting, that would only be held every 4,000 to 5,000 years. Of course, this also meant that there were many geniuses who couldn't participate in the first martial meeting because of the time when they were born. However, in every first martial meeting, there would be the appearance of an Empyrean descendant or even several of them. In the future, these Empyrean descendants would reach the level of a great world king but wouldn't be considered as part of the divine realm's 3,000 great world kings. Here to register? Lin Ming waited in line for a long time. Then, when it was finally his turn, he stepped up and stood in a strange array formation. This array formation sent out a faint blue light that covered him. "This is to determine your skeletal age." Mo Eversnow's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's ears. A person's skeletal age was closely tied to their life. This linked to one of the heavenly Tao laws, the so-called passage of time, karma and samsara, life and death, the fading of beauty. This was a law that not even an Empyrean could control. In 100 million years, all would become dust. Yes. Please record your name, cultivation, as well as the sect or family you come from. Also, please leave behind a true essence fluctuation. The registration attendant was a tall and thin old man. This old man passed Lin Ming a jade slip so that he could record his information and true essence fluctuation within it. This sort of thing was similar to a person's fingerprint. When it was recorded within, then combined with one's name, age, and other such information, it could be used to determine and lock down a person. Lin Ming recorded his name and cultivation in the jade slip. Then, when he was filling in the name of his sect, he recorded the ancient Phoenix clan. He knew that in participating in this divine realm first martial meeting, it was inevitable that he would shine with glory. Not to mention the top 3 or even top 10, but even ranking in the top 10,000 would bring endless attention from the entire divine realm and also arouse the interest of countless influences. The sect that he wrote down would also receive immense glory and praise. This favor was naturally given to the ancient Phoenix clan. After all, whether it was the ancient Phoenix clan's Fairy Feng or Hua Violent Stone, both of them had treated him with graciousness. Lin Ming also had a very good impression of the ancient Phoenix clan. Even in Phoenix Cry Palace, when White Daohong had faced Lin Ming, who far surpassed him in talent, not only did White Daohong not feel jealousy and try to push him away, but he even gave suitable help and assistance. As for others who showed him graciousness, there was also Carefree Island's Mo River Bliss. However, Mo River Bliss couldn't appear publicly, and it also wouldn't be a good idea to arouse too much interest in Carefree Island. Thus, he naturally couldn't record their name. The tall and thin old man received the jade slip and checked the information within it. After verifying the age and cultivation, he slowly said, "Next." Lin Ming's status wasn't great enough to arouse any interest. As a Holy Land disciple with an early divine sea cultivation, he was only one in the midst of countless trillions. As Lin Ming was registering, he could never have imagined what was occurring countless quadrillions of miles away from true martial great world at another great world of the divine realm, Good Fortune World. In this world, there was an 8th grade sect called the Unbroken Cult. Currently living in this sect were two women that held an inestimable importance to Lin Ming. They were Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. After many years, these two women had already reached a divine sea realm cultivation. Of course, the reason they reached the divine sea so quickly was because Old Man Good Fortune had arranged a time enchantment that sped up the flow of time by a factor of 10. Qin Xingxuan's time in training had been even longer. Not just that, but the two women didn't need to consider questions of combat strength and accumulation. When Lin Ming had ascended, Fairy Feng used 3 years of her cultivation to bury a flame seed, condensed from ancient phoenix blood, into the bodies of Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu. This flame seed also contained fragments of the fire laws, allowing them to smoothly break through to the 8th stage of life destruction and reach the divine sea. And after the two women reached the divine sea, they were received by Old Man Good Fortune and ascended into the divine realm. Old Man Good Fortune was a disciple of Good Fortune World's Unbroken Cult. The reason that his nickname was Old Man Good Fortune was because of the world that he had come from. As someone who led people to the divine realm, those he led naturally went to the Unbroken Cult and became their outer court disciples. After Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan ascended to the divine realm, they had a faint feeling that it wouldn't be easy finding Lin Ming in such a vast world. But when they truly reached the Unbroken Cult, they discovered that they had far underestimated the difficulty of their mission. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan had seen Fairy Feng. Thus they were naturally aware that Lin Ming had been received into the ancient Phoenix clan as a disciple. This was the only clue they had to look for Lin Ming in the divine realm. They had thought that as long as they found the ancient Phoenix clan, they would be able to find Lin Ming. But after entering the Unbroken Cult, they asked around and looked through a great deal of material, finally finding out that the ancient Phoenix clan was divided into 72 palaces, scattered all over the divine realm. And they didn't even know which palace Lin Ming was located at. Not just that, but to travel between great worlds. Once the expenses and consumption of spirit ship energy were accounted for, required at least 1,000,000 violet sunstones. As for Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, the monthly expenses they received from the Unbroken Cult was only 10 violet sunstones. If they gathered them in this way, they would die before they could save the necessary amount. Moreover, to travel between great worlds required one to be at least a divine transformation realm powerhouse. This was because the spaces between the great worlds and within the great worlds were filled with robbers and killers. Murdering someone and stealing all of their possessions was a frequent occurrence. And if one were a beautiful woman, their fate would be extremely miserable. It was likely they would either be sold as a slave whore or used to cultivate and have all of their life essence sucked up. In this sort of situation, it was simply far too difficult for Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan to find Lin Ming. Big Sister Mu, we've already been in the divine realm for half a year. But if this continues, how will we still look for Brother Lin? Qin Xingxuan asked. She was standing in a field that the Unbroken Cult used to raise valuable treasure beasts. She wore a simple blue gown without any frills, and her face was fresh with an untouched beauty. Her supple black hair was tied back with a blue scarf and her sleeves were pulled up. Beads of fresh water dripped down her forehead, making her look like a simple yet utterly beautiful mortal village girl. At this time, Qin Xingxuan was holding a stack of spirit grass in her hand, feeding a spirit beast that looked like a white horse. This spirit beast had a beautiful white horn coming from its head, and its body was as white as snow. In the divine realm, a divine sea realm martial artist would only be raised with effort if they were a genius. For instance, within the unbroken cult, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were both only outer court disciples. It was impossible to wholeheartedly raise outer court disciples like direct disciples and for all of them to enjoy amazing resources. Outer court disciples thus had to engage in burdensome chores. The unbroken cult was a relatively poor sect. They weren't like Carefree Island that had the extremely resource-rich red desolate mystic realm. Because of this, the disciples of the unbroken cult needed to perform different labors. For instance, tending to medicinal fields, feeding spirit beasts, and so on. All of these tasks were to create more income for the sect in order to provide more resources for the sect elders and many direct disciples. There's nothing we can do for now. With our cultivation, if we tried to travel by ourselves, I fear we'd be eaten up without even our bones remaining. We can only diligently cultivate until we reach the divine transformation realm. Then, once we have enough wealth saved up, we can go find Lin Ming. Mu Qianyu said as she spoke. She weighed various spirit grasses and then mixed them with some different kinds of vicious beast meats, creating feed. Feeding spirit beasts was not an easy nor relaxed task. One had to wake up 5 hours before dawn, boil the spirit grass soup, mix the feed, clean the beast pens, and feed the spirit beasts before the sun rose. Following this, the two women also had to tend to the medicinal field. This medicinal field was filled with extremely precious medicinal herbs. One had to use special spirit techniques to feed and also deworm the plants. To tend to a small medicinal field would take the entire morning. In the afternoon, the two women would return to the beast pens and feed the spirit beasts a second time. Finally, only in the evening were the two allowed to freely cultivate. And in the unbroken cult, if one wished to borrow various cultivation method jade slips or listen to the teaching of elders, one required sect contribution points. The unbroken cult had tens of thousands of outer court disciples but only 20-some elder professors. Naturally, not every outer court disciple could attend the teachings whenever they wished. With Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's strength, it was impossible for them to participate in the combat missions of the sect. The only way they could earn contribution points was to engage in the more menial labor tasks. Thus, the two women did much more work than the common female disciple. For the two of them, every 10 days they were able to listen to one of the teachings and browse through the mortal step cultivation methods once. As for learning the core inheritances of the unbroken cult, that was impossible for them. Even so, the two of them studied and trained late into the day, discussing and sparring with each other. If they had questions, they would ask their senior apprentice brothers and sisters. Of course, this sort of help wasn't free and also required a small number of contribution points. Such a way of training seemed extremely troublesome and arduous, but it was actually a much faster cultivation speed than in the lower realms. This was because the heaven and earth origin energy within the divine realm was incomparable with that of the lower realms. Moreover, the Sky Spill Continent's planet had been blocked off by Empyrean Primordius, so wanting to break into the divine transformation realm there was nearly impossible. But in the divine realm, although Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's martial talents weren't particularly good, they still had high chances of breaking into the divine transformation realm. Once they did, they would be able to stand out and at least become sect deacons. Their monthly expenses would increase by a tremendous amount, and they could also participate in combat missions. For them, this was the only way to find Lin Ming in the future. I wonder how Lin Ming is doing in the ancient Phoenix clan. With his talent, he should be able to become a core disciple. Every time Mu Qianyu remembered Lin Ming, she would worry in her heart. If she hadn't come to the divine realm, then she would never have imagined just how vast it truly was. Now, she was able to experience its size for herself. Just the unbroken cult had over 30 divine lord powerhouses, several thousand divine transformation masters, and 70,000 to 80,000 divine sea disciples. And placed within the good fortune world, the unbroken cult was nothing more than a tiny sect. Even good fortune world itself was just one of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. Once one looked at the entire divine realm, there were truly more Ninefall masters than there were dogs, with divine lord masters everywhere. Thus, even though when Lin Ming was at the Sky Spill continent and his talent there had defied the will of the heavens, Mu Qianyu was still worried for him now. There were far too many geniuses in the divine realm. Lin Ming wouldn't necessarily be able to become an overlord of his own domain as he did in the past. Moreover, Lin Ming entered a much larger sect, so the competition he faced would also be much more brutal and wild. How did Lin Ming's days pass in the ancient Phoenix clan? Was he pushed aside by others because of his status as someone who came from the lower realms? If Shi and Qin Xingxuan found him, would that give him trouble instead? This last point was what Mu Qianyu worried about the most. Xingxuan, let's not think of anything but training diligently for now. When we truly go to the ancient Phoenix clan, we cannot become a burden for Lin Ming. Qin Xingxuan vigorously nodded. At this time, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan heard the sound of a bell ringing out from the palace behind the medicinal field. This was the convening sign for all outer court disciples who tended the medicinal fields. That's the medicinal field we're responsible for. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan quickly put down their work and ran over. The unbroken cult had extremely strict rules. If they were late, they would lose contribution points if their penalty was light. If their penalty was heavy, then they would even be confined. No matter what the punishment was, it wasn't something that Mu Qianyu or Qin Xingxuan could afford. Did something happen to the medicinal materials? Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were both disturbed. If there was a problem with the medicinal field, then that would be a great responsibility they couldn't shoulder. As they rushed to the medicinal field, Mu Qianyu could see that 7 or 8 female disciples were already standing in the open. They were all outer court disciples. Normally, handling the medicinal field was a chore that mostly female disciples did. And standing in front of these 7 or 8 female disciples was a red-clothed woman with phoenix eyes. She was an inner court disciple with a very prominent status and was also the manager of this medicinal field. As the red-clothed woman saw Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan hastily arrive, her eyebrows twisted together. She rudely said, "Slow hands and slow feet. No wonder the medicinal field is in such a mess." A mess. Mu Qianyu's breath caught in her throat and her heart raced. She had thought that there had been some accident with the medicinal field, but as she looked over to the one she was in charge of, she glanced over every strand of spirit grass and didn't see any major problems with them. She felt slightly better, but as she glanced at the other female disciples, she found that they were all gloomy and silent. It was apparent that they had just been berated. In order to obtain contribution points, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were meticulous in their handling of the medicinal field. Otherwise, if they made some mistake and killed or wounded some medicinal plants, their entire month of work would have been in vain. "There is no need for you to look," the red-clothed woman coldly coughed, her thin eyebrows rising up in anger. "Do you think that it's fine just because the medicinal plants haven't died? I want the medicinal plants to vibrantly blossom. But looking at the medicinal herbs that all of you have raised, they appear diseased and sick. How could anyone possibly use them?" Today, the great elder of Spirit Pill Pavilion along with 3 other great inner court elders have to gather 36,000 spirit herbs to help refine a pill. They are attempting to use 9-flavor divine grass to refine a 9-flavor recoil pill, a medium-grade heaven step pill. This is all for senior apprentice brother Yu Yuming to wash his marrow, so that he can take another step forwards. Do you know how important this is? Do you know what a medium-grade heaven step pill is? Any pill or spirit herb with the heaven in its name must be extraordinary. If you delayed the refining of this pill, then even killing you 100 times over wouldn't be enough to make up for it. I don't care how any of you worked in the past. From this day forth, all of you no longer have free time. All of you have to place your energy into tending the medicinal fields every day. Every medicinal herb must be treated with absolute care. No free time. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan glanced at each other. able to see a faint bitter light in the other's eyes. The truth was that a divine sea martial artist would be energized enough for the day after meditating for an hour, so they didn't need much time to rest. However, if they didn't have any free time, how would they continue training? As for the other outer court disciples, they weren't any happier upon hearing this news. To them, a medium-grade heaven-step pill was an extremely distant matter. As for senior apprentice brother Yu Yoming's name, that was something that struck them like a bolt of thunder. He was the top direct disciple and the chosen pride of heaven that the sect had spent a great deal of effort to raise. To ordinary outer court disciples, he was simply the same as a divine god. The great elder of Spirit Pill Pavilion along with 3 inner court elders are actually spending such a great price to refine a pill to help senior apprentice brother Yu Yuming wash his marrow. A young female disciple muttered to herself, feeling envy in her heart. Both of them were divine sea disciples, so how could the difference in their fates be so great? Humph! There is no need for you to be surprised. I might as well tell you that a grand event that only occurs every 4 or 5,000 years in the divine realm is occurring soon, and that is the first martial meeting. It will encompass all geniuses of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. Senior apprentice brother Yu Yuming is the most talented disciple of our unbroken cult, and the only chance we have of gaining glory. If any hitches occur, I absolutely won't forgive the culprit. Divine realm first martial meeting? Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan said at the same time. Qin Xingxuan's thoughts stirred. She said to Mu Qianyu, "Big sister Mu, do you think that Lin Ming might participate also?" Mu Qianyu was startled upon hearing Qin Xingxuan's words. Could Lin Ming be entering the divine realm first martial meeting? There was really that possibility. In Mu Qianyu's eyes, with Lin Ming's talent and tenacity, even if the divine realm had countless geniuses and Lin Ming was in the giant ancient Phoenix clan, he would still gradually bloom into splendor, becoming someone amazing. Then, there would really be a high chance that Lin Ming would participate in the divine realm first martial meeting on behalf of the ancient Phoenix clan. If Lin Ming participated in the first martial meeting, would they be able to find him? After all, the unbroken cult's senior apprentice brother Yu Yuming would also be entering the first martial meeting. Although he might be said to be going alone, the truth was that there would be a large retinue of people following him to dominate the scene. For such a grand event, the sect would surely send some outer court disciples to handle miscellaneous matters. Xingxuan, no matter what, we still have to manage the medicinal field for these next few months. Senior apprentice Sister Feng is harsh and likes to find problems where there aren't any. If we make any mistakes, we will be targeted. And if there is any negligence, then we will even be punished miserable. Only by perfectly performing all matters will we have a chance of going to the first martial meeting. I fear that no one will want to miss out on this sort of grand occasion. Even if it's just going to perform labor, there will still be many people struggling for those spots. I understand. Qin Xingxuan nodded. Time slowly passed. The day of the first martial meeting approached nearer and nearer. As for Lin Ming, he stayed in immemorial Imperial City, still not having heard any news about a trip to the divine dream world. Before this, Lin Ming and Mo Evers now had hypothesized that this divine dream world was a separate space that Empyrean Divine Dream created herself. As for how great this space was, it was difficult to imagine. In any case, it was enough to hold at least 10 quadrillion geniuses. The truth was that it wasn't strange for an Empyrean-created space to be large enough to hold 10 quadrillion geniuses. But what Lin Ming thought was strange was just how would all of these geniuses gather at the divine dream world. It had to be known that the distances between the great worlds were incomparably vast. To journey from one great world to another required a spirit ship that could undergo great void shifts through space. Even then, one would have to pass through multiple transmission arrays. These transmission arrays required a massive amount of violet sunstones to activate. If one traveled like this, they would have to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of violet sunstones. Unless one came from a wealthy background, it was impossible for others to afford this amount of money. And if Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe were organizing this matter themselves, they would have to send out 10 billion spirit ships and create countless transmission arrays in the divine dream world. This was naturally even more impossible. Also, there was only half a month remaining until the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting began. In such a short period of time, it might not be possible for one to travel through space to another great world. Lin Ming was puzzled. After he trained, he went and inquired about the situation of how many people had registered for the first martial meeting. This inquiry left him flabbergasted. Currently, there were still 10 days left until the deadline for the registration arrived. But in just the true martial great world itself, there were already 2.2 trillion individuals that had registered. This was over 2 trillion people just in one great world. If all of the participants throughout the entire divine realm were added together, it was a simply incalculable number. With so many people competing together, just how would everyone be screened out? No matter how resourceful or powerful an Empyrean was, it would still be far too difficult to manage such a vast event. Mo Evers now said, "I also think this is unbelievable, but when grandfather was alive, he mentioned several times just how powerful Empyrean Divine Dream and Divine Dream Palace were. Since this first martial meeting is under the management of Empyrean Divine Dream, there should be no need for you to worry." Lin Ming said, "I also don't think that Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe would manage the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting in a messy manner so that others would think it was a joke. I only think it's confusing how the competition will be held, however. I was a bit surprised when Miss Mo said that Empyrean Divine Dream could equally compare with Empyrean Primordius, because the chaos laws were the most source energy present at the forming of the universe. If Empyrean Primordius managed to perceive the chaos grand mist laws, then I feel that these laws are of the highest rank in existence, and his attainments in this aspect already reached the peak. Within his world of will space, there is true grand mist energy. I have no idea what laws Empyrean Divine Dream comprehended that she is able to compare with Empyrean Primordius." Mo Evers now said, "That is only my guess, so I wouldn't say it's accurate. As for who is stronger and weaker amongst the Empyreans, I also have no way of knowing." As Lin Ming and Mo Evers now were speaking, in the distant horizon, a brilliant light blazed in the skies. Then, a massive pillar of divine light soared up and passed the clouds, seeming to support the heavens themselves. Lin Ming was shocked. Looking as far as he could, he estimated that this pillar of light was tens of thousands of miles away. Even so, from this distance, this beam of light was still as thick as an arm. If he really arrived at the beam of light, he would have no idea just how wide it was. Just by looking at the beam of light, Lin Ming could feel his entire body shaking, as if a massive pressure were pushing down on him and making it hard to breathe. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but everyone in immemorial Imperial City. Even those at the center and everyone for millions of miles around saw this incomparably massive pillar of light. This pillar of light made one want to fall to their knees and worship, as if it were a divine being. In front of this pillar of light, even breathing became difficult, leaving everyone panting for breath. As this beam of light appeared, that boundless and infinite voice he heard at the sacred martial grand tournament's arena sounded out once more. Empyrean Divine Dream has cast down pillars of divine dream light over all 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm. All participants of the first martial meeting must go within 10,000 miles of the nearest divine dream light. There, you will insert your true essence and soul force into the divine dream light. Your bodies will fall into slumber, but your consciousness will enter into the greatest dreamland space, the divine dream world. Half a month from now, the first martial meeting will officially begin in the divine dream world. Besides participants of the first martial meeting, no one may enter within 10,000 miles of the divine dream light. If anyone dares to violate this order, then their souls will be sucked up by the divine dream light and they will perish for eternity. This grand and boundless voice echoed for a long time throughout the divine realm. It was filled with a masculine vigor. If one didn't guess wrongly, then one could sense it was Empyrean Vast Universe's voice. This voice repeated itself 3 times before slowly vanishing. As this voice vanished, Lin Ming finally recovered from his completely shocked state. He felt a thin layer of sweat covering his entire body. Beside him, he could see some people that were unable to withstand the pressure and were kneeling on the ground. As he remembered Empyrean Vast Universe's words, Lin Ming felt all of this to be too unbelievable. Approach the divine dream light and insert his true essence and soul force into it. Then, his body would fall asleep and his consciousness would enter into a dreamland space. The divine dream world? This divine dream world wasn't a true world, but a so-called dream world? The body of all these geniuses would fall asleep as their minds entered into this dreamland world. And this was also where the first martial meeting would be carried out. This was Empyrean Divine Dream's ability. Moreover, she had managed to lay down countless divine dream lights in all 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm. Having 10 quadrillion geniuses all sleeping at the same time and dreaming the same dream? This was far too terrifying an ability. Mo Evers now sucked in a breath of cold air. She said, "So it's like this. This is the meaning of the divine dream world. If I'm not wrong, then this is a world created by Empyrean Divine Dream herself, and she uses her dream-related transcendent divine might to form the foundation of the world laws within this dreamland. This is her divine dream space. Not only can it hold 10 quadrillion geniuses, but there is no need to gather them all together. Moreover, by fighting in the dreamland space, there are far less resources required. This sort of method is really too incredible to believe. Empyrean Divine Dream's transcendent divine might," Lin Ming whispered. Every Empyrean was an extraordinary individual with heaven-shaking methods of their own. Empyrean Divine Dream's descendant would study the transcendent divine might of Empyrean Divine Dream. Her strength from this alone could be imagined. Lin Ming wondered just what sort of fighting style she would use. As Lin Ming thought this, his heart burned with an even greater fighting spirit. This divine realm first martial meeting was far more magnificent than what he had imagined, and the final results were a complete unknown. Let's go and enter that divine dream space. I want to see just what sort of scene is within it. Oh! It wasn't just Lin Ming, but countless geniuses of immemorial Imperial City also set out towards that massive divine dream light. Soon, within immemorial Imperial City, a river of people converged onto the road towards that giant pillar of light. Some people flew on their own, some flew in groups, some rode on mounts, but gathered together, they were an overwhelming mass of people that blotted out the heavens, as dense as a plague of locusts. As Lin Ming stepped within 10,000 miles of the divine dream light, he felt the world laws around him change, as if he had entered a completely separate space and time. This is an enchantment, Mo Evers now said. There is a force field surrounding the 10,000-mile radius of this divine dream light. I believe that only participants who have recorded their true essence fluctuations are able to enter. Those who try to forcefully break their way in will suffer a fate as Empyrean Vast Universe described. Their souls will be swallowed up by the divine dream light. All of this is to ensure the safety of the participants. Otherwise, if you were to fall unconscious here while your mind was in the divine dream space, then it would be bad if someone tried to do something to your body. That should be it. Lin Ming nodded, entering in deeper. After entering the enchantment, everyone was cautious at the start and prepared against all others. No one dared to pour their true essence and soul force into the divine dream light, lest they fall into a deep slumber and then be looted while they were unconscious. However, this worry soon evaporated. They realized that once someone made a connection to the divine dream light, they would fall asleep and a force field would surround their body, protecting them. This force field was similar to the force field that surrounded the 10,000-mile boundary of the divine dream light. It seemed that if someone tried to start a fight within 10,000 miles of the divine dream light, then their fate would truly be miserable. As Lin Ming entered the enchantment world, he began to glance over all of the other participants around him. He discovered that most of them weren't peak talents. In fact, most of the participants were 8th stage life destruction divine sea martial artists. This was because Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe hadn't laid down any rules stipulating that a participant had to have achieved a 9th stage life destruction to participate. As long as one was at a certain age and also at the Divine Sea, then they could enter. However, although there were many 8-fall Divine Sea Masters, those that had the confidence to participate in this event were all the most extraordinary of the 8-fall Divine Sea martial artists. In fact, in a large sect of the Divine Realm, a great portion of the disciples would have an 8th stage life destruction cultivation. In just one of the 72 branch palaces of the ancient Phoenix clan, Phoenix Cry Palace, they were able to choose disciples from a planet with over 1 billion people. Many Firebird Hall disciples, equal to Outer Court disciples, had an 8th stage life destruction cultivation. But within 8th stage life destruction martial artists, because of various factors, the difference in strength was enormous. The weakest 8th stage life destruction martial artists could only be Outer Court disciples, but the peak geniuses amongst the 8th stage life destruction martial artists could even enter Phoenix Hall and become direct disciples. These people would have a combat strength superior to that of a weak 9-fall genius. This was just like the 9th stage life destruction Lin Ming being able to kill any one-layered heavens 9-fall martial artist with nothing but a thought. The difference between him and weak 9-fall martial artists couldn't even be described as the difference between clouds and mud. Of course, no matter how powerful these 8-fall participants were, it was impossible for them to make any significant progress in the Divine Realm first martial meeting. They were also aware of this point, but they still came to experience the wonders and grandness of the first martial meeting. Beside Lin Ming, many people had already entered the divine dream space in advance. Lin Ming also touched his true essence into the massive pillar that was the divine dream light. Then, he felt his own true essence fluctuations being verified by some strange laws within the divine dream light. After this verification process was over, Lin Ming felt a massive and irresistible pulling force suck him in. His consciousness and his soul were completely pulled into the divine dream light, causing everything around him to turn dim. When Lin Ming opened his eyes, he discovered that he had arrived in a city. Giant buildings, great city walls, wide and spacious streets. The city was... Lin Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Wasn't this city Immemorial Imperial City? Lin Ming had stayed in Immemorial Imperial City long enough that he wouldn't mistake the city walls and buildings for something else. Moreover, this place was near the center of the Imperial City Urban District. He could even see the hanging sign of the Imperial City Auction House from here. What happened? Was there a problem in entering the divine dream space which caused him to be teleported outwards? Lin Ming was left speechless. But soon, he realized that something wasn't right. The originally bustling and boisterous crowds of Immemorial Imperial City had disappeared, leaving open streets everywhere. Even the always busy Imperial City Auction House was empty and desolate. Could this be? Lin Ming suddenly thought of a possibility. He cast out his senses, and as he found what he was looking for, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Gathered near the Imperial City Auction House were many heroic young elites. And all of them were participants of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. Not just that, but there were constantly people being transmitted here. In other words, this was not Immemorial Imperial City, but the true Divine Dream World. The appearance of the Divine Dream World was actually the same as Immemorial Imperial City? No, that was wrong. It would be better to say the Divine Dream World was a complete and faithful projection of the real world. This was the only reason why a replica of Immemorial Imperial City would appear here. Lin Ming quickly realized all of this. If he entered the Divine Dream World near Immemorial Imperial City and saw a projection of Immemorial Imperial City, then if he entered near Carefree Island, wouldn't he see a projection of Carefree Island? Could it be that the Divine Dream World was a projection of the entire Divine Realm that was cast into a dreamland? If so, then wouldn't the Divine Dream World be as broad and boundless as the Divine Realm? As Lin Ming realized this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Empyrean Divine Dream. Just what sort of character was that? That's right, I should check my things. Lin Ming quickly investigated the extreme violet ring. To his amazement, he discovered that the Phoenix Blood Spear, his pills, cultivation method jade slips, medicinal fields, random items, and everything else was still there. This included the magic cube and the heretical god seedling. His body, ancient phoenix blood, dragon marrow blood, dragon bone relics, 8 inner hidden gates. Everything was no different from in reality. It was just that Mo Eversnow and Fishy had disappeared. If the magic cube were here, then why wouldn't Mo Eversnow and Fishy be here? Lin Ming felt his heart tighten with worry. The two of them had been staying in the magic cube space. Fishy had gone in there in order to keep her safer and also to keep Mo Eversnow company. And now, even though the magic cube was here, the two of them had disappeared. However, Lin Ming only had a brief moment of panic before figuring everything out. He felt silly for having overreacted. The magic cube within him was only a dreamland projection of the true magic cube. The true magic cube was still safely hidden within his body that was deep in slumber. Mo Eversnow and Fishy were naturally there too. Lin Ming kept a great number of violet sunstones in the magic cube. Although he had spent 7 trillion violet sunstones on a single auction, he still had more than enough for Fishy to live on. If the two of them were in the magic cube space, they would have absolute safety. The magic cube space had its own independent laws. Whether it was the Great Barrier blockade that Empyrean Primordius had set up over the Sky Spill continent or this current barrier that Empyrean Divine Dream had set up around the Divine Dreamlight, neither of them were able to stop people within the magic cube from entering. This is really all too real. Everything is the same as in reality. My strength, my cultivation methods, my body, even my transcendent divine mights have formed a perfect projection here. This is a truly unbelievable supernatural ability. Lin Ming sighed. Then, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Heavens! Top-grade saint artifacts are placed here with no one managing them? There are even top-grade pills. These are high-grade earth-step pills. What an amazing find! Saint artifacts. Pills. This is Immemorial Imperial City's 100 Treasure Pavilion that specializes in selling all sorts of things. Ha ha ha, we're rich. I couldn't even pass through the gate of this place before. Now I can take anything I want. A tall and bearded 8-fall late divine sea youth laughed. In the past, not even the 4-layered heavens Huoyenguang had a top-grade saint artifact. To an 8-fall martial artist, not to mention a top-grade saint artifact, even a high-grade saint artifact was a great luxury. These weapons were treasures they could only dream of obtaining. Even if they sold all of their possessions, they still wouldn't be able to afford one. Haha. Worth it. Worth it. I thought that it would be fun to join the first martial meeting because I barely qualified, but I never imagined that I would be able to use a top-grade saint artifact. Awesome. This one's mine. I'm taking this one. At this time, young elites from all sorts of random backgrounds began to loot everything. But then, they suddenly thought of something. Loot the 100 Treasures Pavilion? If they were going to loot something, they might as well loot the Imperial City Auction House. In the Imperial City Auction House were spirit artifacts and heaven step pills. Brothers, let's go to the Imperial City Auction House. A group of bandit origin 8-fall divine sea powerhouses immediately rushed over to the Imperial City Auction House. Although the divine realm was vast, wanting to find 10 quadrillion peak geniuses was actually impossible. Most of those participating were ordinary geniuses. If they were placed within small regions of the divine realm, they would surely stand out. But placed within immemorial Imperial City, they weren't anything at all. These people were originally like countryside beggars coming to immemorial Imperial City, and now that they realized they could snatch anything they wanted to, how could they not be ecstatic with joy? Lin Ming's mind stirred. He also sped up and moved towards the Imperial City Auction House. Although he believed that it was impossible for heaven step pills and spirit artifacts to appear in the divine dream world in a situation where they could be casually used, he wasn't absolutely sure of this. This divine dream world was clearly a reflection of the divine realm, so it wouldn't necessarily not have such things. Moreover, the divine dream world was completely similar to the real world. These heaven step pills and spirit artifacts would likely be able to display a similar effect as in the real world. So he might as well go and take a look. If there really were heaven step pills and spirit artifacts everywhere, then he had to find a chance to grab some resources for himself to use at this first martial meeting. However, just as Lin Ming walked into the Imperial City Auction House, he felt a huge strength erupt in front of him. He was fine, but several 8-fall divine sea powerhouses running in front of him were blown backwards. Out of my way! An overbearing voice came echoing out. Formidable divine sea realm guards swept out the ragtag group of martial artists. For a time, those martial artists complained as they were sent packing. This difference in strength was not minor at all. For Ninefall divine sea martial artists are only guards. Who is their master? As Lin Ming was thinking, a 15 to 16-year-old looking youth with bright eyes walked up and casually went through the selection of treasures within the Imperial City auction house. This individual was Zhong Wenshu, the one who had competed for the Boundless World Pill with Lin Ming. This was really enemies bumping into each other on a narrow road. However, this was also within reason. If one truly was able to freely select whatever resources they wanted to, Zhong Wenshu naturally wouldn't miss out on the fat piece of meat that was the Imperial City auction house. Humph! What a load of garbage. I said that there was no such good thing in this world. If I was able to casually take whatever Heaven Step pills I wanted to in the Imperial City auction house, then I might as well take 7 or 8 Boundless Worlds pills and eat them all up. And after that I would take a transmission array to an Empyrean-level Holy Land and snatch their transcendent divine might. If my resources and inheritances were the same as theirs, then an Empyrean disciple wouldn't be anything at all. I would still be able to fight evenly against them. Zhong Wenshu boasted. The reason that an Empyrean disciple felt so out of reach was not only because of their talent, but also because the resources and inheritances they enjoyed were incomparable to those of ordinary geniuses. With an Empyrean-level influence's resources, buying an extremely luxurious pill like the Boundless World Pill wasn't difficult at all. As for inheritances, they had transcendent divine mights. Haha! Brother Zhong is still brooding over the Boundless World Pill. With a hearty laugh, a side door was shoved open and 2 men and a 1 woman casually walked in. One of them was a red-haired youth, followed behind by a thick and strong man and a charming young woman. They were the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, Sacred Yueping, Sacred Tianhao, and Sacred Yanran. We've already looked over this side. The highest level weapon here is a top-grade spirit artifact, and there are no pills that surpass the Heaven Step. They might be valuable to the disciples of some ordinary families or small sects, but for us they aren't anything at all, Sacred Yueping slowly said. He had arrived in the divine dream space just a few steps earlier than Zhong Wenshu. Thus he had reached the auction house first. Humph! As if the bunch of you aren't also brooding over the fact that the Boundless World Pill was taken away, Zhong Wenshu bluntly responded as he heard Sacred Yueping's mocking tone. At the Imperial City auction, nearly all of the World King Holy Land disciples had come for the Boundless World Pill, but the end result was that all of them had been completely defeated in their bids. They lost to a mere boy, and they weren't even sure what sort of ordinary sect he came from. At best, he would have originated from an average Holy Land. In the end, they had no choice but to bid for the following last 9 items in the auction. But none of them had been able to compare to the Boundless World Pill at all. How could they possibly endure such a slight? It had to be said that if it weren't for the winds of the first martial meeting pushing everyone to the extremes, then there was no way they would be able to enjoy such an exorbitant treasure like the Boundless World Pill as disciples of ordinary World King Holy Lands. You're right if you say I'm bearing a grudge. The Boundless World Pill was obtained by some little bastard who managed to stumble over a great treasure trove of wealth. It is simply wasted on him. Moreover, that little bastard retreated into the training rooms of Imperial City Auction House right after he won the bid and didn't come out until the end. There is nothing we can do about him. As Sacred Yueping spoke, he said the last several words with a true essence sound transmission. He naturally wouldn't blatantly say something that implied he was going to murder and steal from someone. He had already arranged sufficient manpower. After the first martial meeting concluded and Lin Ming was eliminated, he would move against him. Zhong Wenshu demonically grinned. He said with a true essence sound transmission, "Brother Yueping, it seems you've already arranged for some people to deal with Lin Ming but the truth is that I have too. At that time, let's see just who'll be able to obtain the treasures on him. However, it might not be just us two that are interested in him." After Lin Ming won the bid for the Boundless World Pill, he had retreated into seclusion for all this time. This proved that Lin Ming's background wasn't anything at all. At least, he wasn't from a World King-level Holy Land, otherwise he wouldn't do things in such a manner. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming was also able to bring out 7 trillion violet sunstones to buy a Boundless World Pill. This was proof that he had experienced some lucky chance that defied the will of the heavens. It was the temptation of this lucky chance that drove people to assassinate Lin Ming so that they could divide the loot from his body. As Zhong Wenshu was speaking to Sacred Yueping, his eyebrows suddenly shot up. He felt a faint disturbance in his heart. He turned around, looking into the crowd. Far off in that direction, Lin Ming was standing there with his hands crossed behind his back. And the reason that Zhong Wenshu had suddenly felt something was because Lin Ming's eyes were boring into him. Lin Ming. Zhong Wenshu had long since learned Lin Ming's name. His eyes turned cold and he sneered. Good. Very good. I already knew that you would come to participate in the first martial meeting, but I never thought you would come here to meet your end so soon. Zhong Wenshu revealed a thick killing intent. When Lin Ming was training in Imperial City Auction House's chambers, he naturally couldn't do anything to him. But now he could crush Lin Ming as he pleased. He's already stepped into the Divine Sea, Sacred Yanran suddenly said. She was the only woman of Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies. Although she appeared beautiful, there was still an ugly sneer crossing her face. In terms of personality, she was no different from Sacred Yueping or Zhong Wenshu. With Lin Ming's martial talent, if he were to enter a training zone with an increased time flow, then stepping into the Divine Sea would be easy. But this also meant that he had eaten the Boundless World pill. Damn it! Sacred Yueping and Zhong Wenshu's expressions turned gloomy. Really, this is what they mean by feeding delicacies to dogs and pouring the best wine on the grass. Trash like you is not worthy of the Boundless World pill. How could I possibly allow you to eat it? Hurry and spit it back out. Although he knew that Lin Ming would inevitably take the Boundless World pill as soon as he obtained it, now that Zhong Wenshu was able to fully confirm that the Boundless World pill was gone, he was filled with anger, hatred, and unwillingness. If Lin Ming had spent so much wealth on buying the Boundless World pill and then was killed by him and he was able to obtain the Boundless World pill without any cost at all, then that would have been perfect. Spit? You want me to give my spit to you? Lin Ming coldly smiled, his hand already tracing the extreme violet ring. You are courting death. Zhong Wenshu spat out these vicious words. Then, right after, there was a crashing sound as several martial artists surrounded Lin Ming. These were all World King Holy Land disciples. They had joined the first martial meeting to act as servants and guards, and many of them were attached to various young elites that were obscenely wealthy. In other words, they were also known as underlings. Although they were only here as servants, Zhong Wenshu and the others still had extremely high standards. For these people to be taken in as guards and servants, they would have to be 9-fall Divine Sea martial artists. If they were placed in an ordinary Holy Land, they would be considered upper-ranking core disciples. As the people around Lin Ming saw this occurring, all of them paled and began to hastily move backwards, lest they be caught up in this brewing disaster. In that moment, Lin Ming faced over a dozen opponents. All of them were at the 9-fall Divine Sea realm, and there were even World King Holy Land peak geniuses like Zhong Wenshu. Zhong Wenshu grinned. He looked at Lin Ming as if he were looking at a fish on a chopping board. Ha ha ha, you little garbage, it's really true when they say that enemies will often cross paths. You can consider it your own bad luck for falling into my hands. It seems that you do not have the good fortune of being able to participate in the first martial meeting any longer. Let me send you on your way to the afterlife. I also want to know what happens if you die in this dream space. Will your soul be damaged? Would you be disqualified? Or perhaps you might even just die. I'm really looking forward to chopping off your hands and feet and slicing off your nose and ears. I will torture you however I want. I will make sure you suffer for as long as possible. Whichever one of you can make this brat scream out the loudest and in the most miserable way, I will grant you extra rewards. Zhong Wenshu commanded. Although he wanted to personally destroy Lin Ming, he didn't actually recklessly rush in. This was because he wasn't sure about what the rules in this dreamland space were. Having his underlings attack for him was the best and most foolproof idea. Even if attacking others before the tournament began was in violation of the rules, that would be a punishment that his followers endured instead. Yes, young master, please rest assured. As these people heard the order to torture and beat up Lin Ming, all of them were quite happy about it. They were all at the middle or late Divine Sea Realm, while Lin Ming was only at the early Divine Sea Realm. As for violating rules before the tournament began, the Empyreans had never mentioned anything, so there likely wouldn't be a heavy punishment. At most, they would lose their qualifications to participate. However, these people hadn't planned on making any progress here to begin with. They had only come here to help their young master perform some tasks and also deal with all the small fries. Humph! Lin Ming's eyes turned cold. He never thought that by coming to look for treasures in this auction house, he would bump into these rabid dogs. He didn't need to wait until the start of the tournament to fight. He could do so now. He had practiced for a long time within the Imperial City Auction House training chamber and had broken through to the Divine Sea and also opened the Gate of Life. His body was now brimming with energy. Having a good fight was just what he wanted. As for whatever the rules were, since these people were being aggressive towards him and were also the first to attack, then even if the rules forbid it, the punishment wouldn't be too harsh on him. Otherwise, these rules would simply be too idiotic. With a flash of red light, the Phoenix Blood Spear appeared. Meanwhile, the servants of Zhong Wenshu and Sacred Martial Mansion laughed as they threw themselves towards Lin Ming. But just as they were about to use their true essence to attack Lin Ming, their complexions suddenly changed. They felt the strength within their bodies being rapidly sucked out. Lin Ming also felt his own strength quickly pass away. Startled, he immediately pulled back his hand. Pa! Pa! The dozen-plus servants fell onto the floor, completely limp and exhausted as if all the bones had been pulled out from their bodies. What? The young elites present were all shocked. Zhong Wenshu also frowned before immediately grasping the situation. This must be because of the Divine Dream World's rules. Before the competition began, no one was able to attack anyone else. At most, one could use their aura to oppress others. But if one truly had killing intent, then all of their strength would be sucked out. Lin Ming also realized this. It seemed that it was impossible to fight for the time being. This also made sense. With over 10 quadrillion heroic young elites gathering in the Divine Dream World, every gathering point must have millions upon millions of geniuses. These geniuses all had naturally haughty and arrogant dispositions, and fighting because of minor conflicts was far too normal. There would even be the occurrence of large-scale gang battles. If this happened before the first martial meeting officially began, then far too many people would be wounded or disabled and it would be impossible to start to the competition. Little bastard. Consider your luck good. Sacred Yueping and Zhong Wenshu angrily spat out. That's also what I was thinking. Lin Ming put away the Phoenix Blood Spear. Ho! This little brother, you are far too confident. You are at most a disciple from an ordinary holy land, and yet you dare to be so rampant. Just wait until the first martial meeting truly begins, and this big sister here will take very, very good care of you. Sacred Yenran teased with a cruel and mocking smile. As Sacred Yueping and the others were angrily speaking, another soft voice came echoing out. Aren't these people from Sacred Martial Mansion and Dual Polarity Palace? My, it sure seems lively here. This voice caused everyone to be surprised for a moment before they all turned around. At a corner of the auction house, a young man and woman had suddenly appeared without anyone noticing. This young man and woman were slender and symmetrical, with skin the color of wheat. There was a strange rune branded between their eyebrows. Looking closely, one could make out that it was a strangely drawn true character. As Zhong Wenshu and the three prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion saw this rune, all of their expressions changed. True martial holy lands. Their expressions and words clearly held a deep fear and reverence towards the true martial holy lands. The true martial holy lands was the true master of the true martial world. The master of Starbind Bank, as well the owner of a sizable portion of Imperial City Auction House's shares, was the true martial holy lands. As a super influence established by a great world king, even the normally rampant Zhong Wenshu and the three prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion had to rein in their arrogance. After all, they were all from ordinary world king influences. In the future, there was a high chance that they wouldn't have a true world king successor and then devolve into a peak holy land. Just thinking about it, when the Imperial City auction was being held, Not a single one of true Martial Holy Land's disciples had appeared. Was it because they weren't interested in anything at the auction? That likely wasn't so. The most likely reason was that the true Martial Holy Lands had accumulated far too much wealth from Starbine Bank as well as the various businesses and properties they controlled. They were simply far too rich. Thus, for the true Martial World King to take out some of the heavenly materials he had stocked up and pass them to certain disciples for this first martial meeting was also normal. Facing this young man and woman, even the proud, sacred Yueping felt a faint dread in his heart. Lin Ming remained quiet. He had already noticed the very first moment when this man and woman appeared. However, he was still surprised by their speed and methods. Someone from a great World King background truly couldn't be underestimated. True Martial Great World did not have an Empyrean-level influence. Thus, the true Martial Holy Lands was the #1 top influence of this great world. And those young disciples that came from the true Martial Holy Lands naturally left others feeling a sense of awe. Haha, you fellow martial cultivators from the true Martial Holy Lands must find this funny. It's just some minor grudges. I have heard that the Boundless World Pill was taken away by some unknown youth with the last name Lin. So it was you? The wheat-colored youth from the true Martial Holy Lands said as he smiled at Lin Ming. His every action and movement seemed to embody nobility, as if he were a prince. This sort of nobility was something that one was naturally born with. Lin Ming remained quiet. Then, the wheat-colored youth slowly said, "Ancient Phoenix clans. Lin Ming, if I'm not wrong." Lin Ming was surprised as this youth called out his background. In these past days, many people had tried to investigate and look up his background to no avail. The divine realm was simply too broad. Wanting to investigate someone was easier said than done, even if he came from a holy land to begin with. It was nearly impossible to use his name to search too. This was because in the divine realm there were far too many people that shared similar names. It was even impossible to investigate someone using their appearance. This was because even in a population of 10 quadrillion geniuses, too many of them would appear similar. If this was expanded to the entire divine realm, the magnitude of such an investigation would be unimaginable. You obtained my information from the first martial meeting? Lin Ming asked, tacitly acknowledging his own background. Since he was participating in the first martial meeting, he had already written down his name and background when he registered. The young woman chuckled and pulled the wheat-skinned man towards her. She said in a dulcet tone, "Information pertaining to participants of the first martial meeting can be looked up by the public as soon as the tournament starts. Before that, even our great World King level Holy Land cannot look through it. The reason we know of you is because our true Martial Holy Lands collects information on all the rising geniuses from various Holy Lands. Although the geniuses of ordinary Holy Lands aren't any threat to us, having an understanding of them is still good. Thus we were able to find you." As the woman spoke, all of the young elites were startled. It had to be known that there were simply far too many Holy Land level influences in the divine realm, and they were all separated by extreme distances. If one wanted to keep tabs on these Holy Lands, then not to mention anything else, but the cost of transmitting information from all these places was simply overwhelming, leaving one flabbergasted at the thought. To transmit information between great worlds required a massive number of violet sunstones. If the true Martial Holy Lands possessed information on the geniuses from other Holy Lands, it was likely they had established an intelligence network. The costs to maintain this intelligence network every year must be staggering. This brat really is from an ordinary Holy Land. Good, we don't have to hold back anymore. Zhong Wenshu sneered. Although the ancient Phoenix clan was a peak existence amongst the ordinary Holy Lands, it was still far from being comparable to a World King Holy Land. This was because the difference in strength between a Holy Lord and a World King was simply too great. If an ordinary Holy Land suffered some injustice from a World King-level Holy Land, it would be nearly impossible to ask for justice. This first martial meeting is a place where the peak disciples of World King Holy Lands and Empyrean descendants are all competing for supremacy. The Empyrean descendants will likely take the top 5. As for the other positions, those will be grabbed by the peak geniuses of World King-level Holy Lands. The disciples of ordinary Holy Lands, They are nothing more than stepping stones for others. As for the disciples of 8th grade sects and also those wandering martial artists, all of them are cannon fodder. Sacred Yueping arrogantly said. Most of the young disciples present came from small sects and martial families. Let alone an 8th grade sect, some of them weren't even from 7th grade sections. As they heard Sacred Yueping's words, all of them grimaced. Your mouth is quite fierce. Do you really think that you World King Holy Land disciples are invincible in this world? You are looking down on this world's heroes too much. Let me tell you all that there are many masters amongst the common folk. They are people that have experienced lucky chances that defy all common sense. Lucky chances that you would never be able to imagine. There is no need for you to spout such ridiculous boastful talk. A short youth who clearly came from a wandering background said. There were many wandering geniuses that stumbled into great lucky chances and were also very arrogant. Even when facing a world king level influence, they still wouldn't retreat. This short youth was clearly a person who had experienced a massive lucky chance. Nothing but a frog in a well, a true idiot, Zhong Wenshu sneered. He reached out his hand and his body exploded with popping sounds. His aura suddenly erupted. In that instant, it was like he had become a giant ancient beast, causing everyone around him to shudder. All the young elites present felt as if their neck had been held down by the vicious beast. Their entire body dripped with sweat. Then, with a faint sound, the short youth stuffily coughed as he was sent flying backwards, crashing into a wall. How is this possible? The young elites from the small sects were shocked. Wasn't fighting disallowed before the competition began? The short youth wasn't injured. He climbed back up to his feet, embarrassed and pale. His eyes were filled with incredulity as he glared at Zhong Wenshu. Just what had happened here? Was that not an attack? It's aura! Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted out. Before, when the ragtag mob of martial artists first entered the auction house, they were swept out by the aura of 4 Ninefall martial artist guards. This dreamland space forbade true life or death battle and also killing intent. However, it didn't stop one's aura. Zhong Wenshu had clearly discovered this point. Thus he used this method without reserve. This was the reason why the short youth was sent flying backwards from his aura alone. Those that dared to speak up here clearly had confidence in themselves, and this confidence should have stemmed from some considerable lucky chance. Even so, facing Zhong Wenshu, none of them were able to withstand him. This sent a chill down the spines of many young elites present. They were originally brimming with confidence and had dashing and glorious dreams as they thought of joining the first martial meeting. They wanted to use the geniuses from the large sects as stepping stones on their martial path. It had to be said that most of these people had experienced some sort of fortuitous event in their lives, and many of them believed that they had the life of an emperor. They didn't think that they were worse than any of these World King Holy Land disciples. But now that they saw Zhong Wenshu's tremendous strength with their own eyes, all of the confidence they had begun to fade away. A peak genius of the divine realm was far stronger than they had imagined. Zhong Wenshu sneered with disdain and no longer bothered with the short youth. He turned to Lin Ming and faintly smiled, licking his lips as he said, "You are a slightly stronger idiot. I will wait for you. I really can't wait for the competition to begin." "I also cannot wait." Lin Ming smiled. As this smile fell into the eyes of all present, it caused their hearts to skip a beat. This brat. How could he say such brave words even after seeing how formidable Zhong Wenshu was? Was he really powerful? Or was he just faking it? Leaving these people to discuss amongst themselves, Lin Ming left the auction house and went to find a temporary dwelling of his own. In immemorial imperial city, there were simply far too many empty houses. Lin Ming took out some simple array formations from his spatial ring and laid down arrays around his dwelling. In a situation where one couldn't use true essence offensively, a simple array formation would be able to stop any peak genius from entering, because it was impossible to break through such a defensive array with just their aura. With a month remaining, Lin Ming wouldn't waste this time. Instead, he chose to cultivate here. What he very much wanted to know was if this dreamland world was the same as the real world. Would improvements of his cultivation here be reflected in his own true body? Lin Ming thought. Like this, he began to train. He sat down on a stone bed, closed his eyes, and had his mind enter into the ethereal martial intent state. Everything around him turned lucid. This dreamland space contained complete laws that Empyrean Divine Dream had established herself. These laws held endless mysteries and were also independent from the laws of the divine realm. Cultivating in here might have different results from cultivating outside. Lin Ming didn't start senselessly cultivating without direction. First, he tried to analyze the dreamland laws. Of course, with his current ability, it was impossible for him to perceive the mysteries of this dreamland world's laws. What he wanted to find out was which one of his cultivation methods was best suited to this dreamland space and which one would be the fastest. First was the ancient Phoenix Code, Celestial Tyrant Manual, Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians, and even the Great Desolate Halberd Art. As he experimented with these one at a time, the final results weren't too poor. Then, Lin Ming moved onto the two transcendent divine mights, the heretical God Force and the heavenly demon martial intent. These two transcendent divine mights were also unable to reveal any good effects. Although these two transcendent divine mights were on the same rank as Empyrean Divine Dream's dreamland laws, the degree to which he was proficient in them was naturally inferior to Empyrean Divine Dream. A transcendent divine might was the total accumulated wisdom and knowledge of an Empyrean-level powerhouse. If one wanted to practice it, it naturally wasn't simple. To reach the peak level in a transcendent divine might was extremely difficult. After cultivating the heretical God Force for such a long time, Lin Ming had only been able to breed a heretical God seedling. Along the way, he had experienced many lucky chances and had absorbed a massive amount of the power of thunder and fire. Even thunder and fire heavenly tribulation had been absorbed by him in order to reach his current achievements. As for Lin Ming's heavenly demon martial intent, that was only the tip of the iceberg that was the true primordious martial intent. Because of this, Lin Ming's transcendent divine mights were equally suppressed by the dreamland laws. Even transcendent divine mights don't work. I don't have any stronger cultivation methods, Lin Ming mumbled to himself. Then his mind suddenly stirred. In his dantian he could feel the magic cube faintly trembling. Lin Ming was surprised. The magic cube. Why would the magic cube have energy vibrations? Up until now, Lin Ming still hadn't been able to activate the power of the magic cube on his own. In the past, when Mo Eversnow had used the magic cube, she had the strength of a half-step world king. As Lin Ming investigated his body, he discovered that there were slight distortions in the dreamland space around the magic cube. Glimmers of crystalline strands of light appeared, constantly moving around the surface of the magic cube, like rainbows that blurred fantasy and reality. These lines of light were unpredictable and gorgeous, as if they contained endless mysteries. Strange. Why would a change occur in the magic cube here? Isn't it still resting within my sleeping body? Or is this dreamland space so perfect and complete that it can even form a true projection of a divine object like the magic cube? As Lin Ming was thinking, he soon figured out the situation. His soul could be said to be in the dreamland space, but the truth was that his soul was still within his sleeping body. Since the magic cube was in his body, they could definitely connect to each other. Moreover, the phenomena that appeared during his ninefall had included the demon bead, purple card, and magic cube. They were divine tools that respectively involved essence, energy, and the divine. As for the magic cube, that was a supreme instrument that represented the divine, in other words, the soul. As for the divine dream world that Empyrean Divine Dream created, that was a world formed from the foundation of the divine soul. It was clearly unable to keep out the magic cube, because the magic cube was the highest ancestor of all soul-related phenomena in this world. After understanding this, Lin Ming began to carefully observe the magic cube. The 7 colored lights around the magic cube became increasingly brilliant, changing an infinite number of times between every breath of time. They were like a beautiful dream, ever-changing and ephemeral. These lines are... Lin Ming's mind suddenly shook. He recalled the mystical lines that were engraved into the chaos stones. These two types of lines actually shared a great number of similarities. In truth, These lines represented the various paths that the source energy of the universe traveled in. In other words, if one wished to look at these in another way, they would be called laws. As Lin Ming realized this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The 7 colored lines represent the divine dream law that Empyrean divine dream established. Why were the chaos stones so precious? It was because they had the source laws carved into them at the very forming of the universe. If one meditated and perceived them, that was equal to perceiving the laws of the universe. Usually, those universe laws had already fused into stars, space, time, and all living beings everywhere. Wanting to filter out those laws and perceive them was easier said than done. One needed top cultivation methods and also an incredibly high level of perception. And now, the laws of this dreamland space were actually decomposed by the magic cube. Lin Ming's transcendent divine mites had been unable to even twist the laws of the divine dream space, but the magic cube had easily broken them down as if it weren't difficult at all. This is truly a divine instrument of the soul. Even the laws established by an Empyrean were easily solved. Lin Ming looked at these fantastical lines and felt incomparably excited. In truth, these lines were simple to construct. But as they moved, they might spin, they might cross, or they might even coil around, forming countless complex diagrams and images, all of them containing a multitude of mysteries. This sort of union between simplicity and complexity revealed a harmonic beauty at every turn, leaving one yearning for more. If I'm able to perceive these things, will I be able to glance into the secret of the divine dream law? Lin Ming suddenly became excited as he realized this. What was the divine dream law? It was a transcendent divine might. Moreover, they weren't even an ordinary transcendent divine might. This was the total lifetime wisdom and knowledge of Empyrean divine dream. It was extremely likely that it was a transcendent divine might on the same level as the primordious martial intent created by Empyrean Primordius. Without the personal teaching of an Empyrean or a jade slip that had the divine dream law recorded within, one wouldn't be able to perceive anything within the divine dream space. But now, what Lin Ming saw was the very fundamental essence of the divine dream world's source laws. This was undoubtedly a great lucky chance for him. Lin Ming's eyes shone as he thought of this, his vision turning increasingly fiery as he looked at these mysterious lines. Perhaps not even Empyrean divine dream's descendant would be able to obtain such an opportunity. They would have to arduously perceive with diligence, constantly comprehending and studying in order to learn Empyrean divine dream's transcendent divine art. Of course, Empyrean divine dream's descendant had the complete transcendent divine might. This was not something that Lin Ming could compare with. If I can obtain a top 10 result in this divine realm first martial meeting and gain the opportunity to look over a complete transcendent divine might once, would I have the chance to choose Empyrean divine dream's transcendent divine might? As Lin Ming thought of this, he shook his head. The likelihood of that happening wasn't too high. According to what the public knew, the top 10 of the first martial meeting would be able to go to Empyrean Vast Universe's Divine Palace and receive the guidance of Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple. And the transcendent divine might there would likely be the inheritance of Vast Universe Divine Palace. For the top 10 to receive a chance to look at a transcendent divine might was already a generous reward. Asking for more was too unrealistic. And since Divine Dream Palace was so mysterious, it was unlikely they would share their inheritance so easily. Lin Ming sighed with some regret. Since he wouldn't have the chance to learn, he had to take advantage of the opportunities in front of him and perceive as much as he could. Although perceiving the entire transcendent divine might was the talk of an idiot, being able to comprehend some of the divine dream law wasn't difficult at all. The divine dream law was the essence of Empyrean divine dreams' accumulated knowledge. Lin Ming sat down and sank his energy into his body's minor dimension. He entered the ethereal martial intent state and began to train. After perfectly opening the gate of opening, Lin Ming's perception had become top class. He wasn't any much worse than the top geniuses of the divine realm. Even so, although the magic cube had already broken down the divine dream law, wanting to understand their mysteries was extremely difficult. How mysterious! It is like a new world, a new domain, a completely different law that is separate from the divine realm. When I withstood the baptism of the heavenly Tao laws from my ninefall, there wasn't the least bit of anything related to the divine dream law. Although the divine dream law had the word dream within it, it was fundamentally different from things like ghosts and illusions. The divine dream law was the totality of Empyrean divine dreams learning. She had perceived another world and constructed the system of laws here. As Lin Ming was lost in meditation, the colored lights around the magic cube began to move more and more and also quicker and quicker. Within the divine realm, when the law lines interacted on the chaos stones, they were a dark gray. Some were heavy, some were simple, and some were faint. There were even places where the lines had broken or were twisted around. But the divine dream law lines were like an amalgamation of color, mixing together in a dreamlike state. The lines were lively and wonderful as if they had a life of their own. They constantly transformed, making it impossible to predict them. Thinking about it some more, the lines on the chaos stones could be called a manifestation of grand mist energy. But the lines of the divine dream law seemed as whimsical and bewitching as a daydream of multicolored lights. Lin Ming was soon lost in the charm of these laws. Training continued without a sense of time. In what seemed like a moment, half a month had already passed. After half a month, the day had come for the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting to officially start. As for the cutoff for registering, that had already been a month ago. Nearly every young heroic elite that had signed up had entered the Divine Dream World by now. Everyone was ready. On this day, within the Divine Realm's 300 great worlds, all the residents of every great city, the disciples of every large sect, martial arts masters, hidden supreme experts, everyone gathered at the location of this grand tournament, all of them waiting for the first martial meeting to officially begin. These people were masters of participants, relatives, friends, fellow apprentices, acquaintances, and so on. It's beginning. It's about to begin. In one of Crimson Light World's tournament locations, Violent Stone stood before the massive pillar of divine light. The most outstanding young elites of the ancient Phoenix clan, including Yen Little Moon and Xiao Ping, were embezzled within that divine dreamland light. Lin Ming should also have joined in on the first martial meeting. I wonder just where he is, Violent Stone whispered to himself. At this time, the massive pillar of divine light suddenly converged together, forming a giant ball of light that was over 10,000 miles wide. Every single participant in that location was wrapped up in this ball of light. And at the same time, in the skies above the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm, a giant golden scroll appeared. Just the width of this scroll was 400,000 to 500,000 miles. This looked like a universe map that seemed to contain the heavens and earth. The scroll slowly unraveled. Just from looking at this scroll, everyone felt a massive pressure shroud over them, as if they were facing the glory of the heavens. Hurry and look! There are words on the scroll, someone shouted. Everyone looked up to see that on the scroll, there were golden letters with names written among them. And listed after these names were their sect or master and age. It was clear that these were the participants of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. The scroll continued to unravel, becoming longer and longer and filling with more and more names. First were the disciples that came from a sect, and then there were also many disciples that had supreme elders as their masters. Besides having their master's name behind their own, they had no sect listed since they were wandering martial artists. In other words, it was blank. The scroll continued to fall down at an ever faster pace. Finally, it stretched to a length of several million miles, 500,000 miles wide, several million miles long. This scroll was visible from nearly any point of a major world's mainland. As long as one looked up, they could see the scroll, or at least the light emitting from it. And as one approached within 100 miles of this scroll, they could see countless numerous lines written on the scroll. If one approached, they could see that these names were listed in a 3-foot square. The letters were indeed extremely large. It isn't just our Crimson Light world. I can also make out some other names. For instance, there are some people from the Sun Glory Holy Land. That is a holy land located at Atlas World. A disciple of the ancient Phoenix clan said. That's right, In the 3,000 great worlds and 10 quadrillion geniuses, every single one of their names is written on that scroll. The amount of information on that scroll is terrifying. This is truly the work of an Empyrean. Violent Stone narrowed his eyes as he looked up. He estimated that since this scroll appeared in his great world, it should also appear at every other great world in the divine realm. On each scroll there were at least 100 quadrillion characters. If one didn't use supernatural powers beyond imagination to write this down, then it was impossible to finish writing all of these names even in 100,000 years. Oh! At this time, at an unknown small world of the divine realm, on a desolate tiny planet that seemed to lack life, an old man looked up into the stars. He was lost in thought, looking like a plank of wood stuck in the ground. After a long time, he began to mutter, "The Divine Dream Law has finally projected the official proclamation. Divine Dream, you chose to have the first martial meeting take place in the Divine Dream world and also gather 10 quadrillion geniuses to do so, not even forgetting those wandering martial artists. You even used the Divine Dream Law to outline such a compelling announcement. To use so much effort to do all of this. Is it because you have a faint premonition that the great calamity is approaching?" The old man said as he leaned on his walking stick. His back was curved with age. He seemed like a kind, elderly old man in the last years of his life. "This era is already yours. You should have a good idea of what it is you are doing," the old man said, as if he were talking to Empyrean Divine Dream herself and also to himself. As he spoke to her, he violently coughed. His hair was withered, like dry weeds in summer, and his eyes were depressed deep into their sockets. His skin was gray and mottled, and even his clothing was dirty, sending out a faint stench. This was the symbol of the 5 fadings of death. When an ordinary person died, they would do so from the prime of their life, slowly aging as their fires of life weakened. Finally, their life would come to an end and they would die. This process might occupy a third of their lifespan. But for a top supreme elder of the divine realm, if they were able to live for 10 million years, they would be glowing with vitality for 9.99 million of those years. Only at the final stages of their death would they experience the 5 fadings of death. These 5 fadings were soiled clothes, sweat pouring from armpits, withering of the crown, stench of the body, loss of awareness. If one experienced the 5 fadings of death, that meant their fires of life were rapidly waning and the end of their life was soon approaching. The passing of time is truly a terrifying opponent, invincible and unstoppable. Since ancient times, there once appeared someone that managed to escape the erosion of time, but his fate also turned against him. In the end, everyone loses. The old man sighed, then turned around, stepping back into his simple cabin. As the divine dream light formed an enchantment that sent everyone to the divine dream space, and as a gold scroll blocked the endless blue skies, throughout the entire divine realm and throughout the entire divine dream world, the boundless and great voice of Empyrean vast universe echoed once more. It resounded like a great bell, ringing like divine drums, reverberating between the heavens and the earth, stirring the hearts of all. To the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm, the first martial meeting shall now commence. It's starting, it's finally starting. When the audience throughout the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds heard this voice, all of them were filled with excitement. However, within the divine dream world, all of the participants felt their nerves tighten. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this first martial meeting would be one of the most important events of their lives. Lin Ming also heard this voice. He shook his head in regret. It has finally begun. My comprehension of the divine dream law has just started and is still improving. If I could have a few more months, then that would be great. As the other participants were intensely preparing for this moment, Lin Ming was actually trying to unravel Empyrean Divine Dream's transcendent divine might. If this was said out loud, anyone's jaw would drop. What others would find impossibly difficult to do was actually slowly being understood by Lin Ming. Now I shall announce the rules. Empyrean Vast Universe's voice rang out once again, cracking upon everyone's eardrums. All participants, You shall experience absolute safety in the divine dream world. But once you leave the city, you will encounter nightmares. These nightmares are condensed from the energy of the divine dream world, and they come in all sorts of macabre and strange forms. Some more humanoid, some more like ancient beasts, and some are even energy life forms. They can use laws, they can control energy, and there are even creatures that are as intelligent as humans. Slay them and you will gain merit points. Finally, these merit points will be used to decide your results and rank. 3 months from now, the first round of eliminations will begin. The elimination rate will be 99%. In every great world, only those that possess the top 1% of merit points will be able to pass. 6 months later, from the 1% of participants that have passed, the second round of eliminations will begin. The elimination rate is 99.9%. In every great world, only 1 out of every 100,000 of the starting participants shall remain. 9 months later, the third round of eliminations will begin. Of the remaining participants, 99.99% of them shall be eliminated. In every great world, only 1 out of every billion original participants shall remain. As the strong and vibrant voice announced the rules, all of the young elites sucked in a breath of cold air. This rate of elimination was far too abnormal. 3 rounds of elimination, from 1% to 0.1% to 0.01%, finally only 1 in a billion participants would be chosen. This was what a true cruel and brutal competition was. Lin Ming began to deeply feel how terrifying just the first round of the first martial meeting was. But this was also normal. In the entire divine realm, there were 10 to 20 quadrillion participants. With such a massive base number, then even if only 1 out of every billion people were chosen, there would still be over 10 million remaining. That was still a terrifying number of participants. Only an intense and brutal competition is interesting, Lin Ming whispered to himself. Empyrean Divine Dream's voice sounded out once more. In the city there are various weapons, medicines, violet sun crystals, and all other kinds of treasures that can be freely used to restore your energy lost in battle. If you kill nightmares, you can also absorb the energy within them, or even directly obtain weapons and supplies from a nightmare's body. At the same time, if the nightmares kill participants, they shall evolve and become stronger and stronger. The merit points of these nightmares will also become higher. In addition, as long as you leave the city, participants may hunt and kill each other. If you kill someone, you may obtain 60% of the dreamland treasures on their body, as well as 0 to 60% of their merit points. After dying, you will be restored after 1 day and retain 40% of your dreamland treasures and merit points. The number of chances to return to the dreamland battlefield is unlimited. At these words, all of the participants were shocked. Participants could hunt and kill other participants. That meant that as soon as one left the safety of the city, not only would they have to face the threat from the nightmares, but they would also have to face the threat from other participants. And the threat from other participants was probably the most important factor. After all, if one killed a nightmare, they would only be able to obtain the merit points from that nightmare. But if one killed another participant, they would be able to obtain as much as 60% of the merit points they had accumulated. This number would be much higher than just killing nightmares. However, why was it from 0 to 60%? Was it not a fixed number? Did the proportion of merit points that one would obtain depend on luck? This was a question that many participants were wondering. Lin Ming faintly frowned. This sort of rule would benefit those who brought along other participants to the first martial meeting. For instance, Zhong Wenshu and his groupies. He could let his underlings kill the nightmares and then their points would belong to him. Like this, one could accumulate merit points at a ridiculous rate. Zhong Wenshu was a disciple of an ordinary world king Holy Land, so he didn't have many underlings and they weren't too strong either. But there were definitely individuals in the first martial meeting that would have dozens or even 100 subordinates. The speed at which they killed nightmares would be quite considerable too. In addition, there would be some extremely wealthy individuals that could use money to buy over some poorer wandering martial artists. Originally, at least half the martial artists here had come to participate in the fun. If these people were asked, They could easily be won over with the promise of several hundred violet sunstones. Once this began to happen, the competition itself would lose all significance. As Lin Ming was thinking, Empyrean Vast Universe continued to speak. Upon killing another participant, the merit points and treasures you gain will depend on the difference in merit points between the killer and the slain. If the killer has fewer merit points, then they will obtain the full 60%. If the killer has more merit points, then the merit points they receive will be reduced by half if they have 2 times the merit points of the slain, and continue to be reduced by half beyond that. And after being killed, regardless of what your merit points were, you will lose 60% of your merit points and dreamland treasures. I see. Lin Ming was suddenly aware. Such a rule was also quite severe. If one's merit point total was 3 times higher, then they would only be able to obtain 15% of the merit points from whoever they killed. If their merit points were 4 times higher, this would drop to 7.5%. As for having merit points that were 5 times or 10 times higher than someone, killing them would be negligible. If one had merit points several times higher than someone, killing them would give only a few % of their measly merit points. In that case, going out and killing a few nightmare beasts might be a better use of time instead. Thus, even if someone brought in many subordinates, these underlings also wouldn't be useful in gathering points. This was because, generally speaking, the strength of these underlings was far weaker than their master, and their merit points would soon be far outpaced by their masters. Even if their master was killing them, the amount of merit points gained wouldn't matter. Moreover, once these underlings were killed, they would lose a fixed 60% of their own merit points no matter what their master gained. If these underlings died 1 or 2 times, they would soon be eliminated in the first round. If they were forced to leave like this, the role they would play would be 0. This was an extremely fair killing field. The result would all depend on one's own strength. How interesting! Sacred Yueping licked his lips. With his proud and arrogant nature, he hadn't been planning on using such a cheating method to begin with. Then, grudges will be finished and hatred resolved. The feeling of controlling the life and death of others in your palm is truly tantalizing. Zhong Wenshu excitedly smiled. Although he couldn't fight in Immemorial City, everyone he found displeasing to the eyes could be dealt with outside. Now, the first round of the first martial meeting officially begins. The first eliminations will begin in 3 months. As Empyrean Vast Universe's voice spoke to hear, it completely disappeared. At the same time, at an extremely great distance from Immemorial Imperial City, an earth-shaking roar flooded outwards without end, like the roars of countless ancient giant beasts. It's the nightmares. Ha! Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's go in and happily kill them. A crowd of 8-fall Divine Sea participants enthusiastically cheered. Each of these people appeared to be a vicious and savage individual. In fact, their previous job was consistent with their looks. They were a group of interstellar pirates that specifically murdered and robbed martial artists that were making long journeys across the stars. For them to work as robbers at only the late Divine Sea, this was proof that they had some ability. This group of pirates naturally only allowed the most extraordinary of individuals to join their group. By working together, as long as their target didn't surpass the divine transformation realm, then it was simply impossible to escape. Thus, they joined the first martial meeting in order to test out their skills and try to make a claim to fame. What boss said is right. We just obtained some top-grade saint artifacts, and now I really want to try out this saber. Really? As soon as I wanted to sleep, someone sent me a pillow. Good. Then let us brothers compete and see just who can kill the most. The crowd of interstellar pirates took various kinds of weapons and rushed out of the city. These weapons were all top-grade saint artifacts taken from the weapon shops around Immemorial Imperial City. To these pirates, these were rare and valuable treasures. This group of pirates mingled in with the many other participants, rushing out of the city like a swarm of locusts. I've found it. That is a nightmare beast. I've been frustrated for too long. A pirate pointed towards a crowd of dark creatures in a canyon. They looked to be some sort of goat-like creature. Their aura was weak and they didn't seem to pose any threat at all. Those should be low-level nightmare beasts, good for a starting snack. Brothers, Let's kill them, and then go kill some high-level nightmare beasts. At the boss' orders, the other pirates all hurtled forwards. But at this moment, those dozen-plus goat-like nightmare beasts seemed to discover the pirates. Their hooves bent and struck out, suddenly causing the rock beneath them to explode. The goats turned into black beams of lights that rushed out at an unbelievable speed, crashing into the pirates. Ah! On the scene, there were 7 or 8 pirates that were broken apart by the collision, their flesh and blood flying through the air. What? The few surviving pirates were left bewildered. How could these goats be so powerful? Everyone be careful. Form the array. The boss wanted to gather his remaining brothers in a bid to turn this hopeless situation into a victory. But at this time, another bunch of miserable cries echoed in the skies. Another round of attacks occurred, and the rest of the boss' little brothers all instantly died. Then, the black goats all rushed towards the pirate boss. The pirate boss was utterly horrified. What the fuck situation is this? With these last few words, the pirate boss was torn apart by a black light. His body was torn apart as he turned into a mass of pure soul energy that flew back towards immemorial Imperial City to be reborn. As for these goat-like nightmare beasts, after killing the pirates, their bodies began to emit crackling popping sounds. Bone spikes began to appear over their bodies. Their eyes turned bright red, and their auras deepened. They were evolving. This same situation was happening in places all over. The great strength of these nightmare beasts has surpassed everyone's imaginations. The souls of many people are flying back. As Lin Ming sat in meditation, he didn't even need to open his eyes to feel the soul energy that represented martial artists flying back to the city. This was the result of having perceived the laws of the divine dream world these past days. Otherwise, as a common participant, there was no way he could see the trajectories of these souls. Many people have died. It seems these nightmare beasts aren't easy to deal with. Lin Ming wasn't surprised. This Divine Realm First Martial Meeting was specifically aimed at the peak geniuses of the Divine Realm. Those who couldn't even reach Ninefall were doomed to be eliminated at the end of the first round. Although this Divine Realm First Martial Meeting involved over 10 quadrillion individuals, it was actually extremely fair. There would be no case in which a powerhouse would be eliminated because they managed to get themselves thrust into a death group. There also wouldn't be any weaklings that managed to pass because of some heaven-defying form of luck. Occurrences of fraud wouldn't occur either. Whether one was a peak genius of a world king holy land or a common wandering martial artist, no matter which of the 3,000 great worlds they came from, everyone started at the same line. Those with strength would inevitably pass through this qualification round. This also caused Lin Ming to sigh at Empyrean Divine Dream's supernatural powers. He thought that gathering 10 quadrillion geniuses in any location of the Divine Realm was an impossible task to begin with, but Empyrean Divine Dream had done so with absolute ease. Moreover, the method of competition she devised was more than fair. The nightmare beasts that kill martial artists will evolve, and the merit points obtained from killing them will be higher. At the same time, Ninefall martial artists that can kill nightmare beasts will accumulate more and more merit points. In other words, the efficiency of doing anything at the start will be very low. The true gap will form after 1 or 2 months. Lin Ming realized this and wasn't anxious. These 3 months of time were very precious to him. Being able to perceive Empyrean Divine Dream's transcendent divine might was much more important than whatever result he obtained. As for merit points or whatever else he needed, he was satisfied as long as he crossed the elimination hurdle. Near immemorial Imperial City, battlefields of slaughter were occurring everywhere. It wasn't just 8-fall Divine Sea participants, but even 9-fall Divine Sea participants saw their lives equally threatened. There were many nightmare beasts that became disgustingly fierce after evolving just once. In order to survive, many participants had no choice but to join forces and kill nightmare beasts together. But in doing this, the number of merit points they received dwindled as they were divided amongst everyone else. An ordinary nightmare beast gave just over 10 merit points. If 4 to 5 people joined together, everyone could only obtain a sad 2 or so merit points. Without needing to be told, these people knew they would be inevitably eliminated after 3 months passed. This is too difficult. How can anyone deal with such freakish nightmare beasts? Several participants cursed out as they finally killed a nightmare beast with grueling effort. This sort of test is not something a normal person can handle. Even if they are strong, they would still be devastated if they ran into a pack of nightmare beasts. All of their previous efforts will have been for naught. The luck factor in this competition is simply too great. The captain of this team of martial artists said, "Boss, there's something happening up ahead." A martial artist suddenly spoke up. As everyone turned to look, they felt a tingling sensation crawl up their scalps. Not too far away, in the forest, there were dozens of nightmare beasts rushing towards them. After battling through a violent life or death battle for the entire day, this team of martial artists were well aware of what it meant for dozens of nightmare beasts to come rampaging towards them. They would be instantly slain, although they were only soul forms that existed in the divine dream world, and would also be reincarnated if they died here. It was still mentally hard to withstand the pressure of imminent death. Hide your aura and escape. The head martial artist restrained his aura as he spoke with a true essence sound transmission. In this critical situation, everyone carefully restrained their aura and began slowly moving backwards, a step at a time. They didn't want all those points they worked so hard for to shrink by over half. At this moment, they only heard a sharp whistle pass by their ears. There was a blur as a red shadow shot into the forest. The speed of this red shadow was far too fast. No one was able to clearly see it. They also saw the red shadow crash into place the dozens of nightmare beasts were at, arousing the angry roars and reactions of those nightmare beasts. That red shadow was a participant, and from the shape of their back, it was a woman. This crazy woman. Shit. Does she want to die and bring us down with her? As these martial artists saw the red shadow anger the nightmare beasts, all of them were scared silly. Once those nightmare beasts killed that rabid woman, they would die from bearing the anger of those nightmare beasts. Just as everyone was about to escape, a burst of loud explosive sounds filled the air. Countless large trees imploded and 4 or 5 nightmare beasts emitted pitiful cries as they burst like a balloon of meat and blood. That red shadow was like a wisp of light smoke, shuttling within the pack of nightmare beasts. 2 flywheels were in her hands, glowing with a cold light. Wherever she went, nightmare beasts would erupt into a puddle of bloody goo. She was no different from a death god that was harvesting lives. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. They had to join forces in order to barely take down a single nightmare beast with their coordinated efforts, and yet this woman was killing an entire pack of them as if she were slaughtering chickens and cows. The difference between them was simply too great. Although these martial artists knew the divine realm was unimaginably vast and there was always a higher peak and a stronger martial artist, they always subconsciously thought that their strength was equal to the peak geniuses from Holy Lands. At least the difference shouldn't be too great. But now, with this red-clothed woman in front of them, all of the confidence they built up was completely shattered. In just a short 10 breaths of time, the dozens of nightmare beasts were slaughtered by that red-clothed woman. She calmly stood among the wreckage of corpses, her body stained red with blood. Her figure was slender and she wore a bamboo hat on her head. It was impossible to discern her appearance. One could only see she was incomparably mysterious. 35 nightmare beasts. With the 70 I killed before, I've already killed over 100. This is over 1,000 merit points. I wonder just how Zhong Wenshu and the 3 prodigies from Sacred Martial Mansion are doing. There is also that boy who bought the Boundless World pill. Humph, I will prove to everyone that just having resources and talent is meaningless. Although my background is inferior and my wealth is inferior, I am not weaker than any of you. I will be the one who takes first place in immemorial Imperial City. The bamboo hat woman thought out loud. As she spoke, her words carried with it a faint hoarse and gravelly tone, causing her voice to lose all its charm. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Zhong Wenshu and the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion were also engaged in a frigid slaughtering. None of you need to fight. If you do anything, you will just take a part of my merit points. All that you need to do is to guide the nightmare beasts over here, the more the better. Evolved nightmare beasts are the best, Zhong Wenshu said as he crushed the skull of a nightmare beast beneath his boot. A confident smile hung on his face. My cultivation method excels in group battles. I want to see just who in all of immemorial Imperial City can obtain merit points faster than I can. That's right. I had you investigate the whereabouts of that little bastard who bought the Boundless World pill. Haven't you found him yet? Looking for him is a top priority. I want to have as much fun with him as I can. It's perfect we can revive in this divine dream world. I will wait until he resurrects and kill him again. I want to kill him until he is dirt poor and shits his pants whenever he sees me. As Zhong Wenshu cruelly smiled, the minion beside him said, Young master, that garbage Lin Ming withdrew from the city and has yet to emerge. Zhong Wenshu frowned. That little bastard. He clearly knows I'm looking for him. So he doesn't dare to come out and face me? That should be it. Ugh, how pathetic. I was hoping to kill him and take away his merit points, but now killing him doesn't even seem worth the time. To Zhong Wenshu, the best way to get revenge would have been to kill Lin Ming and also take away all of his efforts. But now, since that wouldn't work, the enjoyment he received from taking revenge against Lin Ming would be severely diminished. Humph, I don't believe he won't come out and hunt for nightmare beasts and then let himself be eliminated in the first round. Although that little bastard is nothing compared to me, he should still be able to enter the second round with his qualifications. I can't believe he is willing to simply resign himself to being eliminated. I will wait. As long as he leaves the city, I will instantly kill him. I want to chop him into 70 to 80 pieces and let him experience true suffering. Haha, what young master says will be done. Rest assured, we have already bribed several participants to stand guard outside the city. As soon as that boy appears, we will inform young master. At that time, young master can deal with Lin Ming and enjoy him to your heart's content. Good. Well done. Now go and quickly look for nightmare beasts. I have to guarantee that my merit points will be the number 1 rank of immemorial Imperial City. Not only will I win this qualification round, but I must also struggle for the top 5 ranks of the true martial great world. Zhong Wenshu had great ambitions. Although he was currently the greatest genius of Dual Polarity Palace's young generation, the sect still wasn't willing to train him regardless of cost. For instance, it was impossible for him to enjoy medicines like the Boundless World pill. He had to prove to everyone he had value, and perhaps even the potential to become a world king. Only by reaching the top 5 rankings of the true martial great world would he have enough qualifications to gain the attention of Dual Polarity Palace's upper-level figures. In the future, during the finals of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, if he could enter the top 10,000 or the top 8,000, he would become the best disciple within Dual Polarity Palace for the last tens of thousands of years. As endless slaughtering was occurring within the Divine Dream World like a raging fire that spread without end, outside of the Divine Dream World, the near-infinite audience was all gazing at the massive golden scroll in the sky, captivated. They soon discovered that, on the scroll, the positions of the participants' names were constantly shifting and changing. Look, there's numbers appearing behind people's names. 1027. What number is that? Everyone discovered that as the positions of names changed on the scrolls, there were also many names that had numbers attached to them. From the start, it was only a few, but slowly more and more names were given a number. 1130, 1150. The numbers are increasing. Look, someone even has 2000. That's not 2000. That's 2500. It's even about to break 3000. Moreover, I saw that some numbers even vanished altogether. What do these numbers mean? Many people asked, puzzled. They should be merit points. These numbers represent the merit points they have. When Empyrean Vast Universe used his great supernatural power to speak, his sound transmission passed through the entire divine realm, and the audience also heard the rules of the competition. To say these numbers were the merit points the participants had was the most reasonable explanation. So they were merit points. That makes sense. But why do only a small number of people have numbers behind their names, and most martial artists do not? Although the golden scroll had many names with numbers behind them, this was because the scroll was simply too large. The names were densely packed together and seemingly endless. If one counted them, the number of people with merit point values behind their names were not even in the thousands. It should be that only those with at least 1,000 merit points are displayed. Even for an Empyrean, wanting to constantly update the merit points of over 10 quadrillion geniuses wouldn't be easy. Those with numbers but then vanished were likely people that crossed over 1,000 before being killed by other participants or nightmare beasts. Finally, their merit points fell and they fell down the list. It was naturally impossible for Empyrean Divine Dream to constantly update the merit points of every single participant with her soul force. No matter how powerful her soul force was, wanting to simultaneously monitor and change the merit points of over 10 quadrillion geniuses was impossible. What she relied on were the heaven and earth laws of the Divine Dream world. Everything within the Dreamland was supported by the Divine Dream laws as a foundation, and the Divine Dream world would complete the statistics of everyone there itself. Empyrean Divine Dream would only need to provide a little bit of energy to display everyone's scores. So that's what is happening. Those with their scores on the Golden Scroll are all outstanding cultivators. They are likely to pass the first round of eliminations and possibly even the second round. Yes, perhaps they will even be noticed by the various large influence, especially those whose merit points rise the quickest. In all corners of the divine realm, there were countless people holding such discussions. However, they soon discovered that although they could see the merit points of all the participants in the divine realm, it was far too difficult to find specific people. The Golden Scroll was simply far too large. It was hundreds of thousands of miles wide and several million miles long. Even a holy lord didn't have the ability to cover the entire Golden Scroll with their divine sense. And if they did, with the near-endless names on the Golden Scroll, they would overdraw their divine soul before they found who they were looking for. I wonder how Wuxia is doing. Several old men from Dual Polarity Palace frowned. They all had a half-step Holy Lord Cultivation and were important characters of the Zhong family bloodline. Even with their combined abilities, wanting to find Zhong Wuxia's name on such a massive list was far too great an undertaking for them. Of course, Dual Polarity Palace's Palace Master had the ability to find Zhong Wuxia. However, a World King didn't have such leisurely time to spend an extremely long time observing the preliminaries. What they cared about were only the finals. As the several elders were worrying, a golden carriage soared across the sky. The chariot stopped and a middle-aged man with a jade crown stepped out. He wore a long embroidered golden robe tied together with a purple gold belt. He had a bright smile on his face, and the aura he emitted was one of wealth and extravagance. Its Imperial City Auction House's vice director. The elders of Dual Polarity Palace quickly recognized the middle-aged man. Everyone, as the middle-aged man stood atop the golden divine carriage floating in the skies, dazzling arcs of golden light shot out into the world, capturing everyone's attention. As for his voice, it easily spread over an area of 100,000 miles. His cultivation was at the half-step World King. A half-step World King powerhouse. Within an area of 100,000 miles, that was a peak existence among hundreds of millions of watching people. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man, not sure what he was about to say. The middle-aged man faintly smiled and said, "My Imperial City Auction House has been granted authorization by Empyrean Divine Dream to come here and sell inquiry jade slips. You may use these jade slips to search for the ranking of specific participants. If you know the name and sect of a martial artist, you may search them to find out how many merit points they have. The number of times you can use this jade slip is unlimited. The price of each jade slip is 10 million violet sunstones. The quantity is limited, so the price is quite high." The middle-aged man took out a deep green jade slip as he spoke. This small jade slip only had a simple array formation carved into it that could connect to the Golden Scroll Dreamland projection of the Divine Dream world. Even so, the cost was 10 million violet sunstones. For some time, all of the wandering martial artists and martial artists of small families and sects were left speechless. This price was simply a killing move. Moreover, it was just to look at the results. It was simply far too luxurious an item. However, those from distinguished families didn't care at all. An elder from Dual Polarity Palace laughed and said, "Sage Sure, you have come at just the right time. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find the results of my family's juniors. Allow me to buy an inquiry jade slip." "All right." Sage Sure tossed out a jade slip toward the Dual Polarity Palace elder. At the same time, a spatial ring with violet sunstones contained within it was sent flying to Sage Sure. Of the 10 million violet sunstones per jade slip, Imperial City Auction House was only able to take in 10% of the profits. The rest was to be given to Empyrean Divine Dream. In fact, these jade slips were created by the disciples of Divine Dream Palace. Although the process of creating them was simple, they contained a faint touch of the Divine Dream laws, so anyone else could forget about thinking of duplicating them. Empyrean Divine Dream was managing the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. Just creating these massive Divine Dream lights, continuing everything occurring within the Divine Dream Realm, and summoning those massive golden scrolls on all 3,000 great worlds of the Divine Realm required an incomparably terrifying amount of energy. Even if Empyrean Divine Dream was ridiculously rich, she still wasn't able to use up resources like this, so she also needed a method to earn back some money. A similar sale was occurring all throughout the golden scrolls of the Divine Realm's 3,000 great worlds. The ones responsible for carrying out these sales were the several peak trade associations of each great world. As for those that were able to afford jade slips, they were also great influences. "I found it! Dual Polarity Palace, Zhong Wunshu, 5,300 merit points. Haha! Wunshu has not let us down. Amazing!" After the Dual Polarity Palace elder obtained the jade slip, he immediately began searching for Zhong Wunshu's name. Of course, just looking for the name of Zhong Wunshu alone wasn't enough. There were many people with duplicate names. But with Dual Polarity Palace added on, it was much easier. However, Wunshu is not the highest. The true martial Holy Lands have some people that are even higher. Their top participant already has 6,000 merit points. That's already quite good. Let's go and report this happy news to the family head. But the current ranking is a bit inaccurate. Only later, when the points stabilize, will we be able to see the true results. Meanwhile, Sacred Martial Mansion also bought a Divine Dream Jade Slip. This Jade Slip was enough to display over a dozen names. The 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion were among them. Their merit points were around 5,000 each. This was a result that satisfied the many elders of Sacred Martial Mansion. At this time, at Good Fortune World, a massive scroll similarly floated in the skies. Underneath this massive scroll, a beautiful woman was also selling Divine Dream Jade Slips. 10 million violet sunstones is far too expensive. An unbroken cult elder frowned. They were only an 8th grade sect. Although they could afford a price of 10 million violet sunstones, it was hard for them to pay such a price only to find out the results a few months ahead of time. But their sect had spent a great deal of wealth and effort to cultivate Yu Yuming. They were anxious in discovering just what his results would be like. Let's join together with some other 8th grade sects to buy one. Buying one alone is a bit too luxurious for us. Our unbroken cult's wealth comes from the hard work of our disciples. We don't have so much to spare. Right? Let's buy it with others. The elders of the unbroken cult devised this new plan and contacted some other 8th grade sects they were on good terms with. Together, they bought a Divine Dream Jade Slip. They quickly searched for Yu Yoming's results. 3,150 points. This result ranking is between the top 1 and 2 million of Good Fortune World. Currently, only those in the top 10,000 ranks would show their specific results. The rest only showed a general range. A rank between 1 and 2 million. The disciples of the unbroken cult discussed amongst each other, not knowing just what concept this rank was. "It seems that passing through the preliminaries will be impossible," an elder said. This was only the ranking of Good Fortune World. If this rank spread through to the entire Divine Realm, it had to be multiplied by a factor of 3,000. But through the preliminary qualifiers, only 10 million or so people would pass. If one wanted to pass in a great world, one needed to rank in the top 300,000. This would be extremely difficult for Yu Yuming. Even so, These elders were quite satisfied with this result. They were only an 8th grade sect, but there were also many geniuses of countless holy lands that were unable to pass the qualifiers. Those that were able to advance were at least the geniuses of peak holy lands that approached a world king holy land in strength. The other sects that bought the divine dream jade slip with the unbroken cult took their turns to look up the disciples they sent. The result was that all of their disciples were ranked below 3 million. One could see the disparity as soon as they compared disciples. It was clear that Yu Yuming led them all. This caused the elders of the unbroken cult to be in a much happier mood. The vice sect master stroked his beard in satisfaction and said, "That Yuming child is quite good. It seems we haven't trained him in vain. Yes, in the future he might even be able to become a half-step holy lord." The elders of the unbroken cult were all overjoyed with their successes. Moreover, the elders of the other 8th grade sects also sourly sent their congratulations. The disciples of the unbroken cult that accompanied them here were soon celebrating. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were also amongst these accompanying disciples. "Big sister, that jade slip is..." Qin Xingxuan whispered. "I know." Mu Qianyu's heart was also tangled with conflicting feelings. If she was able to search that jade slip, she could look for Lin Ming. She didn't care about Lin Ming's results. She only wanted to know whether or not Lin Ming joined the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. If she knew he was participating, she could find out which great world he lived in. She could also confirm which branch palace he was accepted into. At that time, looking for Lin Ming would be far easier. Her status as an outer court disciple was simply far too low. She and Qin Xingxuan had put in their greatest effort in their tasks and helped to perfectly refine the Heaven Step pill. Finally, they managed to obtain 2 spots that were reserved for janitorial disciples so they could come watch the first martial meeting. To directly speak to an elder, she didn't have these qualifications at all. Mu Qianyu clenched her teeth. She took a brave step forwards and said, "Elder, this disciple has a request to ask of you." The unbroken cult elder turned to Mu Qianyu. It was very sudden and surprising for Mu Qianyu to stand out from among the outer court disciples. Yu Feng, who was responsible for managing the outer court disciples, was angered. Her thin eyebrows shot up and she fiercely said, "Mu Qianyu, hurry up and step back if you don't know customs." The rules of the unbroken cult were severe and strict. If Mu Qianyu aroused the annoyance of an elder, as the one in charge of handling these disciples, she would leave a bad impression on the elders. However, due to Yu Yoming's results, the unbroken cult elder was in a very good mood. He didn't bother with Mu Qianyu's rudeness but instead waved his hand. "What does she want? Let her speak." "Thank you, elder." Mu Qianyu hurriedly bowed. Yu Feng grit her teeth, maliciously glaring at Mu Qianyu. She commanded, "Hurry up and say what you want." She spoke with a true essence sound transmission toward Mu Qianyu. "Once we return, I'll deal with you. You are becoming more and more impolite. Not even an inner court disciple can speak so rudely with the elder." Luckily, senior apprentice brother Yu's results have put the great elder in a good mood. "Consider yourself lucky, or you would have dragged me into your bad luck." Yu Feng's words weren't exaggerated at all. This was similar to many mortal countries, where a commoner was struck with 50 lashes if they dared to protest a case against a higher authority. Even if they won, they would still be exiled 2,000 miles. The world of martial artists was even stricter between low and high statuses. For an outer court disciple to request a favor from an elder during such a serious occasion, that was a truly impolite form of behavior. Mu Qianyu ignored Yu Feng's threat. She clearly said to the unbroken cult's great elder, "Reporting to great elder, this disciple's husband may be participating in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. I hope I can use this chance to find my husband. I humbly request for great elder's help." Mu Qianyu's expression and tone as she spoke were very sincere. The great elder's eyebrows arched up. He asked with a bit of surprise, "Oh? Your husband has also entered the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting? How many stages of life destruction has he reached?" The first martial meeting only set requirements on one's age and cultivation. If one could satisfy both of these requirements, that would actually mean their cultivation speed was considered at the upper echelons among those of their age. This sort of person would not have average talent. In fact, even the weakest participants of the first martial meeting, if they were to be placed in the unbroken cult, could be considered a peak inner court disciple or even a core disciple. Because of Yu Yoming's rise, the high-level figures of the unbroken cult were all smug and complacent. If they could gain another core disciple, that was certainly a good thing. With this in mind, the Great Elder had ideas of bringing Lin Ming into the unbroken cult. Reporting to Great Elder, when I separated with my husband, he was only at the 5th stage of life destruction. But my husband's talent is extremely high. He definitely would have smoothly crossed the 9th stage of life destruction. Mu Qianyu wasn't too clear on what sort of concept a 9th stage life destruction was. But she knew that among core disciple of the unbroken cult there were 29th stage life destruction disciples. Lin Ming shouldn't be worse than any of them. 9 fall? The Great Elder only smiled, clearly not believing Mu Qianyu's speculations. Mu Qianyu was only someone that ascended from the lower realms, so how could she possibly know about the gap between an 8-fall and 9-fall martial artist? Moreover, a woman would always believe her husband was always stronger than he really was. The Great Elder said without hesitation, "Since that's the case, I shall help you look for him. If we find him, he may also join the unbroken cult so that you may reunite with your husband." "That is, my husband has already joined another sect," Mu Qianyu awkwardly said. As she spoke, Yufeng was immediately angered. "Mu Qianyu, how could you say such words? Great Elder is showing such kindness to you, and yet not only do you not thank him, but you are completely unappreciative." "It doesn't matter." The Great Elder waved his hand, interrupting Yufeng. Bringing Lin Ming into the unbroken cult was just a casual suggestion. If Lin Ming could join their ranks, that would naturally be good. But if he couldn't, that wasn't a loss either. "Since your husband has joined another sect, tell me what sect he is from as well as his name. I will look him up for you." My husband is in the Ancient Phoenix clan. His name is Lin Ming." "Ancient Phoenix clan?" The Great Elder nearly choked upon hearing Mu Qianyu's words. As for Yufeng, she paused for a moment before suddenly recalling something. Her eyes became a bit uneasy and strange as she glared at Mu Qianyu. The peak holy lands of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds were all quite famous. A martial artist had an extremely good memory. As long as it was a peak holy land, they would have a faint understanding of it. Compared to their unbroken cult, the Ancient Phoenix clan was hundreds and thousands of times more powerful. He is a disciple of the Ancient Phoenix clan? Moreover, he has even joined the first martial meeting. The Great Elder sized up Mu Qianyu. A peak holy land would normally be extremely selective about which outstanding disciples they chose to send to the Divine Realm first martial meeting. They wouldn't send out random disciples just to increase their numbers. If what Mu Qianyu said was true, perhaps her husband was doing quite well in the Ancient Phoenix clan. That would indeed be extraordinary. Although he didn't believe this, his eyes became much more gentle as he looked at Mu Qianyu, and his expression was much more temperate. "Are you sure he joined the first martial meeting?" "Well, that is only my guess." Mu Qianyu couldn't confirm this. However, she believed that if the Ancient Phoenix clan had chosen disciples to enter into the first martial meeting, Lin Ming would definitely be among them. You have been separated for far too many years, so you probably do not understand." The Great Elder shook his head, thinking back to his previous assumptions. Perhaps Mu Qianyu's husband was only an outer court disciple of the Ancient Phoenix clan. If that were true, he wouldn't be considered anything at all. "Yes, we've been separated for many years." Mu Qianyu's words lacked energy behind them. The Great Elder didn't think much of it. He began to search the Divine Dream Jade for the Ancient Phoenix clan, Lin Ming. At this moment, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were both tense. Their eyes were completely focused on the Divine Dream Jade slip in the Great Elder's hands. They really did fear that they would be unable to find Lin Ming. There were two possibilities for this to happen. The first was that Lin Ming's talent was insufficient to rank among the higher-level disciples of the Ancient Phoenix clan, so he wasn't able to participate. However, Mu Qianyu didn't think this possibility was too high. To her, Lin Ming was the most extraordinary person she ever met. That left a second possibility. Lin Ming had encountered some accident. The divine realm was filled with endless horrendous risks and dangers. There were countless masters everywhere, many of them ruthless and willing to kill for the tiniest bit of profit. As for Lin Ming, he was only at the 5th stage of life destruction when he first ascended to the divine realm. Placed within the divine realm, such a cultivation was less than an ant. Moreover, the growth of a genius was brutal and tough, and one needed to undergo countless life or death situations to find their own lucky chances. If Lin Ming had encountered an accident, Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan simply weren't able to imagine the consequences. None of them dared to think of this possibility, but that didn't mean they didn't worry in their hearts. This was just like in the mortal world when a husband would go off to sea and the wife would worry over him. Although the chances of dying in the great oceans was very small, the wife would still stay up late at night, their hearts filled with fear and trepidation. It was also this worry that caused Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan to ascend to the divine realm to search for Lin Ming. However, they had underestimated the difficulty in finding him. That tiny divine dream jade slip had become the only object that existed within Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan's gazes. It seemed as if time had stopped around them. I actually found him. As the divine dream jade slip flashed with a blue light, the great elder was a bit surprised. Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan were immediately overjoyed. Lin Ming was really participating in the first martial meeting. And most importantly, this meant that Lin Ming was safe. Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan felt their noses burn and nearly fell into a bout of tears. If they counted the time they spent in a time enchantment, they were already separated from Lin Ming for dozens of years. At this point, what they cared about was not Lin Ming's results or how he ranked amongst the young elites of the ancient Phoenix clan, but about his safety and well-being. Even if they couldn't see Lin Ming, they were more than satisfied knowing he was alive and well. Oh, he's really there? How many merit points does he have? The vice sect master casually asked from the side. Although he knew what was occurring, he hadn't been paying much attention. It doesn't say. It should be less than 1,000 merit points, the great elder said. A feeling of superiority appeared in his heart. Of their unbroken cult, besides Yu Ming who was blossoming in glory, there were also 2 other core disciples that managed to gather more than 1,000 merit points each. As for the ancient Phoenix clan's disciples, it seemed they were only SOSO. One of them actually wasn't able to achieve over 1,000 merit points. I never thought the Peak Holy Land, the ancient Phoenix clan, would actually send out disciples to boost numbers. The vice sect master faintly smiled, his mood much better than before. He didn't lower his voice, letting all the other 8th grade sect elders hear him. But they didn't speak up either. Currently, the unbroken cult was brimming with success. Anything they said would be useless. But something is a bit strange. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan should be participating from Atlas World, Crimson Light World, or at least somewhere in that area. How come Lin Ming is at the true martial great world? Well, I'm not too sure about that. The great elder shook his head, no longer bothering with such minor matters and no longer paying attention to Mu Qinyu. For this sort of tiny interlude, he naturally didn't place such a low-level character in his heart. At this time, Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan didn't care about Lin Ming's results. If it weren't for the current situation, the 2 of them would have been joyously hugging each other and jumping in glee. But now, they merely tightly held their hands together, transmitting their feelings and strength to each other. As Yufeng saw Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan's slightly wet eyes, she sneered and said with a true essence sound transmission, "Why are you 2 so happy? Looking at your expressions. It's as if you think your husband has managed to rank in the top 1 million. Look at him, he doesn't even have any visible merit points yet. What kind of result could he possibly have? Moreover, your husband is in the true martial great world and you are in the good fortune world. You are separated by countless trillions of miles. Traversing this distance is impossibly difficult. Even if you could, with the seas of people there, how could you possibly find him? I think you will never find him for the rest of your lives. You might as well consider marrying someone else and consider your relationship over. Yufeng unhappily mocked the disciples under her command. For Mu Qianyu to speak up to an elder in this sort of situation had affected her image, and she was also jealous that Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were able to marry someone that could join the Divine Realm first martial meeting. At the very least, this proved that, in the unbroken cult, this Lin Ming would have qualified to be a core disciple. Now, as she cynically berated Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, this caused their hearts to sink and they subconsciously released their hands. Yes. He was lost within a vast ocean of people, and there was also an endless expanse of stars separating them. Wasn't finding Lin Ming easier said than done? After this first martial meeting was over, they would lose any news of Lin Ming once more. Their chances of finding Lin Ming would be no different from finding a single grain of sand within the entire universe. Little sister Xingxuan, do not be discouraged. We already knew things would be hard before ascending to the Divine Realm, and we have already made plans. If we cannot find Lin Ming here, we shall diligently cultivate until we reach the middle or late Divine Transformation Realm. We can rely on Senior Fairy Feng to help us. There is also the accumulation that Lin Ming has left with us in the past. If we try harder, there will always be hope. We also have the ability to return to the Sky Spill continent. We can enjoy a longer youth and wait for him there. To return to the lower realms, the amount of wealth required to do so was similar to traveling between great worlds. However, they would just about be able to do this if they reached the middle or late Divine Transformation Realm. Moreover, in the Sky Spill continent's world, the great enchantment barrier that Empyrean Primordius had left behind didn't hinder those who came from that world. This was what Fairy Feng had speculated. Otherwise, the sorcerer of the southern wilderness would never have been able to return to the Sky Spill continent to establish the 72 sorcerer pagodas. Within the divine dream world, Lin Ming sat on the stone bed, unmoving. For the last 65 days, he had been perceiving the divine dream law. At the start, the law lines would only appear within a small space around the magic cube. But as Lin Ming slowly continued to deepen his understandings of the divine dream law, these colored lines slowly expanded to a space of 3 feet around Lin Ming. If someone stepped into this room, they would see countless fantastical beams of light fluttering around him, like beautiful translucent 7-colored fish. At this time, Lin Ming opened his eyes. In that moment, a brilliant light flashed from between his eyebrows. This sort of light was the light of the soul. A person who didn't thoroughly understand the laws of the soul couldn't see it. But even if then, their soul would still be burnt by the light from this soul flash. If their soul force wasn't strong enough, their souls would directly be vaporized to nothingness. Receive! Lin Ming gave a deep shout, and the 7-colored strands of light in front of him suddenly seemed to be grasped by some powerful strength. They were dragged toward Lin Ming by this strange power before slowly sinking in between his eyebrows, forming a faint dreamlike mark. This mark constantly shifted and transformed before finally entering Lin Ming's body and completely vanishing. These 7-colored lights were already sucked into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. An unbelievable scene occurred. As the last strands of light fell onto Lin Ming's soul, it formed a diamond-shaped mark. This diamond mark was surrounded by a faint haze of light and rainbow-colored feathers, beautiful and entrancing. The second rune. I finally established the second divine dream rune. The divine dream law is truly extraordinary. When I broke through Ninefall and underwent a baptism of the heavenly Tao laws, I was baptized by all the laws that exist in this universe. But even so, those law runes only fell onto my bones and formed bone runes, or they buried themselves into my flesh. None of them could mark my soul. This is the first time this has happened. Lin Ming looked at the shining rune that sparkled on his soul and had such a feeling. The divine dream law had an essential difference from spiritual or soul attack laws. The basis of them were on completely different levels. He had never heard of laws that were able to leave behind marks on his soul. 65 days, and yet I've only managed to form 2 rune marks. With the support of the magic cube, I am able to see the path of movement for these energy laws. Yet I'm still having so much difficulty cultivating it. If I didn't have the magic cube, wanting to perceive anything here would simply be the talk of a moron. This divine dream law is beyond difficult to comprehend. Moreover, another important question is, I have no idea how to apply these laws in combat. After perceiving the rules of laws, one wasn't necessarily able to immediately transform these comprehensions into combat strength. One needed a method in order to do so. These so-called methods were cultivation methods, martial skills, and so forth. Although Lin Ming had the magic cube, he still didn't know just what the divine dream law transcendent divine might was. He would have to research it on his own. Lin Ming had a creeping suspicion that the reason Divine Dream Heavenly Palace had so few people was because of how difficult the Divine Dream Law was to understand. If one wanted to study the Divine Dream Law, they first had to be taught the Divine Dream Law by a Supreme Elder skilled in it. Even the descendant of Empyrean Divine Dream had to be personally guided by Empyrean Divine Dream. In order to study the Divine Dream Law, the requests of perception were unbelievably harsh. I have 25 days remaining. It's not enough time to carve the third soul mark. I should go out and earn some merit points. What a pity, 3 months is just too short. Lin Ming hopped down from the stone bed. 25 days was more than enough time to gather merit points. Although he had been training all this time, he could feel the massive amount of soul energy flowing through the skies all day long. Every day at every hour, there was a massive number of deaths. These people had either died underneath the claws and fangs of some nightmare beasts or they were slain by other participants. By this time, many participants should have already realized there was no chance of them passing the first round of eliminations. Even so, they would likely want to go out adventuring and gain some experiences. This would cause the ranks of the nightmare beasts to swell with increasingly powerful monsters, and not only that, but the merit points of the martial artists would grow increasingly high. As long as I can slay some higher-level nightmare beasts or kill a few participants with high merit points, I'll be able to pass the first round of eliminations easily. As Lin Ming thought like this, he left Immemorial Imperial City. This was the first time in 2 months he was leaving the absolute safety net of the city. Lin Ming stepped outside, breathing in the fresh air of nature. There was really no difference between the real world and this dreamland. He once again sighed with praise at just how wonderful Empyrean Divine Dream's methods were. That brat has appeared. Outside of Immemorial Imperial City, Lin Ming's appearance instantly attracted the attention of 2 martial artists. These 2 both had a cultivation at the Eightfall Middle Divine Sea Realm, and they knew perfectly well they would be eliminated in the first round of the preliminaries. With that in mind, they didn't bother with hunting nightmare beasts, and instead accepted the bribe of Zhongwen Shu, guarding the city gates and acting as his eyes and ears. As soon as Lin Ming appeared, they were the first to find out. Haha! This is too wonderful. We've been standing guard here for 2 months and our efforts have finally borne fruit. The brat has come out. We've both earned 50,000 violet sunstones now. Although we didn't gain any other harvest in participating in this first martial meeting, it's still good that we earned 50,000 violet sunstones. But we should still be careful that we aren't discovered by him. He is much fiercer than us. Don't worry about that. Remember, when we explored those ancient ruins in the past, we came across an extremely valuable martial skill called the Traceless Shadow. That name isn't for nothing. It can be used for tracking, surveillance, and all sorts of other covert operations. If it weren't for this ability, we would never have gotten into this business to begin with. The 2 quickly spoke with a true essence sound transmission and didn't even glance toward Lin Ming. Their surveillance method was also used according to the Traceless Shadow, so they both assumed they were very well hidden. Even so, Lin Ming was the first to discover them. The difference in strength was simply too great, while Lin Ming also understood a small portion of the Divine Dream Law. Lin Ming traced his chin and a playful smile formed on his face. He had been wondering where to obtain merit points from, but now it seemed that some people had come over to give him a hand. He didn't bother with the 2 small minions. Lin Ming launched his movement technique and disappeared like a wisp of black smoke, flying straight towards a distant jungle. Although Lin Ming's speed was very slow, the 2 minions nearly fell over trying to follow him. How could that brat be so fast? He instantly caught onto our Traceless Shadow. Nonsense, he must have known other people want to kill him, so he just randomly dashed out as soon as he left the city. Moreover, he is strong, so his speed is certainly fast. Look over there. He just entered that jungle. There are many nightmare beasts within, so he'll definitely be caught there for some time. As the two of them saw Lin Ming enter the jungle, they were immediately overjoyed. They hurried to send news of Lin Ming leaving the safety of the city. At this time, within the jungle, Lin Ming was facing off against 3 nightmare beasts. These nightmare beasts had the shape of leopards. They assumed a triangular position around Lin Ming, while roaring at him. Within Lin Ming's eyes, these were no longer nightmare beasts. Rather, they had been simplified into countless lines. These gray lines had no shine at all. Compared to the divine dream law Lin Ming had perceived before, they were much darker. But as Lin Ming looked at these lines, he realized something. So these are nightmare beasts. In the divine dream world, nightmare beasts are formed from the energy within this dreamland. They were originally forms of energy wandering around the divine dream world that were gathered together by the power of laws and turned into these aggressive monsters. If I were to call these energies something else, they would be heaven and earth origin energy. Lin Ming realized. The nightmare beasts of the divine dream world were consistent with the heaven and earth origin energy in the real world. However, the heaven and earth energy there didn't have any aggressive nature, and these nightmare beasts were actually able to kill people. In the real world, one could absorb heaven and earth origin energy to cultivate. Within the divine dream world, if one killed these nightmare beasts and absorbed their energy, one could cultivate all the same. But the premise of all this was that one understood the divine dream law, transcendent divine might. Lin Ming's perception was extremely high now. With the help of the magic cube, he had managed to faintly decipher some inklings of Empyrean divine dreams, transcendent divine might. In other words, within the divine dream world, one could kill the nightmare beasts and absorb their energy using this transcendent divine might to strengthen themselves. If this speculation were true, Empyrean Divine Dream had done the same as creating a completely new cultivation method different from everything else. Every transcendent divine might was truly wonderful and varied. The heretical God force, primordious martial intent, divine dream law, each one of them was incomparably mysterious. As Lin Ming realized this, he increasingly desired the contents of the divine dream law. If he could become aware of the fantastical mysteries within, it was possible for him to increase his own strength while he competed in the divine dream world. The other participants could only gain combat experience, while he could enhance multiple aspects of himself. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly heard the 3 black leopards in front of him roar out again before hurtling towards him. Lin Ming didn't bat an eye. He simply said, "You cats can become my test experiment." He flicked his fingers and 3 beams of light flashed over. These true essence arrows had his gold battle spirit poured into them, instantly piercing through the heads of the 3 nightmare beasts. The nightmare beasts shook and cried out before all falling to the ground. The 3 nightmare beasts disappeared, turning into bits of energy that faded into the skies. In Lin Ming's eyes, the energy was formed from countless gray lines. These gray lines were much more basic than the 7 colored lights the magic cube had decomposed. "You're mine." Lin Ming thrust out his hand. Underneath the attraction of the dreamland laws, the lines of energy obediently sank into Lin Ming's body. They entered his soul and vitalized his 2 soul marks. The soul marks became increasingly dazzling. If Lin Ming absorbed these energies according to what he knew of the divine dream law, then although he couldn't utilize too much of it, he could already confirm he could use it to increase his own cultivation. It was similar to absorbing heaven and earth origin energy in the real world, but the speed was much faster. This was only from slaying low-level nightmare beasts. What would it be like if he hunted down top-class nightmare beasts? The cultivation speed would be even faster. As Lin Ming was thinking this, several hundred miles away in a deep canyon, Zhong Wenshu's sword had just come falling down, slicing apart the head of a nightmare beast. Blood shot out in all directions. In hunting down these high-level nightmare beasts, Zhong Wenshu was a tad serious. At this time, one of Zhong Wenshu's minions ran over. "Young master, the scouts have sent a message. That little bastard who bought the Boundless World pill finally appeared." "What did you say?" "That little turtle Lin Ming who bought the Boundless World pill has finally stuck his head out from his shell. Zhong Wenshu smiled as he heard this news. Yes, young master, the two people I found aren't too strong, but in terms of surveillance they are absolutely some of the best. That little turtle has started hunting nightmare beasts in the jungle near the city. Good. Well done. Zhong Wenshu shouted out as his mood improved greatly. It's about time. Over 2 months have passed and that little turtle finally couldn't hold it any longer and left the city. Hee, the first round of eliminations is approaching soon. If he continued to hide in the city, he could only resign himself to being kicked out. Since he came out, we might as well go and kill that turtle a few times. Although killing him won't give any merit points, it'll feel so good to do it. Zhong Wenshu grinned. These days, all he did was hunt nightmare beasts. A month ago, he killed a few other trial challengers for fun, and also because the merit points they gave were more than from killing nightmare beasts. What felt better than plundering all the hard-earned efforts of others? But as Zhong Wenshu gained more and more merit points, killing other ordinary participants was no longer of use. As for the stronger participants, he somewhat dreaded them or was at least afraid that both parties would leave injured. He resigned only killing nightmare beasts. When killing them, one would gain the same amount of merit points no matter what. But this was simply too grueling. After killing them for over 2 months, even Zhong Wenshu felt weeds growing out of his head. In order to rank as high as he could in true martial world, Zhong Wenshu had been diligently working, without slacking off even a bit. He had already rushed his way into the top 19 ranks of this great world. Although he was still a great distance from reaching the top 5, the truth was that this result was already very good. This was because the true martial holy world had several world king-level holy lands, and there were also the descendants of many hidden families as well as disciples of peak hidden masters. Beyond all that, there was the giant in the corner, the true martial holy lands. Being able to reach rank 19 of a great world was a result that could grab the attention of the entire divine realm. If a wandering martial artist had obtained this result, they would have attracted the attention of countless influences. Even some world king holy lands would work their best to win this person over. In fact, at this time, underneath that massive golden scroll, the elders of Dual Polarity Palace, especially those that were part of the Zhong family, and the Zhong family head were all smiles. Zhong Wenshu was the pride of their Zhong family. If he was able to maintain this result until the end of the preliminaries, he would be in the top 20 rankings. Such a result would allow him to participate in the finals and allow him to blossom in splendor. Wenshu's future is brilliant. There is even a chance he will become a world king in the future. Haha. A middle-aged man in a loose robe said, "Brother Zhang, you are flattering me too much. Although becoming a world king may be too difficult a task for Wenshu, becoming a peak holy lord or even a half-step world king is possible." Although the Zhong family head knew these words were merely flattery, he was still very happy. At this time, in the jungles near Immemorial City, Lin Ming was rushing through the woods like a lithe cheetah. The layers upon layers of dense shrubs and foliage blurred around him as he moved forwards. Whoosh! A light beam of true essence fused with his battle spirit shot out. A tiger-shaped nightmare beast was instantly beheaded by Lin Ming and killed on the spot, neat and clean. The tiger-shaped nightmare beast immediately turned into pure energy that flowed into Lin Ming. Lin Ming thrust out a hand and tiny lights sparkled on his fingers like dark stars in the night. The energy of the tiger-shaped nightmare beast turned into a faint yellow line that was directly absorbed by Lin Ming. These faint yellow lines entered Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Underneath the direction of the Dreamland laws, they began to nourish the 2 divine dream marks in his soul. This tiger-shaped nightmare beast has 5 times the energy of the leopard-shaped nightmare beasts, and also 5 times the amount of merit points. This tiger-shaped nightmare beast was worth around 100 merit points, but those leopard-shaped nightmare beasts were only worth 20 merit points. It seems the essence of these merit points is the amount of divine dream energy that comprise them. Lin Ming quickly understood what was happening. In truth, the nature of the preliminaries was to see who could defeat the most opponents and accumulate the most Dreamland energy. The more Dreamland energy one accumulated, the more merit points they would gain. All of this happened due to the laws of this Dreamland space. There was no need for Empyrean Divine Dream to do any of the complex calculations here. This was truly a wonderful and exquisite method of saving time and effort. But those that did not understand the Divine Dream Law could only allow the dreamland energy to gather within their bodies. They simply had no means to make use of it. This could be explained as entering a treasure-filled mountain and still leaving empty-handed. It was truly regrettable. As Lin Ming thought of this, he was truly thankful for the magic cube. If he didn't have the magic cube, wanting to perceive Empyrean Divine Dream's transcendent divine might would have been nothing but the talk of a moron, let alone having such a great lucky chance thrust into his lap. The magic cube is truly spectacular. What a pity. I am currently unable to control it. If I want to use the magic cube now, I will have to ask Miss Mo to do so, but Miss Mo only has her soul form left. Lin Ming thought out loud. Lin Ming sank his consciousness into his spiritual sea. Because he was absorbing the divine dream energy, his own strength was truly rising, and the speed at which it was rising was much faster than in the outside world. This was also a reasonable matter. After all, this was a transcendent divine might. Currently, I only have 960 merit points. If I kill another 1 or 2 nightmare beasts, I should be able to break past 1,000. As Lin Ming was thinking such thoughts, he suddenly sensed another tiger-shaped nightmare beast not too far away. He rushed through the jungle like an arrow, and before the tiger-shaped nightmare beast could respond, his hand came smashing down. With a faint cracking sound, Lin Ming easily twisted apart the neck of this tiger-shaped nightmare beast. His merit points broke past 1,000. At this time, Lin Ming felt something rush into his spiritual sea. With his current understanding of the Dreamland laws, he could instantly drive it out, but after sensing that it didn't have any dark intentions, he allowed it to enter his spiritual sea where it turned into a projection. I can check my own ranking? Lin Ming was a bit surprised. It seemed that after one's merit points broke past 1,000, one was able to find out what rank they were. Like this, a participant could know if they were on the verge of elimination. The information shown on that projection was Ancient Phoenix Clan, Lin Ming, merit points 1060. Rank is beyond 100 million, so cannot be calculated. Current rank has not reached the top 1%, so cannot pass through the first round of eliminations. As Lin Ming saw this ranking, he ruefully smiled. This ranking is a bit sad. It seemed that there was no ranking given for those past 100 million. But this was how things were. There were over 1 trillion participants from the true martial great world alone. Only 1 out of every 10,000 was able to enter into the top 100 million. Wasn't that easier said than done? He never imagined that the divine dream world would show a person whether or not they would be eliminated in the first round. To allow a participant to keep such a number in their minds was actually an extremely useful and convenient rule. At this time, underneath the golden scroll on Crimson Light World, there was a massive floating palace. This palace was a giant spirit artifact. Because the preliminary round of the first martial meeting would continue for 9 months, and because the higher-level figures of great influences certainly wouldn't be caught living outdoors, they had put forth these spirit artifact palaces to rest inside. There were many older individuals, all of whom were great figures. They were top-level characters from peak Holy Lands and even important personages of World King-level Holy Lands. Of course, the strongest person here only had a half-step World King cultivation. A true World King wouldn't come now. Only the finals of the first martial meeting were enough to attract such a mighty character. Among these people was one of the ancient Phoenix clan's highest elders, Hua Violent Stone. Elder Hua, Junior Apprentice Brother Lin. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin's merit points have finally moved. The ancient Phoenix clan purchased 2 Divine Dream Jade Slips. One was in Hua Violent Stone's hands, and the other was being watched over 24 hours a day by a disciple of the ancient Phoenix clan. This disciple monitored the changes of every single participant from the ancient Phoenix clan and their rankings. Lin Ming's name was naturally included in this surveillance. At the start, Hua Violent Stone was very happy that he was able to look up Lin Ming in this first martial meeting. Seeing the ancient Phoenix clan fixed in front of Lin Ming's name left him especially satisfied. He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ming gain face for the ancient Phoenix clan, but the result was that after the first round of the preliminaries begin, After an hour passed, everyone else gained 2,000 to 3,000 merit points, but Lin Ming hadn't shown any movement at all. Violent Stone originally thought that Lin Ming was hunting for something specific and didn't want to bother with the weaker, nightmare beasts. He presumed Lin Ming wanted to slay some powerful nightmare beast and soar into the heavens with a single feat. Violent Stone patiently waited ever since. After Lin Ming leapt onto the heavens and amazed the world, he would then go out drinking with some friends where he could brag about the disciple he took in. The result was that he had waited all up until this day. Violent Stone had waited so long that his face had nearly turned blue, and yet Lin Ming's merit points hadn't moved at all. There was still no display of his merit points. Just what was that little brat doing? Violent Stone didn't know that Lin Ming had obtained the Supreme Dragon Bone. Didn't know that Lin Ming had crossed a 9x9 life destruction and withstood 9 levels of heavenly tribulation. He also didn't know that Lin Ming purchased the Boundless World Pill and opened the Gate of Life. Even if he didn't know all these things, he only needed to recall Lin Ming completing the 1,000 slaughter in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial to know that passing the preliminaries was already a guaranteed for Lin Ming. His talent far surpassed that of Yen Little Moon. It was impossible for him not to do anything this entire time. Violent Stone was furious. He would periodically check up on Lin Ming's results, and now after 2 whole months, Lin Ming was still like a dead man with no response at all. On this day and this moment there was finally change. You damned dead lazy brat finally did something. Do you want to play this old man to death? Violent Stone cursed out. He checked the Divine Dream Jade slip and, 1060, Violent Stone's face nearly turned black. Good. The absolute bare minimum. Violent Stone finally erupted. This little bastard. What tricks is he trying to play with me? I don't believe he would spend 2 months and show me this kind of result. Violent Stone found this incomprehensible. If Lin Ming wasn't leaving the city to slaughter enemies, just what was he doing? That was dreamland space, not the real world. He didn't even have a true physical body in there. He couldn't have been doing something so ridiculous as cultivating in the dreamland space, right? What if he wasn't cultivating? Did he know he couldn't pass and was purposefully doing this? Violent Stone couldn't understand. So he felt that this little brat Lin Ming was increasingly damnable. It had to be known that, with Violent Stone's temperament, as long as he went outside, he would always mention to outsiders about how awesome and amazing his family was, second to none. Before this competition had begun, Violent Stone boasted on and on about how amazing Lin Ming's results would be. But the result was that Lin Ming hadn't done anything at all, and his friends had shamelessly beaten him up with their words. How is it, Brother Hua? Nephew Lin's ranking has finally moved. A cyan-robed old man with a pair of dragon horns and a long beard slowly spoke, a smile spreading on his face. He was an elder from the ancient dragon clan, and Violent Stone had a nickname for him, Laughing Dragon. When the 4 god-beast clans joined up, and when fully united, they surpassed even an ordinary world king Holy Land. But between the 4 clans was also an extremely fierce competition, each one hoping that their own people would tower over the other 3 clans. However, for so many years, every time the 4 clans competed, the one that always held the upper hand was the ancient dragon clan. When Violent Stone saw Lin Ming join the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, as well as Xiaoping and Yen Little Moon, Old Man Hua was proud and elated. He felt the time for the ancient Phoenix clan's true rising moment of glory had arrived. He even begun to brag and boast in front of Laughing Dragon with great gusto. But the result was that there was nothing to brag about at all. As Violent Stone burst into anger, Laughing Dragon was all smiles. He looked at Lin Ming's score, his words clearly containing ridicule in them. He had also guessed Lin Ming didn't move at the start because of some reasons. But the result was this great difference that had opened up between him and everyone else. To say it in other words, if one fell down at the start, it would be far more difficult to catch up. One would need to put in a greater amount of effort, and their ranking would also be lower. It would be very difficult to compare with the ancient dragon clan's new Dragon One. As for this new Dragon One, after the old Dragon One had died, Dragon Two naturally moved into his spot. Now, of the 4 god beast clans, the ancient dragon clan took first place with Dragon One at the top. Dragon 1 was ranked 72nd on the Crimson Light World, and Yen Little Moon was ranked next, at rank 97 of the Crimson Light World. Violent Stone immediately put away the Divine Dream Jade Slip. He didn't even bother looking at Laughing Dragon as he furiously said, Lin Ming's results have just started? What are you speaking so soon for? Haha. There's no need to be in a hurry. There's still over half a month left. Nephew Lin is truly patient. What a peaceful heart. But with Nephew Lin's talent, no matter how far off he is, he can still easily pass the first round of eliminations. However, compared with Dragon 1, he is very far off. Laughing Dragon smirked as he laughed out loud. Before this, Violent Stone had boasted that Lin Ming would sweep away Dragon 1, as if he was an adult playing with little children. So Laughing Dragon certainly wanted to retaliate. He slowly took out a Divine Dream Jade Slip from his spatial ring, ignoring the gloomy and simmering stare of Violent Stone, and began to check up on Lin Ming's results. Oh! Divine Dream World. Whoosh! A bright ray of light flashed through the jungle. Another nightmare beast had its head chopped off by Lin Ming. I've killed dozens of these beasts, yet the merit points are so little. My ranking still hasn't advanced into the top 1%. In such a short period of time, even if Lin Ming could cut down nightmare beasts at a ridiculous pace, it was still slower than how others had accumulated for over 2 months. There are far too few nightmare beasts in this jungle, and the level is also very low. It's not a suitable place for me. How come those merit point party sacks still haven't arrived? I've been waiting for them in this low-level jungle for so long. Lin Ming frowned. At this time, he cast out his divine sense again and felt the fluctuation of energy he was waiting for. His lips curved up into a smile. They had finally arrived. He had made so many enemies within immemorial Imperial City. Just which ones had come for him? Sir Zhong, he is right over there. We shouldn't be wrong. Us brothers have been following him all this time. Haha. That garbage didn't know he was being tracked all this time. 2 small martial artists suddenly jumped out from the jungle brush, large cloaks wrapped around their bodies. Behind them was a grinning Zhong Wenshu as well as 7 or 8 of Zhong Wenshu's minions. The 2 cloaked martial artists laughed as they looked at Lin Ming. Stupid boy, you never imagined we were following you, right? Ha ha ha. To be fooled by us 2 brothers is not an injustice. Accept your fate. When us brothers are eyeing someone, they can't escape even if they're 10 times stronger. Lin Ming looked at the 2 idiotic tracking clowns that jumped out from the bush. He sighed and said, Who gave you 2 the courage to act so daringly? The 2 small martial artists were shocked. How come this Lin Ming brat wasn't surprised and scared silly? Why was he so calm? Lin Ming didn't bother with them. He looked at Zhong Wenshu and said, So it's you. I thought I would only get some tiny minions. I didn't expect I would be able to reel in such a big fish. Zhong Wenshu was a bit startled. He traced his chin and thoughtfully looked at Lin Ming. Are you saying you've already discovered that you were being tracked and deliberately waited for me here? Lin Ming didn't answer. He merely drew out the Phoenix Blood Spear. His intent was clear. The 2 tiny fellows' faces turned red. They quickly said, Sir Zhong, this boy clearly knows he's reached the end of the road. He's just trying to make up some random arguments. If he already knew he was being tracked, why wouldn't he run? Yeah. Against us brothers, only middle or late divine transformation powerhouses can see through our tracking. Otherwise, it's impossible to discover us. Zhong Wenshu was disinclined to pay attention to these 2 nothings. He looked at Lin Ming with zest in his eyes. It seems you really did discover them and decided to wait for me here. You have quite the confidence in yourself. Enough that it surpasses my imagination. You aren't thinking that I came here like a loot bag to deliver merit points to you, right? Lin Ming's lips curved up into a sly smile. He chuckled. I thought you were stupid, but it seems you have some sense of self-awareness. Your last few words are correct. But you shouldn't say thinking that, because the reason you are here is to give me your merit points. I wonder just how many merit points you'll be able to give me. Humph. Zhong Wenshu's eyes turned icy cold. Zhong Wenshu's minions were immediately angered. You really have no idea of danger or death, you damned brat. To think you can still laugh in this sort of situation, you must have some kind of mental illness. Young master, don't bother with his nonsense. He is nothing but an idiot. Brothers, let's chop off his hands and feet and see if he can still act so arrogant. These minions were all ninefall divine sea martial artists. If they were placed in a peak holy land, even though they couldn't be a top disciple, they could still be a core disciple. Moreover, there were 8 of them, and they were all at the middle and late divine sea. 8 middle and late divine sea martial artists to deal with Lin Ming, an early divine sea martial artist. Even if they could see that Lin Ming's foundation was solid and his aura was imposing, this was still a bit unreasonable. Move into the formation. They didn't underestimate their opponent. They immediately set up an array on the battlefield as they were fighting against Lin Ming together. The 8 martial artists each stood on one of the 8 corners of an 8 trigrams, forming a yin-yang array. For a time, energy erupted forth. The power of the 8 people gathered together as they ruthlessly attacked Lin Ming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lights of 8 weapons gathered together, forming a torrent of energy that impacted toward Li Ming. This is fine too. I'll take your merit points first. You lot should have quite a bit. Lin Ming temperately smiled. These people, although they were far from being able to compare with their lord, should still have the ability to pass the first round of eliminations. This meant they would have a reasonable amount of merit points on them. With a thought touching the heretical god seedling, the power of thunder and fire swelled forth. A purple and red twin-colored light began to twine over the phoenix blood spear. Penetrating rainbow, thunder and fire origin energy roiled forth, emitting a brilliant divine light. A terrifying shockwave rumbled forth. Lin Ming had originally created this as a finishing move, but now it was nothing more than a normal attack. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, a purple-red spear light thrust forwards into the wave of energy formed by the 8 weapons. That wave of energy was instantly torn apart as the purple-red spear light continued shooting into the array formation formed by Zhong Wenshu's minions. What? The 8 people all paled. They stimulated the energy in their bodies to the limit, wanting to keep off Lin Ming's spear light. However, it was useless. The battlefield was torn apart by the spear light. As Zhong Wenshu saw his 8 minions about to be torn to pieces, a bright light shined in his eyes. He stepped forwards, wanting to use his sword to block the spear light to save his minions. At this moment, Lin Ming smiled. He growled, "Explode!" Bang! Thunder and fire twisted together. A violent and chaotic energy suddenly burst forth with a horrifying strength. The explosion area was too great. Even Zhong Wenshu was unable to instantly form a barrier that was able to block the explosive shockwaves. As he slashed out with his sword light, it only cut off less than half of the energy wave. He was able to protect his own body, but his minions were in a much more miserable state. In a situation where they had lost the protection of their array formation, waves of energy smashed into their bodies. Their protective true essence shattered and their flesh and blood blew up as howls of agony filled the skies. Hoo, hoo, hoo. 5 minions were ripped to shreds. They vanished in puffs of smokes that rapidly flew back to immemorial Imperial City to be reformed. As for the other 3, their bodies had blown up and they were suffocating on their own blood-filled gasps. Lin Ming's strike had easily shattered the array formation that the 8 martial artists had formed, killing 5 of them and completely ruining the other 3 people, causing them to lose all combat strength. Moreover, this was in a situation where Zhong Wenshu had helped to resist. Otherwise, the 3 alive would also have died. As the 2 trackers responsible for following Lin Ming saw all of this occur in front of them, their eyes filled with shock and panic. They recalled the words they said and the way they said it in. They subconsciously stepped backwards, their legs shaking. It had to be known that conflicts that occurred in this dreamland world could be resolved in the real world. In this dream world, Lin Ming wouldn't be able to truly kill them. But in the real world, if Lin Ming revealed a strength equal to what he did just now, killing them would be as simply as waving a hand. On the other side, Zhong Wenshu's complexion had become gloomier than stormy clouds. Just now, he had tried to save his minions, but he was outmaneuvered by Lin Ming. Lin Ming had donated the power of Thunderfire, causing a massive explosion that Zhong Wenshu wasn't able to prevent. He could only look on helplessly as his minions were killed or ruined by Lin Ming. Lin Ming had not won by virtue of strength, but by the cunningness of his actions. Although this was the case, when others saw it they would only see successes and failures, and what just happened would make him seem inferior to Lin Ming. How could he not be flaming with rage? "You little bastard! I'll destroy you!" Zhong Wenshu gnashed out from between his teeth. Lin Ming sneered. With a casual wave of his hand, he absorbed the 5 dead minions' dreamland energy into his own soul, nourishing the 2 soul marks. Lin Ming's guess was correct. After killing either a nightmare beast or participant, their dreamland energy could be used by him. He checked the merit points ranking within his spiritual sea. With a smile, he said to Zhong Wenshu, "It seems your minions weren't too bad. They managed to give me around 20,000 merit points, and now my ranking has advanced into the top 1%. However, they were only an opening appetizer. It's about time to dig into the main course." "Main course? Ha 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 ha." Zhong Wenshu howled with laughter. In all my Zhong Wenshu's years of wandering the true martial great world, this is the first time I've been treated as a dish. You are truly crazy. Do you think just because you have the ability to kill my subordinates, that also means you have the strength to pressure me? Zhong Wenshu's anger had already reached the limit. He wanted to tear apart Lin Ming with his bare hands. "Lin Ming, although I cannot kill you in this dreamland space, when this grand tournament ends, I will mobilize every single force I have at my dual polarity palace to slay you. You are a nobody with so many precious treasures on you, just like a child holding an ingot of gold on the busy streets. Did you know there's countless people that want to kill you? Even if you come from a holy land, your holy land is far away in the Crimson Light world, so how can they possibly help you here at the true martial great world? As long as there isn't any evidence, the ancient Phoenix clan will have no choice but to stuff their grievances in their mouths. Even if they object, what could they possibly do to my dual polarity place?" Ha 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 ha. As Zhong Wenshu spoke, he took out 2 swords from his spatial ring. These 2 swords were spirit artifact level treasure swords. Although their quality was far inferior to Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear, they were clearly a pair. A spirit artifact that could be used by a divine sea martial artist was already extremely expensive. If it was a pair of spirit artifacts, that was even rarer. Of this pair of swords, one was black and the other white. Zhong Wenshu crossed his hands, a cold sword light intertwining. The sword in his left hand began to blaze with a flaming white light, and the sword in his right hand turned pitch black without the least bit of shine. However, faint spots of glowing light seemed to float around the black sword before being sucked in. The black sword seemed like a black hole, constantly swallowing up all the energy around it. "My white sword is named Sunpiercer and my black sword is named Darkstone. For me to bring out these 2 swords, you should feel proud of yourself." "Black and white twin sword? Yin-yang laws." Lin Ming was a bit startled. He could clearly feel fluctuations of the yin-yang laws surrounding Zhong Wenshu's twin swords. Moreover, Zhong Wenshu seemed to have reached the 4th level concept of the yin-yang laws. The yin-yang laws could be considered relatively high-level laws within the universe. Although they were inferior to the Grand Mist laws, they were still above the 5-element laws. Zhong Wenshu was in the end someone that came from a World King level Holy Land. A World King's descendant, even an ordinary World King's descendant, had the ability to rank in the top 10 of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting and perhaps even the top 5. They were existences that were only inferior to Empyrean descendants. There were even certain individuals among them that could defeat Empyrean descendants. After all, not every Empyrean descendant was able to grow up with limitless talent and luck. For such a heaven-gifted genius, their ability to perceive the laws really couldn't be underestimated. Lin Ming also became a bit more serious. But this was only a little bit serious. If he couldn't even kill someone like Zhong Wenshu, he might as well give up trying to struggle for the top 5 spots of the first martial meeting, or even the top 3. "Die!" Zhong Wenshu shouted out. His body suddenly turned into a phantom as he flash-stepped in front of Lin Ming, thrusting the Sunpiercer straight towards his throat. With this incredible speed, Lin Ming's chest was pierced through. After the sword light penetrated through Lin Ming's body, it fell onto the jungle behind him. Behind Lin Ming, the jungle was completely swept away. Countless towering trees were uprooted and destroyed, vaporized in a blaze of dazzling white light and reduced to ashes. A massive clearing appeared in the jungle. Ah! The two trackers that had followed Lin Ming here emitted cries of alarm. Was that amazing Lin Ming killed just now by that sword strike? Before they had the time to fully analyze just what happened, a voice sounded out from behind them. Your speed is decent, but your eyesight is quite bad. This voice belonged to Lin Ming. The two small trackers hopped up in fright. All the hairs on their bodies stood up and their legs turned wobbly. Lin Ming appeared just 3 feet behind them. In that attack just now, Lin Ming had dodged Zhong Wenshu's sword and managed to arrive behind them without them even noticing. The two trackers fell to the ground. They crawled away using their hands and feet, fearing they'd be caught up in the aftermath of the battle. What shameless boasting! You won't be so lucky this time. Zhong Wenshu's face darkened. He switched to his right hand to attack. In this hand, a black vortex began to gather around the Darkstone sword. Even the tiny amount of light in the jungle seemed to be sucked in by the black sword. For a moment, there seemed to be nothing left in this world before it came slashing down at Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt his own body being drawn in by a strange power, making it difficult to display his own speed. This was the concept of swallowing from the darkness laws. It was able to distort space and hinder his movements. Lin Ming didn't panic. He pointed the Phoenix Blood Spear at the ground and faced Zhong Wenshu's sword light. If you could combine the powers of yin and yang together, you might have been able to create some problems for me. But since you can only handle one sword at a time, everything you do is meaningless. A brilliant light shined in Lin Ming's eyes. The heretical god force opened and a raging flame erupted from the heretical god seedling, turning into flames that burnt the skies, lighting up the darkness. On top of the Phoenix Blood Spear, a blue lotus slowly began to bloom. Within the heart of the blue lotus, a flash of red light shot up into the sky, tearing through the darkness. Blue lotus flame dance. Lin Ming fused together the first 4 levels of the fire laws even as he poured the power of thunder into his attack. The Phoenix Blood Spear shot forth with unstoppable momentum, sundering the earth and leaving a massive canyon in the jungle. Countless trees were burnt to ashes in the conflagration. Bang! Zhong Wenshu and Lin Ming's attacks crashed into each other. For a time, the black vortex minced apart the surrounding jungle. But within that black vortex, a blue lotus stood tall. The violent impact smashed into Zhong Wenshu's chest, causing a sweet taste to swell up in his throat as blood spilled out from the sides of his mouth. This brat! Zhong Wenshu raged. When he saw Lin Ming instantly kill 5 of his men, he understood that dealing with Lin Ming would be tricky. But only now that he actually fought Lin Ming did he discover that the difficulty of defeating him was far higher than what he ever imagined. That Darkstone sword attack he used just now wasn't his strongest attack, but it was nearly there. Even so, it only had this result. That attack just now must have exhausted a great deal of his energy. I have to take this chance and gamble my life against his. With flames scorching the sky, Zhong Wenshu switched directions and forcefully summoned his true essence. He dashed outwards into the blazing sea of flames. He felt that the thickness of his own true essence was inferior to Lin Ming's, so he could only take advantage of the aftermath shockwaves to sneak attack him in order to turn this possible defeat into victory. Pong pong pong. Energy recklessly struck Zhong Wenshu's protective true essence, causing the blood vitality within his body to be even more chaotic. But he couldn't care about that at this moment. Sword swallowing sun and moon. Zhong Wenshu disregarded his own injuries and decisively used the Darkstone sword once again, tearing away the raging flames around him. This was his strongest attack. Upon comprehending the deepest mysteries of the Darkstone sword, it could swallow all energies, flesh and blood, souls, and it was even said to be able to eat the stars themselves. Although he was far from being able to achieve this state now, with the sword swallowing sun and moon strike, he was nearly invincible amongst his boundary. Who? Zhong Wenshu's darkstone dagger nearly transformed into a black hole. A massive amount of energy shockwaves were swallowed up by this black hole, becoming a part of Zhong Wenshu's attack. The energy aftershocks were broken apart. As the chaotic energy parted, all that was revealed was the cold and callous face of Lin Ming. "You're done for," Zhong Wenshu savagely said. He thrust out the darkstone sword. After using sword-swallowing sun and moon, Zhong Wenshu's body couldn't withstand the burden. On his arm, his forehead, and all over his body, blood vessels began to explode from the pressure. Zhong Wenshu severely wounded himself in order to strike out with his strongest attack. This energy black hole was shot toward Lin Ming. "Swallow everything. Swallow his flesh and blood," Zhong Wenshu screamed out in his heart. However, just as the black hole was about to touch Lin Ming's body, from behind Lin Ming, a blood-red lotus began to bloom. Prime Emperor Lotus Flower, Grand Mist Space. Rumble, 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 rumble. As the black hole fell into the Grand Mist Space, a collision of fierce energy occurred. Expressionless, Lin Ming thrust forth the Phoenix Blood Spear, stabbing out at the center of the black hole. "You retard. If you attack my swallowing laws, you will only be swallowed even faster." Zhong Wenshu's entire body was covered in blood. He held the Sunpiercer sword in his left hand, ready to summon up his final dregs of true essence for a last attack to ensure victory. But at this moment, a completely dumbfounding scene occurred. The black hole he shot out was actually twisted apart by Lin Ming's spear strike. Even the viscous black energy was swallowed up by some invisible power. This sword strike that was said to swallow even the stars was instead being swallowed up by other laws. Chaos gave birth to yin and yang diverged into the five elements. Although the yin-yang laws stood above the five-element laws, they were still below the Grand Mist laws. Even if it were a true black hole, at the destruction of the universe and the creation of a new cosmos, it would still be swallowed up by the Grand Mist laws. Moreover, Zhong Wenshu's sword strike was far from being able to achieve the boundary of a real black hole. It was nothing more than a fake. How is this possible? What ability is this? Zhong Wenshu found this unbelievable. He wanted to attack with his Sunpiercer sword, but held his hand. If even the Darkstone sword's strongest attack couldn't harm Lin Ming, just what use would his Sunpiercer sword be? In that instant, Lin Ming already arrived in front of Zhong Wenshu. The Phoenix Blood Spear appeared 3 feet above Zhong Wenshu's head as it came cutting down. The cold light of the Phoenix Blood Spear reflected in Zhong Wenshu's pupils. A feeling of despair surged within his heart. He lifted his sword to meet this attack, but it was useless. See, the Phoenix Blood Spear tore through Zhong Wenshu's left shoulder and cut straight through his ribs at an angle. Blood showered the skies. Zhong Wenshu's body was cut in half by Lin Ming. As Zhong Wenshu's body was split apart, his eyes were still filled with disbelief and unwillingness. The merit points he had accumulated with 2 months of hard work and the dreams he had of reaching the top 20 ranks of the true martial great world were popped like a bubble, evaporating into nothing. All of his efforts had been made into a gift for others. This sort of feeling left Zhong Wenshu wanting to die from sorrow and anger. However, these were his final thoughts. In the next moment, his head was pierced through with the Phoenix Blood Spear. The remaining half of Zhong Wenshu's bod struggled for a moment before slumping onto the ground where he instantly died. Zhong Wenshu turned into a mass of light that dissipated into the air. As Zhong Wenshu and Lin Ming were locked in combat, within the Crimson Light world, representatives of the 4 god-beast clans were gathered together in a floating palace beneath the giant golden scroll. Several peak 8th grade vassal sect influences accompanied them. They were conversing about the amazing festivity that was the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. At some time, beside a violent stone, the ancient Phoenix clan disciple that was responsible for keeping track of the Divine Dream Jade Slip suddenly stirred, his eyes brightening. He quickly reported to Hua Violent Stone, "Elder Hua, junior apprentice brother Lin's results have rapidly risen to 20,000. He is now ranked in the top 1% of the true martial great world." 20,000. Hua Violent Stone mumbled. This brat was finally beginning to put in some effort. But 20,000 merit points was still lacking. In fact, after Lin Ming finally emerged from seclusion, there was a massive number of high-level nightmare beasts and participants with a high number of merit point he could kill. His merit points should have quickly risen at the start. After killing Zhong Wenshu's several little minions, his merit points had instantly risen to 20,000. But the further he went, the slower this would go. The key question here was just how high Lin Ming could rise. Violent Stone feared that Lin Ming would be disinclined to continue hunting once he earned enough merit points to pass the first round of eliminations. If his merit points stayed at the bare minimum, that would truly make Violent Stone's old face swollen with shame. Nephew Lin just reached 20,000 merit points and seems to have managed to pass the first round of eliminations. This is truly an occasion worth celebrating. The ancient dragon clan's laughing dragon chuckled as he traced his dragon horns. Although they were congratulatory words, an extreme genius should be able to pass the first round of eliminations, so there was no reason to boast about it. These congratulations contained a clearly mocking taste. After Violent Stone heard these words, his complexion turned ugly. He loathed this old man who didn't even fight anymore but still insisted on manifesting a pair of dragon horns. The ancient dragon clan, like the ancient phoenix clan, weren't descendants of true god beasts. Rather, they were mortals that had transplanted the god-beast bloodlines within them. This laughing dragon's true mortal body had no natural dragon horns. The dragon horns he showed now were formed from energy. In other words, they were nothing more than fakes. What are you so happy about? This is just the start. There's still over 20 days left. It's hard to say just what his results will be. Violent Stone grumpily responded. Haha. What Brother Hua said is true. I'm also looking forward to it, Laughing Dragon slowly said as he stroked his beard. Nephew Lin should have killed some trial challenger just now and obtained a portion of their merit points, which is why his merit points rose so dramatically. But for these kinds of merit points, it will be more and more difficult to increase the further he goes. This is because if his merit points are higher, the merit points he'll receive for killing others will naturally be less. For example, my clan's Dragon 1 managed to obtain 1.3 million merit points a month ago, but now after the second month has passed, he only has 1.6 million. Laughing Dragon shook his head, a regretful expression on his face. However, his bragging words were clearly to show off the contrast between Lin Ming and Dragon 1. Violent Stone nearly smacked him in the face. However, what Laughing Dragon said was reality. The further one went, the harder it was to increase one's merit points. Moreover, the disparity between merit points would become increasingly large. With 20,000 merit points, one was ranked around 100 million. With 1.6 million merit points, one was ranked 72 in a great world. The disparity between these numbers could be imagined. Normally, after accumulating merit points for a long time, the number of them would finally equalize with that individual's approximate strength level. The ranking wouldn't change much after that. Violent Stone was disinclined to bother with Laughing Dragon. He kept an eye on the Divine Dream Jade Slip, looking forward to another change in Lin Ming's merit points. As the next 20-some breaths of time passed, Lin Ming's merit points remained still. But at this moment, the Divine Dream Jade Slip suddenly shined with a brilliant blue light. Lin Ming's name flashed, and the numbers behind it began to jump up by a maddening amount. The figure rapidly rose by tens of thousands, immediately breaking past 100,000. It rose by hundreds of thousands, 600,000, 700,000, 800,000, 900,000, 1 million. Heavens! The disciple responsible for keeping track of the Divine Dream Jade Slip cried out in alarm, nearly dropping the Jade Slip. Lin Ming's merit point value rose to 1 million, but it didn't end there. It rapidly broke past 1.5 million and rose straight to 2 million. What? Violent Stone's eyes widened. He kept his eyes and senses locked onto the Divine Dream Jade Slip. As Laughing Dragon heard the two people cry out in shock, he immediately stood up. As he looked toward the Jade Slip in the ancient Phoenix clan disciple's hands, he saw a number projected in the air, rapidly rising, dazzling, enough to make him dizzy. How? Laughing Dragon was dazed. Lin Ming, what has he done? Hua Violent Stone kept his complete concentration focused on the divine dream jade slip and maintained total silence. The barrier of 2 million was instantly broken through. This number immediately flung Dragon 1's 1.6 million far behind it. Lin Ming's number began to rise in units of 100,000, then by units of 1 million. After 2 million, the number jumped by another million, reaching 3 million, 3.1 million, 3.2 million, 3.3 million. Finally, the figure stopped at 3.36 million. In a single breath, Li Ming rose from 20,000 to 3.36 million. This number of merit points took him from the 100 million rankings and put him straight into the top 28 ranking of true martial great world. Not to mention Laughing Dragon being shocked. But even Hua Violent Stone was left bewildered. In truth, Hua Violent Stone didn't have too great a grasp on Lin Ming's strength. Lin Ming had too many secrets on him Hua Violent Stone didn't know about. He also didn't know that after leaving the ancient Phoenix clan, Lin Ming's strength had risen by a terrifying degree. Hua Violent Stone's original expectations were to raise Lin Ming into a first-class figure like Xiao Daoji or Hua Burning Heaven, someone that could become a half-step world king in the future. From there, he could restore the ancient Phoenix clan's honor and lead them to a brighter, more prosperous future. In this first martial meeting, Hua Violent Stone didn't have high expectations of Lin Ming to begin with. He only wanted Lin Ming to pass through the preliminaries and obtain a good result in the semifinals, hopefully entering the top 100,000 rankings of the Divine Realm. As for entering the true finals, Hua Violent Stone felt this was a hopeless dream. This was because of the time spent training and the fact that Lin Ming only had an early Divine Sea cultivation. In terms of cultivation and time in training, Lin Ming was at far too great a disadvantage. But he never imagined Lin Ming would give him such a pleasant surprise. Only several hours had passed before Lin Ming finally started to move, and yet he immediately rose to the top 28 rankings of the true martial great world. If he could continue this momentum, he might even have a chance of reaching the top 10 or even the top 5 rankings of a great world. Lin Ming's surprise ranking immediately caught the attention of everyone in the palace. Everyone looked over at Hua Violent Stone, including elders of the Kirin clan and Rock clan, as well as high-level figures from many peak 8th grade sects. These 8th grade sects were mostly related through marriage. Everyone looked at the divine dream jade slip in Hua Violent Stone's hands. The long number that was projected in the air left everyone dizzy. At this time, the originally shocked Hua Violent Stone responded. He began to laugh, guffawing loudly, showing off his satisfaction without holding back. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Well done. I said that with Lin Ming's strength. Sweeping away those little baby dragonlings should be nothing more than child's play. And it seems I was right. Only several hours have passed and yet his score has already reached 3.36 million. What was that baby dragon's score again? I think it was 1.6 million or something low like that. Haha. Lin Ming's score is over twice that. Hua Violent Stone's voice was originally of the extremely loud variety, where not even sound insulation could stop it. At this time, he was only afraid no one would hear just how loud he was laughing. Even people outside heard his loud bellows of happiness. As for those wandering the palace halls, their ears were left shaking in numbness. Laughing Dragon's face turned gloomy. He wasn't an idiot. If Lin Ming's ranking leapt up so much, there was only a single possibility. That was, he had killed an extreme genius of a world king-level holy land. Otherwise, it was impossible to achieve such a ranking. Such a strength was something that Dragon 1 absolutely could not compare with. Let alone the current Dragon 1, not even the gifted Dragon 1 who died in the God-Beast Mystic Realm could obtain such a score. Moreover, according to the projections of time, Lin Ming hadn't taken long to finish this fight. Such strength was truly terrifying. If Laughing Dragon was able to think of this, the elders of the other holy lands and 8th grade sects could also come to this conclusion. For a time, all sorts of praises and congratulations filled the air. Congratulations, Elder Hua! Haha! What a celebratory occasion. The ancient Phoenix clan has picked up a gem this time. With nephew Lin's talent, becoming a half-step world king in the future is already 90% guaranteed. As the elders in the hall began congratulating Hua Violent Stone, He received them all, whether they were true or not. He heartily laughed, saying, "This old man's judgment when looking at others is never wrong." This Lin Ming completed the ancient phoenix smelting trials thousand slaughter, then left to adventure and gain experiences. Now it seems his achievements are even greater than they were before. However, his personality is a bit too casual and lazy. He probably isn't even taking these preliminaries seriously. Violent Stone spoke in a very flat tone, causing Laughing Dragon's lips to pull down in a straight grimace. This damned old man. Give him a few rays of sunlight and he could illuminate an entire planet. It seemed he couldn't hold his head up high today. Oh! Divine Dream World. Lin Ming stood amidst the raised jungle. In his vision, the mass of energy Zhong Wenshu had dissipated into after dying had broken down into lines of red and yellow light. Although these red and yellow lights were far from comparable to the brilliant and fantastical lines of the Divine Dream Law he absorbed using the magic cube, they were still many times brighter than the energy lines he absorbed from the nightmare beasts, and the energy inherent within them was tens of thousands of times greater. Lin Ming allowed this mass of energy to float towards him. He slowly reached out his hand and thrust it into the energy lights. For a time, the red and yellow lines turned chaotic, turning into countless streams of light that submerged into Lin Ming's body. The icy cold dreamland energy spread through Lin Ming's body like clear spring water. The energy finally converged at his soul, nourishing the two soul marks there. These two marks shined with brilliant light. They were filled with something close to perfection. Following that, Lin Ming could feel as if his own soul was being pulled upwards by some invisible power. This sort of feeling was like a mortal climbing up a tower, a level at a time, never dropping until they finally reached the top. At the summit, that feeling of wonder and victory would spread through the body as though they became immortal. This light and floating feeling made one feel as if they dominated the world and looked over all with the eyes of a divine god. Such a feeling even seemed as if it purified the soul. Lin Ming could see his soul form within his spiritual sea shining. In that moment, he underwent a holy baptism where his soul seemed to be transformed. Above his spiritual sea, his battle spirit was also vitalized, faintly approaching gold perfection. This was the effects of the Divine Dream Law transcendent divine might. After Lin Ming perceived it for 2 whole months and also underwent a baptism of dreamland energy, he was finally seeing a harvest from his efforts. If this continues, maybe I can use these 9 months in the divine dream world to rise to the middle divine sea realm. Moreover, the benefits to my soul and battle spirit I'll gain here will be much greater. As Lin Ming realized this, he became overjoyed. With his current strength and cultivation level, he didn't have any confidence in competing with an Empyrean descendant. Once he met a late Divine Sea Empyrean descendant, his chances of victory were even slimmer. But if he could cultivate to the middle Divine Sea realm, that would give him a tiny fraction of hope. But to do so he had to train and accumulate more and more Divine Dream energy. Lin Ming discovered that after he killed Zhong Wenshu and absorbed a massive amount of Divine Dream energy, he was unable to use all of it. He could only make use of a tiny fraction of it. Most of it dissipated. I wonder just what Empyrean Divine Dream's complete transcendent divine might is like. If I could learn it, with the magic cube supporting me, my own strength and cultivation speed will rise dramatically. Lin Ming thought to himself. At this moment, he discovered that the 2 small tracker fellows were still alive. It was with a great stroke of luck the 2 of them had managed to dodge the explosive shockwaves. But they were already scared silly. To them, escaping here was impossible. The difference in strength was simply too great. With Lin Ming's divine sense tracking them, it was impossible to run away. As for staying here, the pressure made every second feel like a year, a suffering worse than death. As they saw Lin Ming look at them, their souls, scared to their very cores, nearly vanished to dust. Dying in the divine dream world wasn't actually too scary. What they feared was the implications outside. They personally learned that Lin Ming was even more ruthless than Zhong Wenshu. After offending such a character, it would be impossible for them to sleep or eat with peace in the future. Great hero Lin, I beg for your forgiveness. We have eyes, but we couldn't see Mount Tai. A great lord like yourself shouldn't remember idiots like us. Just treat us like a fart and forget about us." Lin Ming coldly smiled. To him, these two were nothing more than insects. Killing them was simply, but doing so didn't hold any meaning. "You too. Tell me information about Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies." Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies? The two tiny trackers gulped. They subconsciously thought that Lin Ming wanted them to monitor Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies. If they did something like that, their fates would probably even be more miserable than offending Lin Ming. After all, they still had to live in the true martial great world. "I don't need you to monitor Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies. You too likely don't have that ability to begin with. I only need you to tell me where they usually go hunting, as well as some places nearby Immemorial Imperial City that have the highest rank nightmare beasts to hunt." Lin Ming believed that Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies wouldn't deliberately avoid him, and they might even look for him instead. Wanting to find these 3 should be extremely easy. Yes, yes. The 2 small martial artists nodded, their faces looking as if they had been stuffed full of garlic. They quickly iterated what they knew about the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. Great Hero Lin, Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies frequently go to Nightmare Canyon. The nightmare beasts there are very high-ranked, and there's even some monsters that Zhong Wenshu and the others do not dare to provoke. Besides Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, there is also a red bamboo hat woman. That woman is particularly ruthless. She will kill any others without even batting an eye. Zhong Wenshu as well as Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies all dread encountering her. The 2 small martial artists rapidly said. This information was actually quite useful to Lin Ming. Nightmare Canyon. That should be a name the martial artists have given this location within the Divine Dream World. Also that red bamboo hat woman, that should be the woman who fought for the Boundless World Pill against me. She is the final disciple of a World King level powerhouse who fell from that boundary. Lin Ming wasn't too worried. Where is Nightmare Canyon? Reporting to Great Hero Lin. Nightmare Canyon is 3,000 miles southeast of Immemorial Imperial City. Nearly all the top masters of Immemorial Imperial City are gathered there. Lin Ming thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Although I'm not worried you will disclose news of me to Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, it will be a bit troublesome if they hide from me or set up some kind of trap. You may both take a brief sleep. Rest assured, I won't trouble you in the real world. Lin Ming lifted his hand as he spoke. The 2 small martial artists jumped up in fright before immediately responding. Thank you, Great Hero Lin, for forgiving us. We do not need Great Hero Lin to do anything. Us brothers will finish this ourselves. The 2 small martial artists looked at each other, then took out weapons from their spatial ring. They aimed it at each other's hearts, grit their teeth, clenched their eyes, and savagely stabbed it in. Puff, puff, blood shot out. The 2 small trackers actually committed suicide. Lin Ming looked at them, a bit surprised. These 2 fellows were sufficiently ruthless. Although this was only a dreamland space, the feeling of a weapon digging into their hearts was the exact same as it was in the real world. Not everyone would have the courage to commit suicide like this. The 2 tracker martial artists soon turned into soul wisps that flew back to Immemorial Imperial City. They would have to wait until the next day to be reincarnated. The 2 of them already decided their next course of actions. After reviving, they would stay within the safety of the city. The time for the first round of eliminations was fast approaching, and they both would definitely be eliminated. They wanted to gather their things and quickly leave, lest they be caught up in a stormy battle between these giants again. If they were a bit careless, they might even lose their lives in the real world. Lin Ming glanced over at Zhong Wenshu's 3 remaining minions. These 3 were already finished. Lin Ming shot out 3 true essence energy arrows and instantly ended their lives. Although the 3 of them had some merit points, their difference with Lin Ming's current merit point value was too great. Added together, the 3 of them didn't even give him 10 points each. This amount couldn't even be considered a rounding error. He checked up on his own merit point ranking. He was only rank 28. This ranking couldn't be considered too high. I've obtained 60% of Zhong Wenshu's merit points, but that only brought me up to rank 28. I estimate that Zhong Wenshu should have been around rank 20. Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies definitely won't surpass Zhong Wenshu in ranking. In other words, within the true martial great world, there's at least a dozen plus people I don't know of that are all ranked above Zhong Wenshu. These people should mostly originate from the true martial holy lands, and their number of merit points should be increasingly high the higher their rank. When he had several thousand merit points, adding on several more thousand would have brought him to the top million rankings. But once he reached the top 10 rankings, perhaps not even another million merit points could bring him up another rank. Thinking this far, Lin Ming didn't immediately go to Nightmare Canyon. Rather, he sat down in the jungle, meditating for the moment as he digested the dreamland energy Zhong Wenshu left behind after his death. The more Lin Ming perceived this dreamland energy, the more entranced he was by the divine dream law. Lin Ming truly wanted to learn this transcendent divine might. As Lin Ming was perceiving the transcendent divine might, Zhong Wenshu was waiting for his revival. Within the dreamland space, the process of resurrection required a full day. Zhong Wenshu slowly percolated in the dreamland as it started to reform. His consciousness had returned 2 hours ago and he could check up on his current merit points ranking. 2.24 million merit points, True Martial Great World ranked 46. As Zhong Wenshu saw this ranking, he nearly went mad with rage. All of his efforts, his never-ending slaughter of 2 months, all vanished in one go. From rank 46 to the top 20, the amount of additional effort required to reach that high was ridiculously arduous. But his merit points all became a gift to someone else. Lin Ming sat still for 2 months before he moved. In just several hours, he savagely ripped apart all of his achievements. Lin Ming had leapt into the top 30. But as for Zhong Wenshu, he dropped down to rank 46. How could he not hate Lin Ming? Lin Ming, only one of us can exist in this world. Zhong Wenshu gnashed his teeth. And at this time, underneath the giant gold scroll of the true martial great world, the elder of Dual Polarity Palace saw Zhong Wenshu's ranking suddenly plummet. What is going on here? Wenshu has dropped down to rank 46. His merit points have dropped from 5.6 million to 2.24 million. 60% of his merit points have been erased. He was clearly killed by someone. Dual Polarity Palace's Zhong family head clenched his teeth as he spoke, nearly crumbling apart the divine dream jade slip in his hands. Who did it? Was it a participant or a nightmare beast? It's unlikely to be a nightmare beast. Wenshu has already been adventuring in the divine dream world for 2 months. It's impossible for him to not understand the limits of his own strength in comparison to the nightmare beasts there. No, he shouldn't have died to the claws of a nightmare beasts. There is a 90% chance he was killed by another participant. However, I have no idea who it could be. A Dual Polarity Palace elder gloomily said. This was a tournament that involved the fame and glory of a sect, even the future achievements of everyone participating. If someone killed someone else, they would naturally become enemies. Between the World King level Holy Lands, there was a tacit understanding that they would coexist in peace with each other. It was impossible for the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion to attack Zhong Wenshu, and for Zhong Wenshu to do the same to them. We can't find it out now. We don't know who the participants might be and whose position rapidly rose just now. We can only wait until Wenshu comes out to learn of the truth. Dual Polarity Palace had no choice but to endure this humiliation and rage for now. If it were the true martial Holy Lands that had done this, they had no choice but to bear this shame and swallow their pride. After all, this was originally a slaughter game between the participants. However, if it was a sect that was inferior to Dual Polarity Palace, they would do everything in their power to take back what was taken, with interest included. At this time, within the divine dream world, 16 hours of time had passed. Lin Ming opened his eyes. Within the dreamland space, Zhong Wenshu had nearly reformed himself too. Lin Ming said to himself, "There's still 8 hours until a full day ends. Zhong Wenshu and his minions should have nearly revived by now. If they were to inform Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies about me, that might be a bit troublesome for me." Lin Ming didn't fear that Zhong Wunshu would search for Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies and join forces against him. He only feared that they would go into hiding once they found out he was coming. Of course, the chances of this happening weren't all that great. The 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion had extremely proud and arrogant dispositions, so they wouldn't hide even if they knew he was coming. Moreover, Zhong Wunshu would definitely want to see their 3 rankings drop so that he could pass them on the rankings. Lin Ming stood up. His figure flashed as he flew straight toward Nightmare Canyon. To fly straight through the skies of the divine dream world was an extremely reckless and daring behavior. It would cause many nightmare beasts to notice whoever was flying. As it was, many nightmare beasts that flew in the sky saw Lin Ming and began to plunge toward him. Lin Ming merely flicked out his fingers, shooting out true essence energy arrows that he poured his battle spirit into, easily killing these flying beasts. The merit points are low and their defensive power is quite strong. No wonder there's so few participants that choose to kill these flying nightmare beasts. 3,000 miles wasn't much to Lin Ming. Soon, a massive mystical canyon appeared on the horizon. This was undoubtedly Nightmare Canyon. Who? Lin Ming fell from the sky, officially stepping into Nightmare Canyon. In this canyon, besides massive mushrooms that rose up like giant umbrellas into the sky, there was no vegetation. These mushrooms were vividly colored and emitted a touch of faint light. They seemed to be extremely toxic. Walking through this mushroom jungle, one could see hard black rocks all around. Many of these rocks were cracked apart and stained red with blood. After the nightmare beasts died, their corpses would vanish. Only a fraction of their blood would be left over. These blood stains were actually condensed from dreamland energy and didn't have enough time to dissipate yet. As Lin Ming traveled deeper into the canyon, there began to appear signs of slaughter. The signs became increasingly bloody and intense. Massive fissures, crushed rocks, shattered mountains, and all sorts of broken saint artifacts were stapled into hard stone, shocking and alarming. The rocks of Nightmare Canyon were over 100 times harder than steel. Only like this could the terrain barely hold its shape in the intense explosions of true essence. Otherwise, Nightmare Canyon likely wouldn't even exist anymore. The howling wind in the canyon was as sharp as knives. It became increasingly violent, rushing over Lin Ming's flapping clothing. The light was dim and monochromatic. Only a faint star light trickling down from above illuminated the canyon floor. But for a martial artist, the amount of light didn't matter. Roar! 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 In the darkness, the cries of nightmare beasts came surging out, shaking the earth like rolling thunderclaps. Just from listening to these roars, one could sense that these nightmare beasts were extraordinary. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He suddenly felt several deep killing intents locking onto him. He maintained his composure as he traced his spatial ring, spreading his senses throughout the darkness. He could see that 100 feet away, hidden within an outcrop of black rocks, for people were hiding. They were only waiting for someone to cross their path to start their ambush. At this time, these 4 people were talking to each other. A fresh face. I have no idea who it is. It should be a newbie. Dinner has finally arrived, boys. These people rapidly spoke with true essence sound transmissions. After staying in Nightmare Canyon for long enough, they knew who they could provoke and who they had to evade. In Nightmare Canyon, disputes weren't randomly created. As for World King Holy Land peak geniuses like Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, they inevitably stood at the peak of the food chain here. No one dared to have any ideas of messing with them. At the same time, the World King Holy Land geniuses wouldn't go and kill other participants. This was because their merit points were far higher than everyone else here, and with the rules in place, killing other people wasn't too meaningful. For most situations, the many participants in Nightmare Canyon could maintain a tenuous balance. The area one had for hunting was divided by strength. The stronger one was, the greater their hunting grounds were and the higher its quality. But once a newbie arrived, this tenuous balance would shatter momentarily. There would always be people that took these newcomers as delicious delicacies. Hide your aura. Once he approaches us, we'll ambush him. Okay. There's 4 of us against 1 of him, We should be able to instantly kill him. I wonder how many merit points he has. If it's less than 100,000, that'd be boring. After being reduced by the rules, the four of us won't gain much at all. For someone to dare come to Nightmare Canyon, they should have some skill. I just hope they aren't some random idiot that stumbled into here. As the four martial artists were waiting to ambush Lin Ming, their complexions suddenly changed. A horrifying killing intent overwhelmed the world and came crashing down on them. A deep red spear cut through the darkness like a hidden snake, aiming straight at their throats. Be careful! The four martial artists fell into a perilous situation. They realized they had made a grave mistake. Their opponent had discovered their ambush ahead of time and even instantly launched such a savage and crazy attack. Attack! The leader of the four martial artists shouted out at once. However, their joined efforts were useless. They felt the energy within their bodies rapidly fade away, leaving them unable to summon any strength. A brilliant red light flashed past their vision as an icy cold feeling cut across their necks, leaving blood splashing onto the ground. They suddenly felt their consciousnesses being pulled away. They had already felt this sensation of death more than once before. In fact, in the life or death slaughter field of Nightmare Canyon, most people had already died several times. Lin Ming pulled back the Phoenix Blood Spear. He had only used a single spear strike just now, clean and neat. There was still a martial artist that hadn't yet died. He groaned in pain, never thinking that this newbie would actually be so fierce. They all had a faint understanding of the ridiculously terrifying people near Immemorial Imperial City, but they had never heard of this young man. Did he come from another city? Their luck was truly shitty. But with their merit points, even if they were killed several times over, they could still make it through the first round of eliminations. There was always hope for more chances in the future. Killing these people doesn't even give much merit points. The suppression of the rules is truly ruthless. Lin Ming thought out loud. He didn't even bother using the dreamland energy of these martial artists. Oh, one hasn't died yet. Lin Ming walked up and squatted down, asking this person who was choking on his own blood, "Tell me, are the three prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion deeper inside?" "You idiot! Looking for Sacred Martial Mansion's three prodigies is looking for death. Hee." As the martial artist spoke, blood constantly bubbled out from between his lips. He hadn't attended Immemorial Imperial City's auction, so he didn't recognize Lin Ming. He only thought that Lin Ming was a participant from another city that had come to challenge Sacred Martial Mansion's three prodigies. "You don't have to worry about me. If you aren't going to speak, make sure you never leave the city. If I see you, I'll kill you." Lin Ming put a foot down on the martial artist's chest and pushed down. The martial artist hasped, his entire body twitching as more blood gushed out from his mouth. "They are inside. Good. Oh, and I have one more question. Why did you try and ambush me? Do you think you can just ambush every participant that enters Nightmare Canyon?" Although Lin Ming didn't hear the true essence sound transmissions the four martial artists exchanged, his soul perception was extremely sharp, becoming even more and more profound as his understandings into the divine dream law deepened. There was no way he would mistake the killing intent those four had. "It's because you're a fresh face." "I see." Lin Ming loosened his foot. A fresh face meant a fat sheep? Well, that was understandable. It seemed that if he wanted to travel deeper into Nightmare Canyon, he would have to spend a really long time doing so. Not only would he need to fight nightmare beasts, but he also had to face the ambush of all the participants along the way. Although Lin Ming didn't fear these people, fighting all of them would take up his time. His time was extremely precious. Currently, Lin Ming's merit point ranking was only secondary to him. The main reason he wanted to kill people was to wrest away their dreamland energy, allowing him to continue perceiving the divine dream law. With a transcendent divine might placed right in front of him, he had to grasp this chance no matter what the situation was like. In order to maximize the amount of time he could perceive it, he would need to make full use of every breath of time in the divine dream world. Lin Ming kicked the half-dead trial challenger out of the way. He peered deep into the dark depths of Nightmare Canyon and summoned a burst of true essence. He shouted out as loud as he could, Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies. Come out. After he poured his energy into his voice, it produced a riotous shockwave that crashed deep into the canyon. Wherever this sonic blast passed, rocks would shatter. Come out! Come out! Come out! The titanic voice echoed through Nightmare Canyon. It was especially resounding as it reflected against the rocky walls. In that moment, nearly every participant in Nightmare Canyon heard this shout. They were all left in a startled daze. Who was this person that dared to be so arrogant? Someone is challenging Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies. Is it Zhong Wenshu? Is it that bamboo hat woman? Are you an idiot? That is clearly a man's voice, and how could it possibly be Zhong Wenshu? If he faced off against any of Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies in a 1 versus 1, he might have the advantage. But if he were to face off against all 3, his only choice would be to escape. Don't forget that those 3 all come from a World King Holy Land. You don't have to be a genius to know that they can definitely form an array on the battlefield. That's right, a battle array. Once those 3 formed a battle array, their strength wouldn't be as simple as adding them up together. Instead, their strength would multiply. Perhaps even a master from the true martial Holy Lands would dread them. If someone knew this but still dared to challenge them, they had to be either a retard or a truly ferocious individual. Perhaps it isn't just one person challenging Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, but a group? Maybe. Let's go and have a look. It might be someone from another city. After all, true martial great world has more than just immemorial imperial city. Many participants were interested in watching this battle. They all began to make their way toward the direction of the voice. Among these people there was a red-clothed woman. Her figure was slender and shapely, and she wore a wide bamboo hat on her head. Her appearance was completely covered up, but her voice was harsh and gravelly. How interesting. If I'm not wrong, it's that man's voice. 10 days from now, I planned on challenging all of you one at a time to prove I'm the strongest one here. But I never thought you would be the first to issue this challenge. This is also fine. I want to take a good look and see just what qualifications you have to be so confident and dare to face Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies. The red-clothed bamboo hat woman was extremely fast. She hurtled toward the opening of Nightmare Canyon like a straight white beam of light. Big brother, did you hear that? Someone came here to challenge us. As the flame-haired Sacred Yueping heard Lin Ming's voice, he chuckled. How amusing. We've been in the divine dream world for so long, and yet this is the first time someone has challenged us. Listening to that voice, he sounds like that little fellow who bought the Boundless World pill. How humorous. After he entered the divine dream world, he holed himself up in immemorial imperial city for over 2 months, and when he finally decided to come out of his shell, the first thing he does is look for us. What confidence! Sacred Yenran softly said from the side. Her beautiful face was filled with all sorts of devilish expressions. Come, let's go and meet him. He came at just the right time. But we shouldn't underestimate him. This boy likely stumbled on some great lucky chance, Sacred Tianhao said, rubbing his chin. Humph! For those that have entered the first martial meeting, just who hasn't encountered their own lucky chance? To have a lucky chance or 2 isn't strange at all. The key point is one's own talent. Come, let's go and meet that crazy brat. If he didn't look for me, I would have looked for him. I'm still waiting to get back at him for that insult at the Imperial City auction, Sacred Yueping said with loathing in his voice. He was still simmering over that disastrous defeat he suffered at the Imperial City auction. The 3 martial artists put away their weapons and flew straight toward the entrance of Nightmare Canyon. Roar! Roar! Several fierce nightmare beasts rushed out from deep within the canyon, jumping towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's declaration of war not only attracted the many martial artists in Nightmare Canyon, but it also attracted many nightmare beasts. These nightmare beasts came covered in cruel-looking barbs, and their aura was sinister. These nightmare beasts were many times more wild and dangerous than the ones he encountered in the jungle. Lin Ming remained motionless. The phoenix blood spear struck out like a viper, easily piercing through these nightmare beasts' foreheads. Puff! Puff! Several nightmare beasts crashed to the ground in their wild sprint, tumbling into a ball that smashed into a wall, causing blood to splash out. The rock that was over 100 times harder than steel was ripped to shreds. How fierce that person is! Many people commented as they saw how easily Lin Ming killed the nightmare beasts. This wasn't something most of them could hope to accomplish. I know him. He's that young man who bought the Boundless World pill at the Imperial City auction. That's right. He's the person who bought the Boundless World pill with 7 trillion violet sunstones. That price is simply insane. Many martial artists had already caught up to the scene. From these people, a good number of them had attended the Imperial City auction. They had an extremely profound impression of Lin Ming. Most of them thought that for anyone to dare challenge the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, it had to be a squad of martial artists that perhaps came from a nearby city. But they never imagined it was only a single person. Lin Ming. Good heavens! That boy made enemies with several World King Holy Land geniuses during that debacle at the Imperial City auction house. Now he actually dares to come and challenge them. This mortal hatred must be higher than the heavens. You idiot! These people have already ripped apart any semblance of civility. If that boy didn't go looking for Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, they would have gone looking for him. But for him to challenge them alone, isn't that a bit too forced? I also think it's ridiculous. Sacred Martial Mansion will fight together. It is impossible for him to split them apart. If he could actually win, that would mean his strength was on par with a peak genius of the true martial Holy Lands. More and more martial artists caught up, and most of them doubted Lin Ming's actions. If there was a person that had strength equal to the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion combined, that person's strength would probably rank in the top 5 of the true martial great world. Everyone found it hard to believe that this nondescript youth had the ability to rank amongst the top 5 junior martial artists of the true martial great world. As some people joined in on this discussion, they mockingly said, I heard ever since this boy entered the divine dream world, he's been holed up in the immemorial Imperial City and hasn't taken even half a step out. Now the first time he comes out, he actually challenges the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. I think he might have some mental issues. It had to be known that this was only a dreamland space, a place where the souls and consciousness coexisted with others. Cultivating here did not improve their true bodies, so no one could imagine just what Lin Ming had been doing wasting his time away at immemorial Imperial City. Not just that, but Lin Ming had done nothing in these 2 months. What left others speechless the most was that as soon as he came out of the city, he challenged the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion before doing anything else. This sort of behavior was definitely not that of a normal person. At this time, a red-clothed bamboo hat woman rushed through Nightmare Canyon. Her figure was light and vivid, like a butterfly fluttering through the dark. As she dodged through the massive toxic mushrooms, she didn't even emit the least bit of sound. As soon as the woman landed on the ground, many other people around her began to tremble, subconsciously retreating from this bamboo hat woman. From the moment that people arrived at Nightmare Canyon to hunt nightmare beasts, in order to obtain more merit points, it was common for participants to kill other participants. This red bamboo hat woman was all alone. As someone that didn't originate from a World King Holy Land background, she was an extremely attractive target for others. Many martial artists tried to kill her. They came in squads using frontal attacks, sneak attacks, and even tricks and traps, but the result was that all of them were slain by this red bamboo hat woman. Moreover, she was extremely ruthless and decisive. The dead would often have their bellies sheared open and their limbs cut off. Over time, no one dared to confront this red bamboo hat woman again. Whenever someone saw her, they would turn around and flee. This red bamboo hat woman eventually came to occupy a very high-quality and large hunting region in Nightmare Canyon, second only to the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. Of course, even in the eyes of others, even this red bamboo hat woman was inferior to the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. After all, there were 3 of them, and each one of them was a peak master. If they teamed up, they should be strongest force in immemorial Imperial City. The red bamboo hat woman looked at Lin Ming, and Lin Ming also looked at her. The 2 of them didn't speak, but they could both feel a faint fighting spirit through each other's eyes. At this time, a uproarious laughter filled the air. Ha ha ha! What did I say? I was wondering just who was so arrogant to challenge us. And it turns out it really was you. A man with wild red hair rushed out from the depths of Nightmare Canyon. His face was square and edged as if it were hewed by a saber, and his entire body was burning with a flaming red aura, making him seem like a demon. He was the second brother of Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, Sacred Yueping. Although Sacred Yueping was not the oldest brother, because of his reckless personality, he was even more renowned than Sacred Tianhao. After landing on the ground, Sacred Yueping flourished a red spear from his spatial ring. His weapon was also a spear. Moreover, it appeared extremely similar to the Phoenix Blood Spear. After Sacred Yueping arrived, Sacred Tianhao and Sacred Yanran followed close behind. Sacred Tianhao was colossal at 9 feet tall. He was over 2 heads taller than an average person. Sacred Tianhao's weapon was a black heavy sword, half a foot wide and as tall as an adult male. Compared to Sacred Tianhao, Sacred Yanran was cute and petite. She sat on Sacred Tianhao's broad shoulders. Her weapons were unique. They were a pair of green rings that looked like a disc formed by a rounded snake. It was easily wide enough to fit over her waist. The 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion each had their own unique talents and abilities that complemented each other's forms of combat. Eldest brother Sacred Tianhao excelled in strength and violent attacks. Youngest sister Sacred Yanran specialized in speed and the ability to sneak attack from any direction. As for Sacred Yueping, his attacks were wild and fierce, and he was all around superb. If these 3 joined forces, they were able to display an even greater combat strength. This was the reason why they often stayed together and were referred to as a unit. With the Phoenix Blood Spear, Lin Ming drew a crescent moon on the ground. This battle could erupt at any moment. Everyone drew back a little bit, waiting to see the great battle commence. This could be a wonderful and marvelous battle, but it could also be a joke. It wouldn't be a surprise to anyone present if Lin Ming instantly died. After all, no one here had seen Lin Ming exchange moves with a true top genius. As Sacred Yueping saw Lin Ming's weapon, he sneered and said, "A spear? How amusing. I also use a spear, and I'm often referred to as the #1 spearmaster of immemorial Imperial City's younger generation. This time, let me have a good look at just how your spear compared to mine. Big brother, third sister, you do not need to fight. Me alone is more than enough to deal with the likes of him." As Sacred Yueping spoke, he casually lifted his spear and pointed it straight toward Lin Ming, the provocation clear in his actions. Sacred Tianhao faintly frowned but didn't stop Sacred Yueping, allowing him to face Lin Ming one-on-one. Although Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies often joined forces to fight an enemy, that was when they were facing older powerhouses or their senior apprentice brothers and sisters that were over 100 years older than them. If they joined forces to fight against a peer, that was truly a bit shameful. "Are you ready? Take my first spear attack." Before Sacred Yueping attacked Lin Ming, he actually gave a warning. This was proof that he was confident in his own abilities. Lin Ming only faintly smiled, keeping his spear pointed toward the ground as before. At this time, Sacred Yueping finally moved. The dense black rock beneath him exploded as Sacred Yueping vanished in an afterimage, instantly arriving in front of Lin Ming with his spear cutting down. The momentum of this attack was overwhelming, like a falling meteor. But what was extremely strange was that as the spear came slashing down, the speed of it seemed to rapidly slow. This spear seemed to move at a mortal speed, slow and simple without anything special to it. Even so, it gave off an extremely confusing and profound feeling. What a slow spear! Is he underestimating Lin Ming and intentionally provoking him? You idiot! Those are the time laws. Moreover, they're time laws that have formed their own time enchantment. The boundary of this attack is extremely high. If this spear struck you, you would die over 100 times. All of the martial artists rapidly spoke with true essence sound transmissions. And during this time, Sacred Yueping's spear still hadn't fallen. Lin Ming lifted the Phoenix Blood Spear to block this attack, but discovered that his speed was even slower than Sacred Yueping's. His body was sluggish and mired, simply unable to defend. Time laws, concept of stagnation. As a peak disciple of a world king Holy Land, Sacred Yueping naturally had some skill. His comprehension of the time laws had reached an extremely high boundary. Lin Ming, who had learned about the time and space laws from Old Man Good Fortune, simply couldn't compare. As long as he was caught in Sacred Yueping's time-distorting enchantment, Lin Ming would be suppressed from all directions. As Lin Ming saw Sacred Yueping's spear nearly reaching his heart, he shouted out loud. Popping sounds crackled out from within his body. Within this time enchantment, these sounds extended out, seeming incomparably strange. Gate of wonder open. Golden rock shattering the void. Mystic lightning shade. Lin Ming instantly displayed the limit of his speed. This time enchantment merely slowed down the flow of time. If Lin Ming's speed was overwhelmingly fast, even if he were slowed down to 1%, he still might have the advantage. Ha! Lin Ming drew backwards, thrusting the Phoenix Blood Spear in front of him and blocking the attack. On one side was a hasty defense, on the other an attack with crushing momentum. As Lin Ming blocked the strike, he was pushed hundreds of feet backwards until he reached a black rock. He turned the Phoenix Blood Spear and fiercely stabbed it into the rock, stabilizing himself. The Phoenix Blood Spear curved into an arc from the impact force. Hey, nice speed, Sacred Yueping merrily said, his voice full of mirth. I wonder just how long your luck will last. As Lin Ming felt the slightly restless blood vitality within his body, he discovered that the true essence Sacred Yueping struck out with was extremely tricky. After penetrating into his body, it began to rampage around, and it was also extremely tenacious. But this was not a problem to Lin Ming. He had absorbed Phoenix blood essence, dragon bone marrow, and had even opened the gate of life. The toughness of his body was far from what this strange essence could possibly hope to affect, much less destroy. With just a thought, all of this true essence was wiped out. With this strike, Sacred Yueping clearly held the advantage. As for Lin Ming, he seemed to suffer a loss. He blocked it. This boy actually blocked such a strange and mysterious concept of time attack. It seems he has some skills. He barely managed to block it. He is probably internally injured because he was struck by Sacred Yueping's tenacious true essence. He won't be so lucky next time. Sacred Yueping's time enchantment will only grow stronger. That boy is already quite skilled. Sacred Yueping is a peak genius of the true martial great world. I fear he is ranked in the top 30 geniuses of this great world. This battle proves that this boy is a worthy opponent to a peak genius of a world king Holy Land. I really have no idea just where he came from. The power within Sacred Yueping's spear strike just now was obvious to all who saw it. In fact, in front of so many people, Sacred Yueping wanted to instantly establish his own prestige with a single spear strike, but Lin Ming had managed to successfully defend. From this alone, everyone could feel that Lin Ming wasn't some simpleton. At least, he wasn't someone they could joke about. I don't think we need to do anything. Second brother can deal with him alone, the tall Sacred Tianhao said. He folded his hands over his chest, thoughtfully observing the scene. Sacred Yueping smiled and said, Just now I only slowed down the flow of time by a factor of 100. But now it won't be so little. Prepare yourself for my second attack, Sacred Yueping warned. This arrogant method of fighting really caused one's eyebrows to rise. Lin Ming sneered, not thinking much of it. He kept his spear pointed at the ground and said, You sure like to blabber on, right? Why don't you shut up and hurry up? My time is valuable. You are courting death, Sacred Yueping angrily shouted. His body rushed forwards again, but this time even his movements utilized the concept of time. To everyone watching, his speed seemed to be extremely slow. It was as if it took him a long time to reach Lin Ming, but also just the blink of an eye. His spear thrust straight for Lin Ming's head. The concept of stagnation of the time laws slowed down oneself, but slowed down the opponent even more. This not only included movements but also thoughts, senses, response times, and more. Everything crawled to a halt. As Lin Ming saw the spear coming towards him, he didn't open the gate of wonder. He knew that even if he was faster than before, he still wouldn't be able to dodge Sacred Yueping's spear. He originally wanted to struggle with Sacred Yueping by utilizing the limits of his own understandings of the time laws. But after a single attempt, he realized he was far from being comparable to Sacred Yueping in that aspect. At this time, he was only able to return to a familiar domain and roll over these time laws with absolute strength. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. Between his eyebrows, the blazing blood of the ancient phoenix combusted, and a terrifying energy welled up from within his body. At that moment, a blood-red lotus began to slowly bloom behind Lin Ming. Heavenly Demon Martial Intent, Grand Mist Space. Who? A profound and majestic force beyond description overwhelmed the world, covering the skies and falling down over the entire area. This time enchantment was in essence a force field. By using a powerful energy, it could distort the flow of time within a certain area. Anyone that stepped into this enchantment would have no choice but to be caught under its spell. Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space was the same. However, the Grand Mist laws existed above the time laws. This was because before the universe formed, when there was nothing but chaos, all time and all space was compressed within the coagulum of Grand Mist energy, unable to separate. The Grand Mist Space smashed into the time enchantment. The two force fields pushed against each other, like two orbs that were being pressed together. One side was a deep gray and the other side was completely transparent. Dazzling beams of light burst out from where they met, entrancing and blinding. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In that moment, an explosive sound filled the air like endless thunderclaps rolling across the battlefield. Not only did it not stop, but it became increasingly savage and dangerous. If an ordinary life-destruction martial artist were to hear this sound, their heartbeat would accelerate, their meridians would be injured, and perhaps even their hearts would stop beating as their blood vessels all ruptured in a gory death. Sacred Yueping felt as if he had crashed into a mountain. This light barrier around his enchantment began to crack apart before it exploded like an eggshell. Sacred Yueping trembled, nearly vomiting up a mouthful of blood. Afterwards, his entire body seemed to fall into a swamp. His strength rapidly drained from his body, and even his true essence was being drawn out at an alarming rate. Within this strange space, he couldn't even summon 50% of his strength. At this moment, Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and hurtled straight toward him. Shit! All of Sacred Yueping's hairs stood up on end. Besides Sacred Yueping, Sacred Tianhao and Sacred Yanran's complexions also instantly changed. Second brother is in danger. Let's go. Before Sacred Tianhao could instruct her, Sacred Yanran had already sprung down from Sacred Tianhao's shoulder as she leapt toward Sacred Yueping. Grand Mist Space erupt. A sharp light blazed in Lin Ming's eyes. Although he didn't fear the combined attack of Sacred Martial Mansion's three prodigies, it would still be much easier for him if he cut down one of them first. He decisively opened the heretical god force and erupted the Grand Mist Space, displaying an even greater strength. Pong! Sacred Yanran's double rings cut into the Grand Mist Space enchantment but failed to break it open. At this time, Lin Ming had already arrived in front of Sacred Yueping. Sacred Yueping was shocked out of his mind. Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves. Without gathering his strength, Lin Ming directly attacked with the last spear of the 100-layered waves. Although this was the last spear, the truth was that it was composed of several other attacks. With all of this strength combined together, it could burst out with a nearly unparalleled might. Suppressed within the Grand Mist Space, Sacred Yueping found it difficult to even lift the Spirit Artifact Spear in his hands. Even if he wanted to block the spear strike, it was nearly impossible to do so. The difference in strength between Lin Ming's first and second attack were too freakishly abnormal. He simply couldn't react to it. The 100-layered waves easily crushed apart Sacred Yueping's spear light and continued shooting straight towards his head. At this time, a brown true essence rushed forth like a tsunami and covered Sacred Yueping, crashing into Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear. This strange brown power was deep and robust, just like the endless earth. Lin Ming's spear collided with this power, causing a series of violent explosions to ring out. As for Sacred Yueping, He bore the brunt of this impact and was sent flying backwards. Lin Ming's eyes instantly locked onto one of Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies. Sacred Tianhao. That brown wave of energy was sent out by him. That power had a strange shifting and penetrative characteristic to it. Not only could it pierce through the grand mist space, but even after being weakened it could still display such an effect. It was a somewhat special ability. Earth laws? Lin Ming suddenly realized. This Sacred Tianhao should be a master who trained in the Earth laws. Sacred Martial Mansion was truly worthy of being called a World King Holy Land. They trained in all sorts of laws, and one could randomly choose one and still find someone that had cultivated it to an extremely high boundary. Bang! Sacred Yueping crashed into a black boulder, crushing that boulder to pieces as he spat up a mouthful of blood. With Sacred Tianhao's help, his wounds weren't too heavy, but this was still an extremely distressing and embarrassing situation for him, as everyone else looked at Sacred Yueping's appearance. All of them were shocked. This battle had shifted far too quickly, rapidly exceedingly all of their imaginations. Lin Ming's strike just now at first sight seemed to be at a disadvantage, but the tables had instantly turned. He turned disaster into victory and nearly killed Sacred Yueping in the process. Finally, it was only with the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion joining together were they able to guarantee Sacred Yueping's life. How could this be? Within the crowd, the red bamboo hat woman looked at Lin Ming with a deep meaning in her eyes. Not only was there appreciation as she looked at him, but also a deep solemnity. She saw that from the start, Lin Ming only explored Sacred Yueping's time laws and tried to unravel them with his own understandings into the time laws. This was his weakness and his opponent's strength, and still he dared to do something so reckless. For him to dare to do something like that was a testament toward the confidence he had in his own strength and overwhelming power. But he still failed and had suffered a loss during the first strike. Afterwards, he altered his plans and suppressed Sacred Yueping with absolute strength instead. He crushed apart Sacred Yueping's time enchantment, and this was the result. This boy who bought the boundless world pill, his absolute strength is too terrifying. That cunning energy that Sacred Yueping left in his body didn't do anything at all. What a truly terrifying power, the red bamboo hat woman thought to herself, constantly contrasting her own strength with Lin Ming's. Whoosh! Sacred Yenron's figure flashed as she instantly appeared next to Sacred Yueping. She asked with some worry, "Second brother, are you okay?" "Fuck!" Sacred Yueping crawled up from the ground, dirty and raging with shame. He wanted to rip apart Lin Ming with his bare hands. On the other side, Sacred Tianhao was keeping his eyes locked onto Lin Ming, like a hunter staring at a wild tiger. It seems that Sacred Tianhao is the strongest of Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, and he cultivates in the Earth laws, Lin Ming thought to himself. As part of the 5 element laws, the Earth laws were certainly lower ranked than the space and time laws. But in truth, not even an Empyrean could study every law to the limit. The space and time laws were extremely high-level laws, but if one's comprehension of them wasn't deep enough, it would still be broken apart by the 5 element laws. "I've underestimated you," Sacred Tianhao gloomily said. He knew this was far more than underestimating Lin Ming. Lin Ming's strength was far greater than any one of them alone. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He casually said, "You seem to have some skill. As for your little brother, he barely manages to pass in the aspect of time laws. As for his other aspects, he is simply far too disappointing. In terms of comprehensive combat strength, he isn't even half as good as Zhong Wenshu." Lin Ming had simply spoken a few bantering words, but these words fell onto everyone's ears like a bomb. From Lin Ming's words, it was clear he had already fought with Zhong Wenshu. With such a relaxed expression and the fact that Lin Ming was safely standing here, could that mean that Zhong Wenshu had already been? Zhong Wenshu was killed? Impossible! The participants watching this battle glanced at each other, seeing awe and horror dawning in each other's eyes. Zhong Wenshu was known as the top number 1 genius at Immemorial Imperial City. The true martial Holy Lands originally had several disciples stationed at Immemorial Imperial City, but they left at some time afterwards. Zhong Wenshu was ranked number 1 here. But now, Zhong Wenshu was killed by Lin Ming. This also meant that Lin Ming's ranking had far surpassed theirs. He simply wasn't a character that any of them could compare with. How terrifying! Where is that young man from? Everyone looked at Lin Ming with fear in their eyes. If Lin Ming could obtain the advantage even when facing off against Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, it was highly possible that he had killed Zhong Wenshu. Could it be that even the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion will fall at his hand? Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies cornered Lin Ming from multiple angles. Sacred Yueping was flushed with anger, wishing that he could tear apart Lin Ming on the spot. As for Sacred Tianhao, who was standing beside Sacred Yueping, he had a gloomy complexion as if he were dreading something. Lin Ming, right? That's what those people from the true martial Holy Lands called you, Sacred Tianhao said. His words calm and even. He hadn't exchanged words with Lin Ming before. Lin Ming remained silent, tacitly agreeing. I heard you come from a Holy Land level influence and that your guardians are all on the Crimson Light world. You should understand the situation you're in and what it means to your future in the true martial great world if you continue to oppose my Sacred Martial Mansion. Sacred Tianhao threatened, but as his words fell onto the ears of those present, this proved to them that Sacred Tianhao was afraid. Otherwise, why would he use his background to threaten Lin Ming instead of just killing him? The 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion were gathered here, yet they were afraid of Lin Ming. Although that previous collision had a surprising result, everyone was still surprised to hear these words tumble out from between Sacred Tianhao's lips. This Lin Ming should be extremely abnormal. What are you trying to say? Lin Ming chuckled. As people, we should allow a lifeline for each other. If we really fought, I would not fear you. But I do not want to suffer any losses here. Since our merit points have already grown to such a degree, regardless if you die or if I die, both of us will have to pay a deep price for just a single kill. With your strength, you can easily pass the preliminaries. As for us, all we want is to obtain a higher ranking, Sacred Tianhao honestly said. Although the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion were labeled the most fantastic 3 geniuses of the younger generation, Sacred Martial Mansion itself was by no means a monolithic mass of viewpoints. If they wanted to enjoy resources, they also had to constantly bear tests and trials. They needed a dazzling result in the first martial meeting to silence all of their opponents at Sacred Martial Mansion. Otherwise, it would create a great burden on their families. If killing Lin Ming had been easy, they would have just killed him and gotten it over with. But now, in Sacred Tianhao's mind, Lin Ming had an unfathomable flavor to him that he just couldn't place his finger on. Even Zhong Wenshu was killed by his hand. If the 3 of them fought Lin Ming, there would inevitably be deaths, and they might even lose. In this sort of situation, coming into conflict with Lin Ming simply wasn't a wise move. Lin Ming smiled. Your plan is quite well thought out. You wanted to step on me like an ant, but now you've realized that isn't possible. You're asking for a truce? Do you think there is such a good matter in this world? As Lin Ming spoke, he raised the Phoenix Blood Spear and pointed it at Sacred Tianhao's head. Sacred Yueping exploded with rage. Big brother, why are you bothering with his crap? If the 3 of us join together, there is no way we can lose to him. Sacred Tianhao's complexion became thoroughly grim. It seems you would rather do things the hard way. After this first martial meeting, prepare yourself for the anger of Sacred Martial Mansion. Fight! Sacred Tianhao shouted out and the 3 of them began to attack. Sacred Tianhao stood still, but as for Sacred Yueping and Sacred Yanran, they charged Lin Ming from 2 different directions. Deep Earth Force Field. A brown energy rushed out from Sacred Tianhao's body as the Deep Earth Force Field came falling down with overwhelming force. The 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion each had their own domain force fields. Since Sacred Yueping's time enchantment didn't work on Lin Ming, so Sacred Tianhao instead sent out his Deep Earth Force Field. This force field used the Earth laws as its foundation. As long as one was placed within this force field, they would have to bear the crushing pressure of the mountains and earth. If one's cultivation was insufficient, they would directly be pulverized into mush. If one's cultivation was sufficient, they would still be restrained. The domain would even damage their organs. As the deep earth force field came down, all of the surrounding martial artists felt a stuffiness in their chest. They all rapidly began to move away. At this time, they were already very far from sacred Tianhao, and they weren't bearing the brunt of his attack. Even so, they felt as if someone had dropped a mountain on their backs, making it difficult to even breathe. The power of this force field could be imagined. At this time, Sacred Yanran cried out and turned into a red afterimage as she hurtled toward Lin Ming. One of her twin wheels was aimed at Lin Ming's throat and the other was aimed between his legs. This was a violent and sinister attack. The instant that Sacred Yanran attacked, Sacred Yueping also fused the concept of haste from his time laws into her body. Because of the grand misspace, he couldn't slow down Lin Ming's speed with the time laws, but speeding up Sacred Yanran was actually simple and easy, and the effect was nearly the same. The three joined forces to attack together. This tacit understanding and battle coordination originated from years of training and fighting together. Now that they displayed it, it was extremely fierce and swift. These attacks left the surrounding martial artists breathless with wonder. Even the red bamboo hat woman was a bit startled. She didn't fear any one of Sacred Martial Mansion's three prodigies. She would be able to defeat any of them in a 1 versus 1. But when the three of them attacked together, their combat strength actually increased by several times. This was something even she felt a bit of dread toward. Facing the deep earth force field that overwhelmed the world, facing the ruthless attack of Sacred Yanran combined with Sacred Yueping's enhancements, Lin Ming suddenly bellowed out, all of the joints in his body releasing explosive crackling sounds. 8 inner hidden gates, 7 gates all open. Ong dash! A dragon's roar directly impacted through the heavens, washing away the clouds. This dragon roar came from the explosive sounds of Lin Ming's bones. After opening 7 gates, Lin Ming's strength instantly rose to 40 million genes, and a titanic azure dragon phantom appeared behind him. 40 million genes of strength supported by his dragon bone fused skeleton that was harder than divine iron. Just what sort of strength would erupt? Bang! Sacred Tianhao, who was renowned for his strength, was actually shaken and sent stumbling backwards by Lin Ming's terrifying explosion of pure strength. His true essence became chaotic and his organs were injured. At the same time, Lin Ming thrust out his spear, meeting Sacred Yanran with his extreme speed. Sacred Yanran's complexion instantly paled. Die! Lin Ming showed neither pity nor compassion. The phoenix blood spear came pounding down mercilessly with a terrifying strength behind it. Sacred Yanran's hand shook and the green ring spirit artifact in her hand was sent flying away with even her wrist bones fracturing. Sacred Yanran screamed as the phoenix blood spear smashed into her. Her true protective true essence exploded as she was sent crashing away. The speed at which she was sent back was even faster than her speed rushing forwards, leaving all the surrounding martial artists unable to even muster a response. Third sister. Sacred Yueping wanted to save Sacred Yanran with the time law's concept of stagnation, but at this time, he felt a boundless and potent strength covering him. This was the grand mist space. He turned his head and was met with the blazing radiance of thunder and fire sparkling in front of him. The violent energy had reached him and was about to explode. He had no time to bother with Sacred Yanran. Pong! Sacred Yanran smashed into a rock wall like a falling meteor. This rock wall was 100 times harder than steel, and yet she was struck 700 to 800 feet into this rock wall, forming a human-shaped hole. Sacred Yanran vomited out a mouthful of blood as her bones shattered. At the same time, the power of thunder and fire from the heretical god seedling exploded around Sacred Yueping and Sacred Tianhao. Bang! A terrifying explosion erupted as true essence shockwaves manically surged outwards. Massive block rocks were blown into fragments and all the surrounding martial artists were forced back again and again. At this time, Lin Ming rushed into the rampaging shockwaves, the phoenix blood spear in his hands crashing down at Sacred Tianhao. Sacred Tianhao's complexion completely changed. As he saw the phoenix blood spear falling down on him, he didn't dare to use his heavy sword to meet it. The disparity in strength was too great. Lin Ming, Sacred Martial Mansion will make you pay a deep price for this. Sacred Tianhao was well aware it was impossible for him to avoid Lin Ming with his speed. He grasped his heavy sword and swung it toward Lin Ming's head, hoping that they would both perish here together. But Lin Ming only sneered. Gold Battle Spirit Will Projection. The gold large success Grand Mist Battle Spirit howled out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows. The space 10 feet around Lin Ming came under the control of his will. Countless will tentacles wrapped around Sacred Tianhao, binding his every movement. Sacred Tianhao felt as slow as an insect trapped in a spiderweb. Although he himself had a silver large success battle spirit, the difference was simply too great against Lin Ming. His battle spirit couldn't play a role. With a burst of strength, he forcefully broke free from the battle spirits. Although Sacred Tianhao near instantly freed himself from the shackles of the will tentacles, it was already far too late. The Phoenix Blood Spear's edge approached Sacred Tianhao's heart. It wasn't even possible for him to bring Lin Ming down with him anymore. Earth Shield! Sacred Tianhao wildly cried out. A thick brown barrier formed all around his body as a sandy brown layer of earth crawled up his body, forming an armor of earth. The earth laws represented the pinnacle of defense amongst the 5 elements. Sacred Tianhao wanted to use the power of absolute defense to defend against the Phoenix Blood Spear. But Lin Ming ignored it all and continued to thrust his spear forwards. Pong! The Phoenix Blood Spear stabbed into Sacred Tianhao's earth essence armor. The spiritual energy seemed to have a mind of its own, pervasively digging into every crack and weak point of Sacred Tianhao's defense. This was one of the abilities of a spirit artifact. However, Sacred Tianhao's earth armor kept it all at bay. Lin Ming wasn't perturbed at all. He thrust out his spear once more. Spear after spear, Lin Ming's striking speed had reached a nearly unimaginable degree. Every spear was faster and stronger than the last. The power of these spear strikes began to add together, multiplying, like a surging tide with wave upon wave behind it. Ka-ka-ka. With a light sound, a crack appeared in Sacred Tianhao's earth armor. A cold sweat began to pour down his head. He finally realized that the reason Lin Ming struck out so many times with his spear was because he was superimposing their strength together. But it was already too late. After Lin Ming stabbed his spear out 99 times, with the 100th spear, all of that strength erupted at once. Celestial Tyrant Manual 100-layered waves. Only by thrusting out his spear 99 times before and saving all of that strength would the final eruption display its true strength. This was far stronger than a hastily sent-out version of the 100-layered waves. 40 million genes of strength was displayed again and again with the 100-layered waves, adding up again and again. In that final moment, Lin Ming's strength broke through 100 million genes. This was the complete 100-layered wave spear strike. Bang! With this strike, Sacred Tianhao's earth essence barrier shattered, fully disintegrating, and even his earth essence armor completely broke apart. Sacred Tianhao's chest was torn open by the Phoenix Blood Spear. His ribs were crushed and his heart and lungs blew apart. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards like a broken ragdoll, all sensation and strength rapidly fleeing from his body. The strongest Sacred Tianhao of Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies had been defeated by Lin Ming's spear strike. In addition, with the grievously wounded and dying Sacred Yanran, this meant that Lin Ming had thoroughly won this battle. Out of Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, in an instant, the only one left standing was Sacred Yueping. From the get-go, the fight had been extremely fierce and intense. But the entire process occurred within a very brief window of time. Every time Lin Ming fought with the 3 people, there was a violent and savage collision between them. Yet he had done so ruthlessly and without hesitation, and the thickness of his true essence was mind-boggling. He won. The battle is over? The many participants present couldn't believe their eyes. Although they expected Lin Ming's strength might possibly faintly surpass the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, they never imagined it would surpass them to this degree. They weren't even on the same level. From start to finish, Lin Ming had simply rolled over them. Sacred Yueping's time laws were overwhelmed by Lin Ming's higher-level laws, and Sacred Tianhao's formidable defensive ability and deep earth force field were broken through with absolute strength. Sacred Yanran was fast, but she still wasn't able to escape Lin Ming's striking speed. All the way until now, Lin Ming's various combat aspects could be called perfect. It was like he had no weakness, only advantages. The red bamboo hat woman sucked in a deep breath. This man is... She shook her head. Such an opponent was already beyond her level. Maybe she had the ability to face the joint attacks of Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, but wanting to defeat them would be far too difficult. As for completely suppressing them like Lin Ming had done, that was impossible. Lin Ming looked at Sacred Yueping. At this time, Sacred Yueping's face was ugly beyond description. Lin Ming, don't push things too far. You won't stay in this dreamland space forever. After this first martial meeting ends, you will pay the highest price. Lin Ming laughed. I don't care what price I'll have to pay in the future, but you will have to pay the price now. Lin Ming suddenly rushed forwards, turning into a phantom as he hurtled towards Sacred Yueping. Ah! Sacred Yueping wildly shouted out. The blood-red spear in his hands thrust toward Lin Ming, but he knew his resistance was nothing but a futile effort. The Grand Mist space came crashing down. All of Sacred Yueping's strength rapidly left his body. At the same time, Lin Ming shot out his spear. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. The first 4 concepts of the fire laws fused together and a massive blue lotus began to bloom. A raging column of flames shot into the skies, swallowing everything. Sacred Yueping wildly screamed as his body disintegrated into ashes within the flames. Sacred Yueping had died. After he died, his body turned into pure dreamland energy that shifted into various shapes in the air. Lin Ming put out his hand, taking all of this energy in. The energy sunk into his body through his fingertips, nourishing the divine dream mark on his soul. During this process, Lin Ming also observed the reaction of all the martial artists around him. As he expected, besides him, no one could perceive this dreamland energy. This dreamland energy was an extremely special and unique form of energy. Although it seemed similar to things like the soul and mind, it was fundamentally different. This was not something that was as simple as energies used in divine soul attacks, but something on a completely different level. Is this dreamland energy created by Empyrean Divine Dream? Or did she establish a completely new cultivation system based on the divine dream law she discovered? Lin Ming mumbled to himself, filled with an even greater curiosity towards Empyrean Divine Dream. It seemed that what Mo Evers now said was true. Empyrean Divine Dream's status was in no way inferior to Empyrean Primordius. She was someone who stood at the very peak of the entire divine realm. After absorbing Sacred Yueping's energy, Lin Ming looked at his own merit points. The number had risen yet again. Lin Ming's merit points had originally been 3.36 million. But after killing Sacred Yueping, the number had increased by 2.97 million, jumping straight to 6.33 million. And now, Lin Ming's ranking had leapt to 17th of the true martial great world. However, this still wasn't the end. Lin Ming looked at the disabled Sacred Tianhao, and Sacred Tianhao also looked back at Lin Ming. Sacred Tianhao's lungs had been torn apart and his heart was nearly ripped to shreds. He was relying on his powerful vitality to hang onto his last dying breath. He could no longer speak, but the icy cold intent in his eyes was vicious. Lin Ming smiled, not caring at all. He raised his spear and pierced through Sacred Tianhao's throat, ending his life. Sacred Tianhao's body turned into dreamland energy that was absorbed by Lin Ming. His merit points wildly rose yet again. However, this growth was half that of what he received from killing Sacred Yueping. This was because his merit points had already surpassed Sacred Tianhao's, and he was only able to obtain 30% of his merit points. 7.81 million. Ranked 14th of the true martial great world. There's still one last person. Lin Ming looked at the leftover Sacred Yanran. At this time, her body was covered in blood, and her beautiful face was pale and waxy. Looking at her aroused the sympathy of any ordinary man. But Lin Ming's emotions didn't change. Without hesitation, he thrust out his spear and pierced through Sacred Yanran's chest. You are ruthless? Sacred Yenran clutched at her chest as she spat out these final words. Finally, she could not change her destiny of being turned into energy which was absorbed by Lin Ming. Like this, Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies had all died. Lin Ming's merit points had reached a dramatic number of 9.11 million. He was ranked 12th in the true martial great world. 9 million but still not in the top 10. It seems that to enter the top 10 I'll need at least 10 million merit points. Zhong Wenshu had been ranked 19th when he had 5.6 million merit points. If he doubled that and reached 11 million, he would have been able to reach the top 10. With that reasoning, it seemed that entering the top 5 required 20 to 30 million merit points. The top 3 would require an even more terrifying number. As for being number 1, it was unknown just how many merit points were required to reach that high. That must be a crazy amount, Lin Ming said. He glanced over at the other participants. As Lin Ming looked at these people, all of them felt their hearts stop beating for a moment. They subconsciously stepped away, but as they thought about it, there wasn't any reason for Lin Ming to kill them. Their merit points were too low, so there was no point in killing them. As they realized this, they calmed down a bit. Still, their eyes held a hint of fear as they looked at Lin Ming. This Lin Ming is too crazy. It feels great killing them now, but how will he handle Sacred Martial Mansion's revenge in the future? Who knows, maybe he'll join a formidable influence. Since Lin Ming is so strong, there is a chance that he'll be placed in the top 3,000 rankings of the entire Divine Realm in the future. There will undoubtedly be countless World King-level influences trying to grab him up into their ranks. Top 3,000 is a bit too exaggerated. Top 3,000 means that he has the strength to rank number 1 in a great world. That is the top junior martial artist of a great world. A great world had trillions of participants, and everyone who dared to participate was a genius of their generation. Out of these trillions of geniuses, just what did it mean to rank first? Even the top disciple of the true martial Holy Lands wasn't arrogant enough to say he was ranked first in the true martial great world. He would only say that he led everyone else by a significant margin. After killing the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, the dreamland energy within my body has already reached an oversaturated level. It's enough for me to go meditate on the dreamland laws. Moreover, if I want to gain even more merit points, I'll have to leave Immemorial City and hunt down the top masters of other cities. To me, that is just a waste of time. It's better if I just return to the city to train for now, Lin Ming thought to himself. His body turned into a beam of light as he streaked back toward Immemorial Imperial City. As Lin Ming's figure vanished from the horizon, only then did the many participants still present relax. This evil star had finally left. If a mortal stood in the same grounds as a tiger, even if that tiger had eaten their fill of meat, they would still inevitably feel fear and caution. We can't stay here anymore. In particular, those that have over 1 million merit points should go and hide. Yes, we have to hide or stay in the city. Otherwise, we will be killed by Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies. The martial artists of Nightmare Canyon all conversed with each other using true essence sound transmissions. In the span of a single day, Zhong Wenshu and the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion had all died and they had lost most of their merit points. For the next period of time, they would definitely be hunting down other participants to absorb their merit points. If they stayed in Nightmare Canyon, it was possible they would become the hunted. Crimson Light World. In a divine palace underneath the giant floating scroll, Violent Stone held a glazed teapot in his hand, drinking some tea even as he boasted loudly to everyone around him. At this time, his face was flushed red with success. He could be said to be enjoying his success. I already said it, when I judge someone, when have I ever been wrong? I said that Lin Ming would amaze the world in this first martial meeting, and what do you know, he already has over 3 million merit points. He's ranked 28 now, and in just a few more days, he'll likely rush into the top 20. If this continues, he'll even rush into the top 5 ranks of the true martial great world before the preliminaries end. Ha ha ha. Violent Stone wildly bragged. In truth, he wasn't sure just what heights Lin Ming could reach. After all, He didn't understand just what secrets Lin Ming held and what happened at Carefree Palace. Personally, he felt that reaching the top 10 rankings of a great world was already giving Lin Ming plenty of praise. When Lin Ming's ranking dramatically rose, that was clearly because he killed an ordinary world king Holy Land genius. To do that, he should have the strength to enter the top 10. But even he felt that it was a bit exaggerated to speak about entering the top 5. Old man Hua, be careful or the wind will cut your tongue. I remember when this first started you said Lin Ming would only reach the top 50 rankings and sweep away us other 3 clans, but now you've suddenly changed your opinion and say that he'll enter the top 5? I think your words are all over the place. Ha ha ha, old man Hua, you grow more and more boastful every year. I think you simply don't understand Lin Ming's situation, so you're just randomly saying stuff. Where am I randomly speaking? Hua Violent Stone's eyes widened, his beard blowing around. Lin Ming already left the ancient Phoenix clan several years ago to go adventuring. You just don't have any idea what rank Lin Ming reached from the start. You saying that he'll reach the top 5 is just nonsense to begin with. The old men from the other god-beast clans already subconsciously agreed that Lin Ming was terrifying, but they still joked about with Hua Violent Stone. Just as Hua Violent Stone was about to say something, the ancient Phoenix clan disciple responsible for watching over the divine dream Jade Slip suddenly cried out in fright, Elder Hua, what is it? Stop making such a fuss over nothing. Hua Violent Stone turned around to look. The disciple gulped. He slowly said, Junior apprentice brother Lin's merit points have suddenly reached 9.11 million just now. He's now ranked 12th of a great world. What? It wasn't just Hua Violent Stone that was shocked, but all of the other elders present were too. Lin Ming's merit points had only been 3.36 million, so how could they suddenly rise to 9.11 million? 9.11 million, he instantly surged up nearly 6 million merit points. Does this mean he killed a top 10 ranked master of a great world? Many elders had such thoughts. If Lin Ming now had 9.11 million merit points and ranked 12th of a great world, that meant he should have killed someone in the top 10 rankings. If he killed one of them, that would increase his merit points by around 6 million. This also meant that Lin Ming had the ability to kill a top 10 ranked master of a great world. Not just defeat, but kill. Like this, Hua Violent Stone's prediction that Lin Ming would enter the top 5 rankings of the true martial great world before the preliminaries ended became highly probable. Perhaps the top 5 might not even be Lin Ming's limit. Everyone looked at Hua Violent Stone. But Hua Violent Stone didn't laugh raucously like before. Instead, he was stunned for a moment before thinking to himself, amazing. I was just jokingly speaking, but it seems he really might pull it off. Oh. At this time, within the Dreamland space, Lin Ming had already returned to his own residence in immemorial Imperial City where he immediately closed up to train. After cultivating to this point, whenever Lin Ming used the magic cube to unravel the divine dream law, every step required him to use up Dreamland energy. This was also the reason why he went out to hunt down Zhong Wenshu and Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies. The divine dream marks are already saturated and can't absorb any more Dreamland energy. Does this mean I can open the 3rd divine dream mark now? Lin Ming thought to himself. When he poured the Dreamland energies of Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies into his soul marks, he found that the 2 soul marks had reached an energy saturation point and couldn't grow any further. Lin Ming focused his mind and began to unravel the colored lines around the magic cube. He planned on forming the 3rd divine dream mark. The rainbow-colored light slowly poured into Lin Ming's body. After passing through his meridians, the energy gathered in his soul. Slowly, Lin Ming could feel power rise within his body, as if there was some indescribable change happening to his soul force, causing it to slowly grow. This strange energy surged through Lin Ming's meridians, gushing out from his acupoints and pores, dissipating into the air where it turned into rippling rainbow lights. If someone were to rush into his chambers and also have a thorough understanding of the divine dream law, they would see Lin Ming surrounded by countless rippled lights, each one of them a different color, all of them fantastical and beautiful like a dream. The divine dream law had the word divine, because every time it was used, it would be like the descent of a true immortal, with auspicious signs appearing everywhere. This sort of feeling was amazing. My strength is increasing, but my cultivation isn't following much. I still can't break through to the middle divine sea realm. But my strength is increasing. Where could this extra strength be coming from? Could it be? Lin Ming thought to himself. Finally, he realized just how he was becoming stronger. A martial artist's body could hold only a limited amount of true essence and energy. For a Hotian and Xiantian realm martial artist, they could only store true essence in their Dantian. For a revolving core martial artist, their revolving core crystal nucleus could compress true essence, so they naturally surpassed Hotian and Xiantian realm martial artists. As for life destruction martial artists, their entire body would transform into a spirit physique that would allow them to store true essence all throughout their bodies. After reaching the divine sea, one could open their own inner world and store true essence within that world, as well as gather the power of a world from within themselves. Every boundary was distinct in its unique characteristics, but regardless of how one cultivated, there was a common point between all of them. That was that the body was used to store this energy. Once one lost their body, they would also lose the ability to move true essence as well as the power of the world. For instance, even though Mo Eversnow once was a heaven-gifted genius who had been at the half-step world king boundary, after she perished and all that was left over was her soul form, it became impossible for her to move true essence. She could only rely on her understandings of laws and her battle spirit to fight. To an essence-gathering system martial artist, the power of the world and the power of true essence were their everything. Once they lost the ability to move energy, it was the same as a bird having lost its wings. Their combat strength would only be the tiniest fraction of what it once was. Currently, Mo Eversnow was only able to deal with the weakest of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Now, as Lin Ming cultivated this transcendent divine might that was created by Empyrean Divine Dream, he discovered that as he trained in it, he could actually use his soul to store true essence. The true essence stored within his soul was transformed from the divine dream energy within this dreamland. In the real world, a martial artist could absorb heaven and earth origin energy and transform that into true essence. But in this divine dream world, a martial artist could absorb divine dream energy and transform that into true essence. These divine dream marks were the manifestation of this condensed energy. If true essence was no longer restricted to the body but had an even wider space to utilize, the benefits could be imagined. In this way, a martial artist could increase the total amount of true essence they could store within themselves. For instance, although Lin Ming was growing stronger, he still couldn't break through to the middle divine sea. This was the same as gaining extra strength. In another way, if true essence was fused into the soul, this would make the soul even tougher and far more tenacious. If one were to encounter a situation like Mo Eversnow's where she lost her physical body and only had her soul form, they could still display a far greater than normal combat strength by relying on their soul. Lin Ming didn't doubt that even if Empyrean Divine Dream didn't use her mortal body and had her soul leave her body, she could still easily kill a holy lord, and even easily kill a great world king. It was on this day, after perceiving the divine dream law for almost 3 months with the magic cube, that Lin Ming could see the practical advantages of the divine dream law. Although he had many comprehensions at the start, he hadn't been able to see just how the divine dream law could be used in actual combat. But now that all changed. If I could somehow enable Miss Mo to study this transcendent divine might, with her talent in addition to the magic cube's help, she can still cultivate and even greatly increase her combat strength. There won't be a situation where she might fall into a deep slumber if she ever tried to help me. Moreover, this transcendent divine might can even help strengthen her soul force and make it easier to reform her mortal body in the future. After reforming her body, she will even be far more formidable than she was in the past. Lin Ming was overjoyed when he thought of this. After coexisting for so many years, Lin Ming's interests were inseparable from Mo Eversnow. He also held an extremely special and unique sentiment toward her. If he could somehow help her out, even if it didn't benefit him, he would be sincerely happy. He wanted more and more to learn this transcendent divine might. For him, this transcendent divine might was no less significant than the heretical god force or the grand miss space. Of course, it was unknown whether or not he could obtain this transcendent divine might. Everything would depend on Empyrean divine dream herself. Lin Ming suspected that the complete transcendent divine might that was being rewarded in this first martial meeting was likely not the self-created transcendent divine mights of Empyrean divine dream or Empyrean vast universe. Rather, it might be the inheritance of a long-gone Empyrean that the two Empyreans obtained in some ancient ruins. Although such a transcendent divine might was extremely precious, it still wasn't what Lin Ming desired most. Whether or not I can obtain Empyrean divine dream's transcendent divine might, I will need to make use of every second I have here to perceive the divine dream law. If I can obtain the Empyrean divine dream's transcendent divine might in the future, I can use this as a foundation to further my understandings. But if I cannot, I'll need to focus my efforts on perceiving it myself. The divine dream energy I obtained from hunting down Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies should be enough to form the 3rd divine dream mark. After this, I'll have to search for more prey to accumulate more divine dream energy. Although I'll probably end up offending some people and sects, there's nothing I can do about that. Lin Ming didn't fear offending anyone anymore. As long as he could obtain a top 10 result within the entire divine realm of this first martial meeting, at that time, the attention of everyone would be on him. He would obtain the tutelage of Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple, and just what World King Holy Land would dare touch him then? It had to be known that Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple, whether it was status, strength, or any other qualification, completely surpassed an ordinary great world king in every aspect. Then again, killing in this dreamland space was completely permitted within the rules. Since it didn't cause any true casualties, those that were offended could only live with it. As Lin Ming thought like this, he continued his training. During this time, the 3-month-long deadline finally arrived. The first round of preliminary eliminations had begun. Elimination rate, 99%. This was an extra number that caused all ordinary participants to wallow in despair. After the first round of eliminations was over, all martial artists that had come to boost numbers would be wiped out, without a single exception. Many martial artists waited for the fate of their upcoming judgment. Around noon, the entire sky filled with endless swathes of brilliant light. Whether it was in the cities or jungles, everyone could see the luminescent lights illuminating the skies above them. Those around them or even themselves would suddenly collapse. Their bodies turned into sparkling motes of light that vanished into the endless nothing. Some martial artists cried out in alarm as their bodies crumbled, but some martial artists already remained serene and calm. There was no pain as their bodies disintegrated. They only felt their consciousness blur. Then their worlds turned dark. In immemorial Imperial City, more and more martial artists turned into motes of light that fluttered away. There were even streets where every single martial disappeared without a single one left. In the Good Fortune world, out of 3 trillion participants, 2.97 trillion were eliminated, leaving behind only 30 billion participants. A martial artist would dissolve into millions of lights. With almost 3 trillion martial artists melting away, this created countless sparkling lights that floated into the heavens like an endless wave of fireflies. As these lights flew into the skies, they formed river of stars that lit up the entire great world. This scene was far too magnificent. After a participant was eliminated, their soul would be kicked out from the divine dream space. They would suddenly awaken, and without even the time to bat an eye, they would only feel further dizziness as their bodies were transported 10,000 miles away from the scope of the divine dream light. Senior Apprentice Sister Yu, are you all right? In the unbroken cult, 3 to 4 core disciples that participated in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting were shot out. They all only had 8-fall Divine C cultivations. For those that joined the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, if one didn't have a 9-fall cultivation, it was nearly impossible to pass the first round of eliminations. I'm fine. Senior Apprentice Sister Yu waved her hand, her face wan and clammy. What's the situation inside? The Unbroken Cult's great elder hurriedly asked. There's far too many geniuses. Senior Apprentice Sister Yu said with some lingering fear in her voice. There's countless masters. Even Senior Apprentice Brother, you had to be careful inside. lest he be casually killed. There's far too many people that can kill senior apprentice brother Yu in there. As the disciples of the unbroken cult heard this, all of them were left dumbfounded. To them, senior apprentice brother Yu Yuming was no different from a living god. But in the divine realm first martial meeting, such a person was nothing but a trivial person. Senior apprentice brother Yu can probably pass the second round of eliminations. As for the third round, that might be a bit too difficult for him. Senior apprentice sister Yu said. Suddenly, within the skies, a massive change began occurring to that several million-mile-long golden scroll. Everyone couldn't help but look up into the skies. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan also looked into the skies. They held on to a nearly infinitesimal hope that they could find that person they had been dreaming and yearning for all this time. At this time, high up in the sky, the golden scroll began to contract. The names on the scroll also began disappearing, one at a time. It didn't need to be said that these names that disappeared were all the eliminated participants. Within the vast seething sea of 10 quadrillion geniuses, even if 99% were eliminated, that would still leave behind 100 trillion peak talents. If one wanted to find the single name of Lin Ming from such a massive list, it was no different from searching for a needle in the ocean. Big sister Qianyu, do you think that brother Lin was eliminated? Qin Xingxuan said with some worry in her voice as she saw all the rapidly vanishing names from the scroll. Before Lin Ming ascended, he was only at the 5th stage of life destruction. That was a very low cultivation and his other aspects hadn't reached the peak yet. Compared with the extreme geniuses of the divine realm, he didn't hold any advantage. Qin Xingxuan was worried for him. In truth, she wasn't worried about Lin Ming's results in the first martial meeting. In fact, to Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu, Lin Ming's strength and talent were inconsequential. What mattered to them was if they could see Lin Ming again one day. However, if Lin Ming was eliminated, that meant their only clue to finding Lin Ming would also disappear. It would be near impossible to find Lin Ming again after that. No, that's impossible. If our husband didn't surpass 1,000 merit points before this, he must have his reasons. He is so amazing, I don't believe he won't pass through the first round of eliminations. I don't believe Lin Ming is inferior to any core disciple of the unbroken cult, Mu Qianyu said from between clenched teeth, but the truth was that she also lacked confidence in her heart. It had to be known that although several disciples of the unbroken cult were eliminated, there were several more disciples that had passed the first round of eliminations and were still in the divine dream space as before. In Mu Qianyu's heart, Lin Ming was a glorious and towering existence. How could he possibly be inferior to a core disciple of the unbroken cult? What should we do? We can't ask the great elder to look up his name again, Qin Xingxuan nervously said, her eyes rapidly scanning the vanishing names on the giant golden scroll. Before this, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan had requested the great elder to search for Lin Ming's name in the divine dream slip in order to find out whether or not he had joined the first martial meeting. For the great elder to search for Lin Ming once was already a great show of benevolence to them. It was impossible for them to ask the great elder a second time. The divine dream jade slip was an important tool that several sects had pooled together their wealth for to buy. It naturally had to be used to check up on the changing situations of the top disciples of these various sects, so how could they ask them to track Lin Ming? Any tracking record of Lin Ming's name had already vanished from the jade slip. Besides Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, there was no one else here that placed Lin Ming in their hearts. Qin Xingxuan couldn't help but glance over at the divine dream jade slip in the great elder's hands. She wanted to ask to borrow it once more. Just a second would be fine. But as she revealed these pleading eyes, an icy cold voice suddenly struck her ears. What are you looking at? It's as if you don't understand the rules here. Qin Xingxuan was frightened. She quickly looked up to see Yufeng glaring at her with her eyebrows nearly slanted straight up. She was the one that used a true essence sound transmission to reprimand Qin Xingxuan just now. According to the rules of the unbroken cult, in this sort of solemn situation in which many sect elders were present, as an outer court disciple, she had to maintain a ritual of politeness and etiquette. She had to stand tall and straight, keep quiet and look straight ahead. She couldn't even scratch an itch. It was similar to maids in a mortal palace. If they spoke a few accidental words, they might be punished, whipped, and perhaps even killed. Of course, an outer court disciple of the unbroken cult was in a much better situation than a palace maid. They weren't subject to such strict rules. However, glancing around when so many elders of other sects were also present would leave a very poor impression, and even Yufeng who managed them would be called lax in her teaching of others. You too. Once we return, I'll deal with you both, Yufeng savagely said. She worriedly looked over at the Great Elder. Luckily, the Great Elder hadn't bothered noticing them. At this time, the Unbroken Cult's Great Elder was cordially speaking to the core disciples who had been eliminated in the first round, his face full of smiles. He was certainly happy. The Unbroken sect had sent 20 of their most outstanding disciples to the first martial meeting, and only 5 of them were eliminated in the first round. This meant that there were still 15 who entered the second round. Only 25% of their disciples had been eliminated. This was far better than the other 8th grade sects they were on good terms with. Moreover, there was still Yu Yuming, who was ranked between 250,000 to 400,000 of a great world. With such a result, it didn't seem as if there would be a problem in passing the second round of eliminations. Of course, passing the third round didn't seem too likely. For the disciple of an 8th grade sect to have such a result was already something they could be proud of. It had to be known that Good Fortune World had a massive number of Holy Land-level influences, and many of them were in no way inferior to the ancient Phoenix clan in size or strength with 100 billion disciples each. In addition, all the martial artists from the small and medium worlds around Good Fortune World had rushed over to participate in the first martial meeting. Haha! Elder Yu. It seems Yu Ming is truly trying his best to make you proud. It's an event worthy of celebration. After you rise up, make sure you don't forget your old friends. You must treat us, you have to. You have that 10,000-year spirit rhino wine that I've been wanting to taste for the longest time. The elders of other sects were jealous of such results, but they could only express some compliments. The Great Elder brightly smiled and generously said, Old Man Lu, your words are quite ruthless. My 10,000-year spirit rhino wine has to be made with a top-ranked spirit rhino horn, then aged for 10,000 years. Its value is no less than 1,000,000 violet sunstones. But fine, I suppose I'll bring it out this time to have a hearty drink with my old friends. Haha! The Great Elder laughed. But as Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan heard these words, they could only sigh inwardly. Someone with status could drink wine that cost 1,000,000 violet sunstones, but as for them, they actually needed 1,000,000 violet sunstones to travel between great worlds. This was truly sorrowful. In an entire month, they only received 10 violet sunstones and 200 contribution points. Even if they didn't cultivate their martial arts and changed all of those contribution points into violet sunstones, that would still only net them 210. As the two women felt burdened with a heavy emotion, they saw that in the distant horizon, a divine light began to bloom underneath the massive golden scroll. This divine light continued growing down to the earth, taking the shape of a cylinder. After this massive cylinder connected to the ground, it actually started to unravel outwards, becoming increasingly long. This was also a scroll. But it wasn't gold, but purple gold. The very front of the scroll had 3 large words written on it: Divine Seal Decree. These 3 words each contained an indomitable aura as if they held up the heavens. They were massive, with each stroke exuding a daring vigor as if they were living dragons. Just looking at these words made one's soul tremble. Divine Seal Decree? This name is... The countless spectators from all over Good Fortune Great World glanced at each other, awe and wonder on their faces. In the Good Fortune World, there were countless ranking lists that judged the strength of martial artists. For instance, the Hidden Dragon Proclamation, the Sky Martial Declaration, and so forth. Of those, the most authoritative list of them all was the Good Fortune Decree. But there was not a single list that dared to claim the title of Divine Seal Decree. There's also another word, primaries. Divine Sea Decree Primaries. It was obvious this list would experience another round of eliminations. As the purple gold scroll unfolded, it formed a massive arc that wrapped up many spectators within it. Finally, the 2 ends of the scroll connected back to each other, forming a massive circle that could even surround a planet. At this time, names began to appear on the scroll. These names were tens of thousands of times larger than the words on the golden scroll. Every single character was like a purple mountain. As these names appeared, for a time it seemed as if several thousand names were written on this list. This is a ranking list. It starts from first place. There are several 100,000 names on this ranking list. Is this the ranking of our good fortune great world? Looking at these names, starting from the first, they extended all the way around. All of the martial artists watching were excited beyond belief. Of the martial artists present, most of them couldn't afford a Divine Dream Jade slip, so they couldn't look at the rankings. Even if they could purchase a Divine Dream Jade slip, that would only let them track those that they knew the name of and find out their ranking. It was impossible for them to form a complete ranking list using that. But now, a complete list had appeared before them. There's several 100,000 names. Since Senior Apprentice Brother Yu Yuming is ranked between 250,000 to 400,000 of the good fortune great world, perhaps he might appear on this list. Right, that's highly possible. It was unknown just which unbroken cult disciple said this, but the entire unbroken cult was sent into frothing excitement. This was the ultimate ranking list formed by two Empyreans. Even if these were only the primaries and there were still many eliminations to come, just being able to appear on this ranking list for a brief period of time was the highest of the highest honors. As fellow disciples who came from the same sect that appeared behind that martial artist's name, this was a matter they would gain great fame and honor for. Especially since this was not a boast but a fact that would be well documented by countless great sects. When the disciples of the unbroken cult went out in the future, they could casually mention this story and draw admiration and awe from everyone. After all, to most people, those martial artists that appeared on the list were all legendary figures. Quickly look and see if Senior Apprentice Brother Yu is there. Split up and search. Many unbroken cult disciples said, flushed with excitement. The elders were also beaming with joy. This was a chance to bring glory to their unbroken cult, because if Yu Yuming were to be found on that list, the name of the unbroken cult would appear with his name. All inner and outer court disciples go and help search. The first one to find Yu Yuming's name will be rewarded 30,000 violet sunstones and 30,000 contribution points. An elder said to all the inner court and outer court disciples. For a martial artist with a formidable divine sense, sweeping through hundreds of thousands of names wouldn't take long at all, even if one was very far away. As for granting a reward for finding Yu Yuming's name, that was because the unbroken cult elder was in a very good mood. Of course, the basis of all this was that Yu Yuming's name would appear on that scroll. Hearing such a rich reward, all outer and inner court disciples were overjoyed, their eyes shining with desire. They quickly began to search through the names on the massive scroll. This was a fleeting opportunity. With so many martial artists searching a scroll with only several 100,000 names, wanting to find a name was too easy. As for Mu Chenyu and Qin Xingxuan, they joined the numerous outer court disciples to search the divine seal decree. If they could obtain 30,000 violet sunstones and 30,000 contribution points, they could reach the divine transformation realm much faster. Once they reached the divine transformation realm, the amount of violet sunstones and contribution points they would receive was not comparable to what they were allotted as divine sea martial artists. This was an unbelievable opportunity. However, just as they started to search, they soon discovered that the names of the martial artists that appeared were followed by the names of World King Holy Lands and even Great World King Holy Lands. For instance, the Sky Tower Holy Land, Light Keep Holy Land, and so forth. This divine seal decree was not a ranking list that included just the good fortune world, but a ranking list that included all 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm. Everyone realized what was happening. That's right, according to how the competition was being held so far in the preliminaries, everyone had their own corresponding merit points. If so, this merit point ranking system could be expanded to the entire divine realm. The previous ranking had been held within each great world, but now there was a ranking that encompassed the entire divine realm. Of the 3,000 great worlds, there were only several 100,000 participants that were chosen to be on this ranking list. To put it more accurately, there were only 300,000 people on this list. On average, that meant that every great world had 100 people represented on this ranking list. As the martial artists searching the Divine Seal Decree rankings realized this, they were all startled. A deep feeling of awe swelled up from within their hearts. This ranking list was born from the 10 quadrillion geniuses of the entire divine realm. What sort of overwhelming momentum was this? No wonder it was called the Divine Seal Decree. In truth, these people had already passed the preliminaries ahead of time. This was because 10 million people would make it through at the end of the preliminaries, and yet there were only 300,000 geniuses ranked on the Divine Seal Decree. Moreover, these 300,000 were only chosen for the primaries. But even in the primaries, as long as one was listed on this ranking list, they would be considered a chosen pride of heaven amongst all chosen prides of heaven. In the future, they could become late holy lords, peak holy lands, and for those ranked near the top, they could even become half-step world kings. It had to be known that these were all top 100 ranked existences of a great world. Amazing! Amazing! What amazing grandeur! The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting held by Empyrean Divine Dream may be the most glorious occasion for the last several million years. There is even a total ranking list that includes all the participating geniuses of the Divine Realm. This is truly an unprecedented magnificence. There's nothing that can be done about it. Besides Empyrean Divine Dream, there is no other Empyrean that has such ability. In the last Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, 100 trillion geniuses were gathered together in a grand tournament, which cost an incalculable amount of resources. Wanting to create a total ranking list for 10 quadrillion people should be an impossible matter. Even 100 trillion people would be extremely difficult to fairly judge. The elders of the unbroken cult and other sects sighed with emotion. As it stood, it was impossible for Yu Yuming to be ranked on such a list of participants. He was ranked between 250,000 and 400,000 of the good fortune great world. But if this were spread to the entire divine realm, he would likely be ranked from 800 million to a billion. At a ranking of a billion, how could he possibly be included in a ranking list of the top 300,000? Ah, what a pity! The unbroken cult great elder shook his head, secretly wondering why there wasn't a ranking list that included just the good fortune great world. As he sighed again, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm. Ah! The great elder frowned. In front of so many elders from other sects, shouting out and making a fuss was extremely improper behavior. He turned around to see that the disciple who cried out in alarm was the inner court disciple Yufeng. The great elder had some impressions toward this disciple. Although her cultivation talent wasn't too good, she was skilled in handling interpersonal relationships and other miscellaneous matters. She was skilled in management and disciplined her subordinates severely. If she was given a chore or a mission, she would accomplish it in time without making a mistake. The great elder had originally had some thoughts about promoting her to an internal affairs manager, but how could she be so disrespectful today? Yufeng, what are you doing? The great elder grunted out, his complexion cold. Yufeng was so scared she jumped and forgot to immediately apologize. With one hand covering her mouth and another hand waving at the empty air, she haltingly said, "Great elder, over there. I." She couldn't believe her eyes. She really couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't want to speak because it was something even she didn't dare to believe. However, at this time, the great elder's complexion became increasingly gloomy. What was she trying to hide? She was actually acting like this in front of so many honored guests. Acting like this would naturally leave a bad impression, and if she continued to hide whatever it was, she would only make things worse. What is it? Stop hesitating and being impolite. Hurry up and say what it is. This was already an extremely severe criticism. If it weren't for the guests present, Yufeng would have been directly punished by the great elder. Yufeng's face paled. She could only truthfully say, "Over there. The name on the Divine Seal Decree is..." Yufeng pointed her finger in a direction of the Divine Seal Decree. Everyone looked over, and even the great elder frowned and turned. The general direction that Yufeng pointed toward was very far away. Because of this distance, every character seemed to cover the heavens and earth, exuding a daring and indomitable spirit. There were many names grouped together, but a martial artist could easily identify them with their sharpened eyesight. An unbelievable name popped out in front of the great elder and the many disciples. Ancient Phoenix Clan, Lin Ming. Merit points: 9,918,670. Divine Seal Decree, ranked 29,876. Ancient Phoenix Clan, Lin Ming? How could it be this name? The great elder was stunned. Next to him, a disciple who had heard Mu Qianyu make her request in the past, and also many other elders stared with wide eyes, their mouths falling open and not closing for a long time. For them, although they hadn't placed Lin Ming's name in their hearts from the start, a martial artist still had extraordinary memory. It was naturally impossible to forget a name they heard just a little while ago. What was going on here? If it were just the name by itself, there could be said to be duplicates. But when the ancient Phoenix Clan background was added on, it was nearly impossible for it to be a duplicate. Moreover, the most important factor was that the great elder had already searched for the ancient Phoenix Clan's Lin Ming and obtained only one result. This was undoubtedly Lin Ming. Lin Ming, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's husband. Mu Qianyu? Qin Xingxuan? The unbroken cult great elder looked at the two women and nearly bit on his tongue. As for Yu Feng, who was in charge of Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, her legs softened, wobbling. As she thought of her actions to them in the past, she trembled. This was the divine seal decree. Moreover, this ranking wasn't in the hundreds of thousands, but in the top 30,000. What sort of concept was that? That meant that Lin Ming should be someone ranked in the top 10 of a great world. This meant there were countless geniuses of World King holy lands that were trampled underneath his feet. If such a person grew up in the future, it was highly likely they would become a half-step world king, an existence that could cause an ordinary holy land to feel immense fear. They would become someone that a world king holy land would try everything for to win over. As for the unbroken cult, they were only an 8th grade sect. In their sect, the most powerful person was a divine lord powerhouse. They didn't even have a half-step holy lord. For such a top character, the entire unbroken cult was nothing more than a speck of dirt. The great elder blankly looked toward Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu. The other elders of the unbroken cult, the elders of the other sects, Yufeng, the unbroken cult core disciples, inner court disciples, outer court disciples, everyone looked at Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. These two women had such a husband? At this time, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan also recovered from their shocked states. Lin Ming's name had appeared on the top 30,000 ranks of the Divine Seal Decree. This meant that he already passed the preliminaries ahead of time. It was more accurate to say that to Lin Ming, these preliminaries no longer mattered. All he had to focus on was just how high his final result would be in the first martial meeting. Our husband is actually ranked in the top 10 of a great world? Mu Qianyu murmured in disbelief. The Yu Yuming that she thought was very strong was only ranked between 250,000 and 400,000 of a great world. The difference between him and Lin Ming could be seen from this. Although Mu Qianyu had always said she believed in Lin Ming and believed that he would establish his own fame in the divine realm, she never imagined his fame would be so great. Big Sister Qianyu, we. Qin Xingxuan couldn't find the words to speak. Her mood was incomparably complex and also incomparably excited. Although she said she didn't care about Lin Ming's result and only cared about his safety, with his true results being so extraordinary, she was actually extremely proud of him. This was her husband, the man most intimate to her and also the most important man in her life. In particular for Qin Xingxuan, she could be said to have grown up with Lin Ming. For the unbroken cult, their elders were already smiling from ear to ear if one of their disciples reached the top several 100,000 rankings of a great world. But her husband actually ranked in the top 10. How could she not be proud of him? Little Sister Xingxuan, we can see him. We can definitely see him. Mu Qianyu couldn't help but weep. She was excited and thrilled, but her mind was still clear. A mother's honor rose with her son, and a wife's honor rose with her husband. With Lin Ming's status being so high now, it was likely the unbroken cult would send someone to escort them directly to see Lin Ming. Moreover, with Lin Ming's results being so prominent, even in the vast sea of people that was the first martial meeting, wanting to find him would be extremely easy. If so, all troubles they thought they would have in searching for him were no more. To see Lin Ming once more, how could Mu Qianyu not be sobbing with happiness? As Mu Qianyu realized this, she turned back to look at the unbroken cult Great Elder. At this time, as the Great Elder saw Mu Qianyu look at him, his expression was extremely wonderful. As the unbroken cult Great Elder was looked at by Mu Qianyu, he had no idea what expression to make or what words to say. He was in an extremely complex mood at this moment. For such a top-class character like Lin Ming, how could his wives be found in a little sect like his? This was simply inconceivable. Well, two misses, you? The Great Elder discovered that he didn't even know Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's names. But calling his own disciples misses was a bit strange. Luckily, Mu Qianyu was extremely understanding. She said, "Disciple's name is Mu Qianyu, and this is my sister, Qin Xingxuan." "Oh," the Great Elder awkwardly said, "You ascended from the lower realms?" These words were spoken because the Great Elder had no idea what else to say. When a martial artist arrived from the lower realms, they still carried extremely obvious characteristics with them to the divine realm. Yes, Mu Qianyu nodded. "Ah well, it isn't easy to ascend from the mortal realms. For you to be able to cultivate to an eightfold divine sea realm in a place barren of resources like the lower realms already proves you have excellent martial talent." In the blink of an eye, martial artists from the lower realms that were normally mocked and discriminated against were suddenly transformed into excellent talents. The other elders could only ruefully smile at each other as they heard this sort of transformation in tone. They soon understood the situation. It seemed that Lin Ming, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan were all martial artists that originated from the lower realms. If true, everything was easily explainable. Lin Ming had ascended first, and then his wives had come to the divine realm to search for him. The result was that as the two women arrived at the divine realm, they realized that their strength was lacking, and they also didn't know that their husband was so powerful, so they had encountered many problems. And there was a portion of these problems that had been created by the unbroken cult. As the elders of the unbroken cult thought of this, all of them felt pained in their hearts. Although the unbroken cult's actions were understandable and not wrong, this was simply a stroke of bad luck. If they had known Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's husband was so magnificent, then they would have assisted them as much as they could. That would have been a great favor that they would have earned. But now, they could only ask that Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan didn't hold a grudge against them. Several elders glanced at each other. Finally, the Great Elder spoke up. He was very happy that he didn't refuse Mu Qianyu's request to look for Lin Ming. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. "So your husband also ascended from the lower realms?" the Great Elder asked. "Yes." After obtaining Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's affirmation, the several elders glanced at each other in dismay. For a martial artist who ascended from the lower realms to increase their strength to such a degree, just what kind of monstrous genius was that? Lin Ming's future achievements would likely be even greater. To Mrs. Husband is truly worthy of praise. I fear that even in the 1 billion worlds of the lower realms, an extreme genius like your husband wouldn't appear even in 10,000 years. Really, this truly makes old me feel ashamed. In addition, well, as the Great Elder spoke to hear, his face revealed an embarrassed color. I know that two misses were wronged before this. While I am fully aware of the labors that are required of outer court disciples, that is also something that the vast majority of sects in the divine realm must do in order to survive. There is nothing else that can be done about it. If a white dragon were to become a fish, even they could be captured by fishermen and birds. I can only explain this to two misses in hopes that we can dissolve any past animosities between us. If a white dragon were to transform into a fish and delve into the water, it was possible that they would be caught by fishermen or hunted by birds. This wasn't to say that the fishermen or birds were in the wrong. In fact, 99% of sects in the divine realm required outer court disciples to do chores and other tasks. For instance, Carefree Island required outer court disciples to risk their lives in mining resources. Even the ancient Phoenix clan was the same. A sect was just like a trade association in the mortal world. There had to be workers that could produce wealth, otherwise where would resources come from? This was the rule of survival that one had to follow in the divine realm. Sects were not charities that helped whomever needed it. For a divine sea martial artist in the divine realm with mediocre talent, their life would be hard. Mu Qinyu was also very clear of this. She said, "Great Elder, there is no need to speak too seriously about this matter. I must thank the Unbroken Cult for attending to and assisting us for this last half-year." Mu Qianyu didn't hate the Unbroken Cult. In fact, before Old Man Good Fortune brought them to the divine realm, he had already explained that his status in the Unbroken Cult wasn't high at all. After one was accepted into the Unbroken Cult, they would be given resources and tasks according to their talent. Also, Mu Qianyu still hadn't seen Lin Ming. Bluffing and boasting would be extremely stupid. After all, she still had to find Lin Ming and she had to rely on the Unbroken Cult to do so. Good. The Unbroken Cult Great Elder breathed out in relief. "Come then, I shall bring you to the honored guest palace so that you too can rest. Yufeng, you will be responsible for attending to the daily needs of the two misses. If there is even a single mistake, then I shall hold you responsible." The Great Elder's last few words were extremely harsh, enough that they scared Yufeng. Yufeng was also aware that such an arrangement was deliberate. By transforming her role into one who served Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, that would help dissolve any resentment in their hearts. Although her status had suddenly turned from a master into a servant, Yufeng still brightly smiled and humbly bowed to the two women. The Unbroken Cult Great Elder took out a Transcendent Saint artifact-level floating palace and indicated for Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan to enter. He said, "Two misses, rest assured, when the preliminaries for the first martial meeting end, I shall personally escort you to the semifinals to see your husband. I will make sure that you are absolutely safe the entire trip." The Great Elder bumped his chest in guarantee. After Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan heard him, they were both overjoyed, especially Qin Xingxuan. Her nose burned and tears nearly fell from her eyes. She had worked for this day and dreamed about it. Now she would finally be able to see Lin Ming again. Oh! And at this time, within the divine dream world, the second round of the preliminaries was finally beginning. In his dwelling in immemorial Imperial City, Lin Ming could hear the endless roars of nightmare beasts coming from outside the city. Lin Ming studied the divine dream law. With his understanding of it, he could feel that after the second round of eliminations began, the collective sounds of the nightmare beasts evolved. This meant that the merit points one obtained from hunting these nightmare beasts would be much higher. At the same time, the risks were that much greater. To these martial artists, higher merit points from nightmare beasts meant opportunity. But if they faced these more formidable nightmare beasts, that meant they could easily lose their lives. In general, the second round of eliminations in the preliminaries would be much harsher than the first. This was because the percentage of eliminations would increase by 10 times from the first round. Now, 999 out of every 1,000 would be eliminated. Ho! Ho! The first group of souls flew through the skies, returning to immemorial Imperial City where they were reborn again. The image of these souls soaring through the skies fell into Lin Ming's eyes. Just a few hours after the second round began, large numbers of martial artists had already died. The savagery of these battles could be imagined. In these battles that were far more brutal than in the past, the number of merit points would also skyrocket. Those with more would obtain far more, and those with less would lose even more. At the same time, because there were nightmare beasts that killed more and more powerhouses, they would evolve to unimaginable degrees. All of this caused Lin Ming to burn with excitement. If he didn't find it more important to perceive the divine dream law then, he would have already rushed out of the city and joined in with the slaughter. After my divine dream law has formed 2 more soul marks, I can leave and battle. At the same time, I can plunder more dreamland energy to temper my soul even more. Thinking like this, Lin Ming constantly formed seals with his hands, the speed becoming increasingly fast. Rays of 7-colored lights constantly converged within Lin Ming's body. The seals carved into his soul, gradually forming the 3rd soul mark. And at this time, outside immemorial Imperial City, for peak masters were gathered together. These 4 people were Zhong Wenshu as well as the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. Haha! Running into Brother Wenshu here is quite a coincidence. That's right, we've decided to change locations. Would Brother Wenshu like to join us? Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies bumped into Zhong Wenshu by chance. The 4 people had suffered together, and their backgrounds were also similar. Although they had all been killed by Lin Ming once, after another month of constant killing they had managed to recover a portion of their merit points. Now, Zhong Wenshu was ranked 25th in the true martial great world, and the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion were ranked around 30. Zhong Wenshu's complexion was extremely poor. He knew that the reason Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies were changing locations was because they were afraid to bump into Lin Ming again during this second round of eliminations. You can go where you wish. I'm fine by myself, Zhong Wenshu said between clenched teeth. With his proud personality, he naturally wasn't willing to admit defeat like this, even though he knew that defeating Lin Ming was a near impossible wish. Hey, Brother Wenshu, don't be in such a rush to refuse. Listen to our plan first. We're planning on heading to True Martial City 100 million miles away. That is the supreme headquarters of the true martial Holy Lands as well as the greatest city of the true martial great world. There are far more geniuses there than there are in immemorial Imperial City. Brother Wenshu, the 4 of us have to take care of each other. Otherwise we'll be hunted like small fry at True Martial City. Zhong Wenshu remained silent. Immemorial Imperial City was one of the largest cities of the true martial great world. But the magnificence of Immemorial Imperial City was mainly manifested in its bustling trade and commercial business. With more commercial development, that meant there would be a far larger city population. In terms of the number of masters, Immemorial Imperial City was far inferior to True Martial City. True Martial City was the martial heart of the true martial great world. This was because it was the city under the direct control of the true martial Holy Lands. But in the real world, there were extremely strict requirements that a martial artist had to meet in order to enter True Martial City. Thus the flow of trade there was restricted. But now, within this dreamland space, everything was different. Anyone could enter and leave True Martial City as they wished. This meant that True Martial City would undoubtedly become the city with the highest number of masters within the true martial great world. When Zhong Wenshu had just entered the divine dream world, he had seen 2 geniuses from the true martial Holy Lands at the Imperial City auction house. This was because they had stayed to help govern Starbine Bank and decided to enter the first martial meeting from Immemorial Imperial City. But once they truly entered the divine dream world, they didn't stay at Immemorial Imperial City. Instead, they switched their battlefield to True Martial City. Immemorial Imperial City could be called the second greatest city of the true martial great world. But the difference to True Martial City was not minor at all. Besides Lin Ming, the other 19 of the top 20 ranked participants were all located at True Martial City. Zhong Wenshu grit his teeth. He finally said, "Fine, let's go to True Martial City. This immemorial Imperial City no longer holds a future for any of us. This city was fine for passing the first round of eliminations, but staying here will only hinder me from gaining more merit points in the second round. Haha, great, let's get on our way now." The Divine Realm's 3,000 great worlds each had a corresponding great world in the Divine Dream World. Within these great worlds, endless slaughter was occurring every second. During the second round of eliminations, the rankings were pulled even further apart. And, within that grand divine sealed decree, the rank 30,000 or so Lin Ming naturally wasn't the most noticeable. Rather, it was the 10 kings of the ranking list. The many spectators of the Divine Realm 3,000 great worlds were all staring at these magnificent names. To them, these names all represented legends. Especially the first name. That was the most radiant of all. The writing style of this name was written exactly the same as the Divine Sea Decree title, and the names of these characters were also of the same size. They were over twice the size of the other names. Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, Xiao Moxian. Merit points, 116,507,820. Divine Sealed Decree ranking, 1. This was the only person whose merit points had surpassed 100 million. Moreover, it was a great deal more than the second place. The name of Xiao Moxian was very strange. It was a name that meant little demon fairy. In truth, this name seemed more like a nickname and also the name of a woman. The prefix of Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace meant that this woman didn't originate from Divine Dream Palace. In fact, no one from Divine Dream Palace participated in the preliminaries. They directly passed through the preliminaries. At this time, within Lightmend World, for martial artists were violently battling a massive snake, weapons held in each of their arms. This snake had a body as thick as a tree as well as 3 giant heads. Each head spat out a different colored cloud of gas. When any plant life was touched by these gas clouds, it would immediately decay and wither into nothing. Even the swamp would melt away when touched by these gas clouds. If Lin Ming was here, he would estimate that after killing this python he would be able to receive several thousand merit points. This was absolutely a vicious beast that would cause geniuses of ordinary holy lands to flee as far as they could. However, these 4 martial artists were able to battle this giant snake. It was clear that their strength was quite formidable. The snake and the 4 men had been in a brutal melee for some time already. A scholarly-looking man found an opening and chopped his blade deep into a weak point. The snake stiffened for a moment and then the other martial artists closed in and finished it off. Haha! After the second round of eliminations began, the merit points of these nightmare beasts have increased so much. Yes, this big snake actually gave us 5,000 merit points. That means that each of us can receive over 1,000 merit points. Before this, the highest value nightmare beast only gave us 1,800 merit points. This also means that martial artists will accumulate an increasing amount of merit points. It's possible that the top 50 rankings can be completely changed too. This is our chance to rise. That's right. Us brothers must try harder and crash into the top 50 rankings to give our father some face. As the 4 martial artists were speaking, they were suddenly stunned. With a surprised expression, they all looked to the side and saw that in this swamp, a young woman wearing all black had appeared. She had the appearance of a 15 to 16-year-old girl, and her hair hung down past her shoulders like a waterfall of black ink. Her eyes were dark yet bright, and her forehead was crowned with neatly trimmed bangs. As she appeared here, she was like a fantastical night spirit. The young girl carefully patted down her skirt as if she were afraid she would dirty herself with the mud of the swamp, and then began to slowly walk towards the 4 martial artists. The 4 men glanced at each other, a bit dumbfounded. Just who was this girl? If a martial artist was afraid of dirtying themselves in the swamp, they could fly in the air. A martial artist could fly at the Xiantian realm. Was this girl not even a Xiantian realm martial artist? The scholarly-looking youth of the 4 men was extremely suspicious. Then, he discovered that this girl was stepping on small leaves that had fallen on the ground. She would rely on just these fallen leaves to support her body, briskly hopping over them. If she could accomplish this, then she could certainly fly. But why would she be using such a bothersome and tedious method to walk? She was like an innocent girl that was stirring up trouble and thought it amusing to step on these fallen leaves to move forwards. Who is this girl? I've never seen her before. The location that the 4 men killed nightmare beasts at was the highest quality hunting grounds near their city. In order to hunt here, one needed a certain amount of skill. If this black-clothed girl had been able to come here before, they should have had some impression of her, especially since she had such a unique appearance. At this time, the black-clothed girl suddenly looked up at the 4 men. She brightly smiled, but that smile also seemed to have a faint taste of malicious playfulness. She had a beautiful and charmingly lovable face, but that smile of hers actually revealed a sharp pair of incisors just like a little devil. Little girl, what are you smiling at? Who are you? Did you come from some nearby city? A big fellow from the 4 martial artists suddenly asked, anger in his voice. If someone appeared here and they didn't recognize them, this likely meant that they came from some nearby city to harvest merit points. The black-clothed young girl seemed to not hear a word he said. She only chuckled, her voice like soft tinkling silver bells. You bitch! What are you smiling for? Once I'm done with you, Let's see how you'll still smile, the big fellow boorishly said. The scholarly youth frowned. Third brother, it might be a bad idea to provoke this girl. So what? She's just someone from a nearby city that I haven't seen before. What can a girl like her do to me? The big fellow indifferently said. But at this time, the black-clothed girl giggled and said, You stupid fool. I don't come from a nearby city but a nearby great world. I come from Demon God World, and all the powerful people there have already been killed by me. I thought it was a bit boring, so I came here to play. How many merit points can the lot of you give me? Points? Merit points. The big fellow's eyes widened. He immediately responded, What did you say? You're from the nearby great world, Demon God World. But soon he reacted once more. Why would he believe someone just because they said something? He sneered and said, What a boastful idiot. It's like you're not scared of having your lies seen through. And to think you said you came from a nearby great world. As if you're so amazing. In this divine dream world, how could you possibly travel the vast distance between great worlds? Looking at your soft and fair skin, you're nothing but a little baby. For a great man like me, you're not even enough for an appetizer. The big fellow laughed, his voice traveling for half a mile. But then he stopped. His entire body was paralyzed. With great effort, he bent his head down and saw that there was blood leaking out from his throat and chest. It was like something had pierced through his body and wormed its way in. With his wounds as the center, he could feel the meridians within his body suddenly go cold, freezing over. His consciousness gradually blurred, dimming down as his strength rapidly left his body. This was the feeling of death, and this wasn't the first time that this big fellow had experienced this. How did I die? This was the big fellow's last thought before he toppled over. The other three were all shocked senseless. Third brother, the scholarly youth cried out in alarm. But at this time, any sort of reasoning told him that wanting to take revenge for his third brother was impossible. This girl was simply terrifying to the point that those present couldn't even believe their eyes. She had to be a top-ranked martial artist of a great world. As for them, they were only martial artists ranked between 60 and 70. Just now they hadn't even seen how their third brother had died. Scatter and escape. The scholarly youth decisively shouted this command. The other two also sensed the direness of the situation. They used their fastest movement techniques and escaped in different directions. The little girl was faintly startled. Then, she chuckled and said, Smart move. I'll give you all 5 breaths of time as a reward. The little girl shut her eyes and began to count, without any nervousness at all. She was just like someone playing hide and seek. After counting to 5, the young girl suddenly opened her eyes. She smiled and said, I'm going to chase you now. As she spoke, she vanished, her body disappearing into motes of light. In a moment she seemed to have teleported 10 miles away. Then, with another flash, she flash-stepped another 20 miles. It had to be known that the divine dream world and the divine realm were nearly the same. The space here was extremely stable, and if one wished to pass through space by flash-stepping a short distance, that was extremely difficult to accomplish. This required one to have an extremely high understanding into the space laws. Finally, no one was able to escape from the hands of this young girl. Their throats all gushed out with blood. As their corpses vanished, a small and thin golden leaf fluttered to the ground. This was clearly what killed them. Their merit points are too few. My total score doesn't seem to have moved at all. I have to look for a top 3 ranking martial artist in this Lightman world. I'll only be able to increase my score by killing them. The black-clothed young girl whispered to herself. Her body vanished in motes of light and soon completely disappeared. At this time, within an exquisitely carved jade tower, a blue-clothed youth had a cyan sword hanging over his shoulders as he looked at the distant divine sealed decree in the horizon. This youth had a slender and handsome appearance, as if his looks were molded from the purest jade. A pill hung between his eyebrows, looking like a third eye. Junior apprentice sister Frost Dream, Junior apprentice sister Xiao Moxian has indeed managed to obtain first rank. It seems she'll become extremely famous now. She has surpassed the second-ranked martial artist by nearly 30 million merit points. I think that those great World King Holy Land geniuses of Demon God World are really too pitiful. They don't even have anyone that is ranked in the top 5,000 of the Divine Seal Decree. I estimate that all of them were killed by junior apprentice sister Xiao Moxian. Even the neighboring great worlds might be in for a stroke of bad luck this time. Junior apprentice sister's personality has been well known ever since she was young. She simply loves playing around far too much. She could have directly attended the finals, but in the end she decided to join in the preliminaries to bully everyone instead. This is simply giving no face at all. I think that the great World King of Demon God World is probably feeling extremely ill. Beside this blue-clothed youth was a young girl wearing an icy blue dress. She was obviously the junior apprentice Frost Dream that the blue-clothed youth spoke to. This young girl appeared to be 16 to 17 years old. Her stature was slender and fluid like an ice sculpture. Her fingers were thin and long, and a faint haze covered her entire body. Every single movement of hers caused a bit of ephemeral starlight to sprinkle down, seeming holy and inviolable. Her looks were also covered in this strange mist, so it was impossible to see her face. But one could vaguely feel that she had perfectly contoured features and eyes like deep spring pools. The young girl lightly nodded, not responding. She continued to look at the divine sealed decree in the far-off distance. The feeling she exuded was like an immortal fairy of frost and rime that lived in the highest heavens. Beautiful, charming, and untainted by the sins of the world. The blue-clothed youth didn't seem unhappy at all at the young girl's cold response. Instead, he continued to enthusiastically speak. And then there's junior apprentice brother White Yao, who is much more collected and reasonable. Although he is also an Empyrean disciple, he is only ranked 10th. He's not as devilish as junior apprentice sister Xiao Moxian, killing all those great World King Holy Land geniuses until they are rolling around in their own misery, the blue-clothed youth casually said. But the truth was that, in his opinion, this Divine Realm first martial meeting was basically a competition between Empyrean descendants. For anyone else to break into their circle was impossible. True martial great world, Dreamland space, 3,000 miles southwest of True Martial City, there was a long and winding mountain range called the Demon Ceiling Ridge. On Demon Ceiling Ridge, the trees towered high into the skies and vicious beasts roamed everywhere. In the real world, the Demon Ceiling Ridge was a training ground of normal Divine Sea powerhouses. But in the Dreamland space, Demon Ceiling Ridge became dozens of times more dangerous. If a normal Divine Sea powerhouse was here, then they would die instantly. Even a weak Divine Transformation powerhouse would find their life threatened. Thus, in this Dreamland space, those that came to adventure here were the top 200 ranked masters of the entire true martial great world. Even so, there were still deaths. Rumble, 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 rumble. A terrifying explosion sounded through the mountains with countless shock waves surging outwards. A group of 10 people were sent soaring backwards, tossed into the air like a handful of straw. In such an intense explosion, a hideous-looking nightmare beast with its entire body covered with spikes slowly fell to the ground, utterly dead. This sort of violent hunting scene was a common occurrence on Demon Ceiling Ridge. Those people that were capable of killing these vicious nightmare beasts were usually top 100 ranked masters of their great world. Huh? What's this? After the martial artists slayed the vicious beast, they discovered that there was a palm-sized purple crystal left behind after the vicious beast's body disappeared. If one looked carefully, they could see something sealed within the crystal that looked like a tiny green sword. It rushed about within the purple crystal, seeming as if it would break out at any moment. The martial artists were all shocked. Although they had killed countless nightmare beasts, this was the first time they had seen something like this. A martial artist hesitated and then carefully picked up the purple crystal. An incomparably cold feeling seemed to dig through his body, sinking through his flesh and blood and even permeating through his soul. He felt as if his entire body was filled with a faintly spiritual feeling, and laws that he found hard to understand in the past were slowly being perceived. This sort of dim enlightenment was like a mortal being confounded by a problem, and then finally having a dream and waking up with a blurry solution. This martial artist suddenly had the strange desire to directly swallow down this purple crystal. This was because he could feel a faint wisdom coming from this purple crystal, and had a premonition that he would obtain great benefits after eating it. However, he restrained his thoughts and decided to study it first. For some reason, he believed that this purple crystal was condensed with energy completely different from the energy that formed their weapons and clothes. Although all of that was virtual goods that belonged to this dreamland world, this purple crystal gave off an incomparably genuine feeling, as if it were a treasure that belonged in the real world. These fantastical thoughts were something he felt from the moment he touched the purple crystal. "Ba Dao, what is that?" the several surrounding martial artists casually asked. Although they felt that this purple crystal was quite extraordinary, they didn't care too much. After all, this was dreamland space and not the real world. If this was the real world, there was a possibility that it would be an extremely precious heavenly treasure. If so, they would study it and then divide it equally after estimating its value. And even then, if it was far more precious than what they imagined, they might even fight to the death for it. But in this dreamland space, all treasures were nothing but dreams that would vanish once they awakened, without leaving a single trace behind. Thus, they didn't care about this purple crystal too much. Then again, it might not be anything too valuable anyways. Nothing. I think it's just some strange treasure that this nightmare beast swallowed before. I think it's a bit interesting, so I'm going to keep it, the martial artist called Ba Dao said as he indifferently tossed the purple crystal into his spatial ring. Most of his companions didn't care too much, but there were one or two people that frowned. They felt that Ba Dao's explanation was a bit too forced. A strange object that the nightmare beast swallowed? Was there something like that? Moreover, Ba Dao's words were clearly meant to play down this matter, even as he calmly took the purple crystal for himself. "I think you should wait a minute," someone suddenly said. Ba Dao felt his heart drop. He maintained his composure and asked as if he didn't care too much, "What is it?" The person who spoke hesitated for a moment, then said, "Friend, things that are found should be examined by everyone here so that we can check if there is any danger. You should know that in this dreamland space, there are countless dangers everywhere. If you take something with you that you find like that, it might be dangerous. It might even be a powerful baby nightmare beast in egg form. If so, then we'll be in danger." This person's words were quite thoughtful. He didn't immediately say words that cast a suspicious light on Ba Dao for stealing a treasure, but said something reasonable that no one would be able to reject. These nightmare beasts were extremely strange existences. No one knew just what they were like before they were born. This purple crystal was bizarre, and even seemed as if there was some living creature sealed within it. There was the possibility that this was the larval form of a nightmare beast. "That sounds fine. Ba Dao, take out that crystal so that we can take a look. It's better to be safe than sorry," someone echoed. Ba Dao awkwardly smiled, slowly tracing his spatial ring. He knew that if he didn't take it out, he would definitely fall under suspicions. In that moment, he hesitated in his heart. Was it better to just flee from here? But then again, perhaps everything he felt before was nothing but a dream. After all, this sort of matter was itself unbelievable. If I made a mistake or thought too much of it, then I would be a fool. But that brief enlightenment on the laws I felt was indeed real. Just what is this thing? Ba Dao thought as he spoke. His movements in taking out the purple crystal were very slow. If it really is some wonderful treasure, then being killed in this dreamland space isn't a problem. At worst, I'll lose some points and my ranking will fall, but I can still catch up. But before these preliminaries started, Empyrean Vast Universe said that if a participant was killed, they would lose 60% of their virtual treasures. Would this thing disappear? What should I do? Should I make a desperate bet? Ba Dao thought. His palms were wet with sweat. His fingers had already touched on his spatial ring for 2 breaths of time. As this time grew, even some of Ba Dao's friends felt that something was wrong. In particular, those 2 people who were suspicious at the start. Their thoughts became grim and they clenched the weapons in their hands. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. At this moment, a sharp howl suddenly washed over everyone. At the first moment it was in the far-off distance, but in just an instant it was right near their ears. Ba Dao felt his back turn cold as an icy chill thrust into his heart. This freezing killing intent nearly caused his soul to rupture. Danger! Ba Dao was greatly shocked. He wanted to throw himself forwards, but it was already too late. He felt his entire body turn cold as the world became dark around him. His mind blurred and his consciousness rapidly faded as he lost all his senses. As for his companions, they only saw a brief red light flash in front of them as Ba Dao's body was completely ripped apart. How did he die? Who killed him? No one had been able to clearly see what happened. They were all stunned. They tightly gripped their weapons and maintained full vigilance of their surroundings. Then, they discovered that Ba Dao's spatial ring was crushed by that red shadow just now. As that spatial ring burst apart, nearly everything there was left intact. It was only the purple crystal that vanished. Everyone be careful. Keep your backs to each other. We have run into some master. But do not panic, otherwise we will die even faster. The leader of the several martial artists shouted out, trying to stabilize the morale of those still standing. However, his efforts were useless. The disparity was far too great. As the several martial artists moved closer to each other, that red light flashed once more. 2 more people had their corpses split apart as their heads flew into the air. Blood erupted like a fountain from their falling corpses. Big brother! Everyone felt an extreme fear rising in their minds. Although this was only a dreamland space, they still felt an immense pressure in the face of such an abnormal opponent. Run away! The leader crazily shouted. But he realized that the decision of running away was also meaningless. Everyone here would die without a doubt. Pooh! Pooh! Ah! In the instant when the leader turned to flee, he heard the screams of those behind him. He could hear the muffled thumps of their bodies hitting the ground and also the bubbling sound of their blood gushing out from their bodies. They all died. This thought flashed through the team leader's mind before he felt his head suddenly lighten. The world spun around him as he saw his headless body from a distance. Then, his body was grasped by an incomparably sharp red-furred claw. As soon as the claw grasped his body, an unbelievable sight occurred. As his world spun, he could see that his headless corpse suddenly shrank to the size of a tiny ball. His flesh and blood essence, his bones, his organs, everything was sucked away in an instant, leaving nothing behind but his skin and clothes falling to the ground. He widened his eyes as far as he could, trying to search for the master of that red claw as his vision blurred even more, but all he could see was a faint outline. This figure was as tall as a person and also had a humanoid shape, walking tall on 2 feet just like a person. And in its claws, it had the purple crystal that Ba Dao had found, seeming as if it would swallow it at any moment. However, before this martial artist could make out whether this monster was a human or a beast, because of the angle of his spinning head, all he could see was the sky and ground. Just what is that? This was the martial artist's last thought before his head fell to the ground with a bloody plop. Roar! 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 A woo! That sharp howl resounded in the world once more, echoing throughout Demon Ceiling Ridge as it became further and further away. This brief battle on Demon Ceiling Ridge was not noticed by anyone. This was simply because Demon Ceiling Ridge was far too large. Even if that howl was heard by others, it still wouldn't arouse their suspicion. After all, there were countless roars and howls that filled Demon Ceiling Ridge every second of every day. But slowly, over time, several masters began dying in rapid succession. These masters who died were all top 100 ranked masters of a great world, all of them ruthless and cunning individuals. And several days later, this news finally spread out. This was because those people that died were resurrected a day later. For various reasons, they didn't disclose news of Demon Ceiling Ridge's monster at the start. But, as more and more people died, they were no longer able to conceal what happened. Everyone was now aware that a red-furred monster had appeared at Demon Ceiling Ridge, a bloodthirsty beast with unbelievable strength and speed. Of those that met it, no one had ever managed to survive. Moreover, they couldn't even confirm whether this red-furred monster was a participant or a vicious beast. The slaughter within true martial Great World became increasingly intense as more and more martial artists gathered near true martial city. Compared to immemorial Imperial City, true martial city had far broader grounds for hunting and killing. Just Demon Ceiling Ridge itself was nearly 1,000 miles long and wide. Although Demon Ceiling Ridge was the highest level hunting ground near true martial city, not every martial artist chose to go there. For instance, Zhong Wenshu and Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies chose to go to a nameless canyon nearby Demon Spirit Ridge. This canyon was winding and deep and also very well hidden. The level of the nightmare beasts within also wasn't low. The reason they had chosen this place was mainly for safety. Whether it was Lin Ming or certain masters of true martial city, it was possible they could be hunted down and slain. Did you hear the stories? It seems that some strange red-furred monster has appeared at Demon Ceiling Ridge that especially hunts down top masters. Even masters ranked similarly to us have been killed. Sacred Tianhao solemnly said. That is a matter that only the top 10 ranked masters need to deal with. We do not have to worry about it. It also shouldn't affect our place, so we're much safer here. Moreover, 5 months have already passed. The second round of eliminations approaches. There should be only a month left. During the second round of eliminations, the number of participants eliminated will be even more exaggerated than in the last round. I think that Lin Ming will start to move. I wonder what the little bastard is doing so sneakily that he only comes out at the end. Whatever, we just have to avoid him and we're fine. As Lin Ming was mentioned, Sacred Yueping grit his teeth. When the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion fought Lin Ming, the disparity between them had been an unsurpassable moat. It was a vivid memory that would never be erased from his mind. The shame of his life. Sacred Yueping's guess wasn't wrong. Ever since Lin Ming killed Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, he had continued to be closed up and didn't even go out to hunt once. His ranking rapidly fell. As the second round of eliminations began, the merit value of Nightmare Beasts suddenly experienced a massive rise. The many participants rapidly accumulated merit points. With Lin Ming not doing anything at all, his ranking naturally fell as his merit points remained stagnant. On the first day, he fell from around rank 30,000 to rank 33,000 on the Divine Seal Decree. Afterwards, he fell around 2,000 to 3,000 ranks every day. In just 1 month, he fell off the top 100,000 ranks of the Divine Sea Decree. And the further he fell, the faster he fell. Currently, Lin Ming was ranked around 280,000. As for the Divine Seal Decree, it only ranked the top 300,000 martial artists of the entire Divine Realm. In other words, Lin Ming would soon fall off the Divine Seal Decree. In Good Fortune Great World, Lin Ming's change in ranking naturally was noticed by the countless disciples and elders of the Unbroken Cult. That Lin Ming, isn't he Junior Apprentice Sister's husband? How come his ranking is falling straight down? Yeah. Wasn't he very fierce? It seems that he's going to fall off the Divine Seal Decree soon. After some time, many disciples of the Unbroken Cult couldn't help but discuss this in low whispers. But then, a gruff voice rang out. Lin Ming's drop in ranking is only because he hasn't moved for these last 2 months. Then again, if we ignore that reason and just look at his 280,000 ranking, he will still become a late Holy Lord character in the future. He is a martial artist that ascended from the lower realms, and yet he was able to achieve such success. But as for all of you, you are all martial artists born in the divine realm, and have done nothing with your lives at all. So, before you speak of others, make sure you have the qualifications to do so. The Unbroken Cult's great elder callously berated them. These disciples were immediately embarrassed by their own words. The great elder fiercely swept his eyes over all the disciples. The reason he said this was because when Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan asked him to help search for Lin Ming's name, Lin Ming still hadn't been able to surpass 1,000 merit points, and this continued for a long time. From this it could be seen that for some unknown reason, Lin Ming hadn't done anything at all. For the second round of eliminations, this was likely the same possibility. This Lin Ming, he really is able to stay still. There is still another month left in the second round of eliminations. He should be able to rush back into the top 30,000. the unbroken cult great elder thought out loud. But in truth, even he wasn't too sure of what would happen. Before this, during the first round of eliminations, he hadn't noticed Lin Ming's ranking rising at all. He had only seen his extraordinary final result. But this time, he was carefully observing from start to finish. Within the unbroken cult's floating palace, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were also staring at the divine seal decree. Although the two of them had correctly guessed why Lin Ming's ranking had dropped, seeing such a steep drop still made them feel nervous. Qin Xingxuan was especially restless. She feared that some accident might have happened to Lin Ming. It wasn't because she was concerned about how strong Lin Ming was, but because if Lin Ming couldn't obtain a stellar result on the divine seal decree, then the unbroken cult might not escort them to see Lin Ming. As Mu Qianyu saw Qin Xingxuan's uneasy appearance, she said in a gentle voice, "Little sister Xingxuan, don't be so nervous. There is absolutely no need to worry about Lin Ming's strength. Even if he runs into a stronger powerhouse during this tournament and is defeated, he'll quickly catch up and achieve at least a similar result to the last time." I understand. Qin Xingxuan nodded. And at this time, within the dreamland true martial great world, immemorial imperial city, Lin Ming was sitting on a stone bed. Suddenly, his eyes flashed open. 7-colored rainbow-hued lights appeared around him. He greedily absorbed them all like a whale swallowing water. Soon after, these energies entered his soul, carving the 4th divine dream mark into his being. The 4 divine dream marks were all different. The first 2 divine dream marks were much brighter than the last 2. As for the newest 2, they were much more bleak and dim. It was clear that this was because they hadn't been nourished with enough divine dream energy. From the time that Lin Ming entered the divine dream space with his 5 months of cultivation, he discovered that he had obtained a tremendous benefit in the aspect of his soul. His cultivation also gradually rose, nearing the middle divine sea realm with every passing day. As for his battle spirit, it also approached gold perfection. If his battle spirit reached the perfect gold level, then the next boundary would be a blue soul battle spirit. At that time, the power and intensity of his battle spirit would take a qualitative leap upwards. Lin Ming closed his eyes briefly, thinking out loud to himself, "My soul force is over twice as strong than before I trained in the divine dream law. This sort of increase is far too terrifying. Empyrean divine dream is truly a remarkable heaven-gifted genius." In the domain of the soul, she was actually able to establish her own method to temper the soul and allow true essence to fuse into it. Lin Ming sighed. His own soul, if compared to that of someone who hadn't trained in the divine dream law, was just like the difference between a martial artist's body and the body of someone who only had brute physical strength. The difference between these two was clear. When one's soul was powerful, there were all sorts of benefits. For instance, one's divine sense, alchemical ability, refining ability, all of this was related to one's soul. In the future, he also wouldn't encounter a bottleneck in his cultivation due to the insufficient strength of his soul. Of course, the most direct advantage now was his increased soul force. Lin Ming could also sense an area over twice as large as what he could in the past. Moreover, the clarity of his divine sense had also doubled. This was especially true to his sensitivity to divine dream energy. As Lin Ming understood the divine dream law more and more, his sensitivity to this miraculous energy was 10 times what it was before. Now, as Lin Ming closed his eyes, he could clearly feel all of the masses of divine dream energy lights in a scope of 100 miles around him. These lights came in different colors and shades. Some were darker, some were brighter, some were smaller, and some were bigger. All of them represented varying concentrations of divine dream energy. And these concentrations of energy formed in 2 situations. One was a participant, and one was a nightmare beast. Lin Ming also discovered that the divine dream energy within nightmare beasts was different from that carried within participants. The divine dream energy within nightmare beasts was often single masses of light that came in one color. As for the divine dream energy of the participants, that was much more mixed. After all, these participants killed a massive number of nightmare beasts and also gathered all of those different energies into their bodies. I should go out and start hunting now. I need to kill some participants or nightmare beasts, so I can gather more dreamland energy to nourish my divine dream marks. Lin Ming thought. Then, he left his training chambers and moved toward Nightmare Canyon, 1,000 miles away from immemorial Imperial City. However, along the way he discovered that there weren't many masters at all. With his sense, he was able to easily search a range of 100 miles for dense gatherings of divine dream energy. Yet, in this extremely broad hunting zone, he wasn't able to find any highly ranked masters at all. If there were few martial artists, then the nightmare beasts would evolve at an extremely slow rate. The nightmare beasts would have a correspondingly low merit point value. Where did all the masters go? Could they have gone to another city? Lin Ming frowned. After the first round of eliminations, only 1% of the participants on True Martial Great World remained. For such a small number of participants, they could only gain more merit points by gathering together. It seemed that the martial artists of immemorial Imperial City had migrated somewhere else. Lin Ming captured the most powerful nearby martial artist to confirm his own guess. True Martial City. It seems that the masters of immemorial Imperial City have all gone to True Martial City. This is True Martial City. Lin Ming looked at the giant city before him. Compared to the broad and bustling immemorial Imperial City, True Martial City seemed much smaller. But the aura that this city emitted was actually far more suppressing than that of immemorial Imperial City. Just the city walls of True Martial City were completely forged with Saint artifact-level metal, and with the massive arrays that powered it, it could be called indestructible. Lin Ming spread out his divine sense. He discovered that there weren't many masters around him. This was also quite normal. In most situations, the masters would be gathered at hunting grounds near the city with high-level nightmare beasts. Or they would be within the city itself. Currently, Lin Ming was still several hundred miles away from True Martial City, so there weren't many martial artists nearby. At present, I should be ranked around 100 to 200 in this great world. After the second round of eliminations began, all of the nightmare beasts evolved and the merit points of the participants should also be increasing. Lin Ming thought out loud. He set forwards, deciding to enter the city and look for a residence to settle himself in before heading out again to hunt. But then, at this moment, he suddenly heard a violent explosion nearby. This explosion was deafening and rapid. It was clear that there was an intense collision of energy. Lin Ming cast out his senses, searching for the collision point of energy in the sensory map of his mind. 5 groups of lights appeared before him. 2 groups of lights were a glossy gray, indicating nightmare beasts, and the other 3 masses of lights were mixed, indicating martial artists. However, this situation was not one where martial artists were chasing down nightmare beasts, but where the nightmare beasts were chasing down the martial artists. Of these 3 martial artists, there was 1 man and 2 women. They all wore similar long robes and held similar-looking top-grade Saint artifact long swords in their hands. One could see that they originated from the same sect. As for those martial artists who could bring a top-grade Saint artifact to participate in the first martial meeting, those were usually upper geniuses of Holy Land-level influences. Their strength was passable. These 3 martial artists were being chased down by 2 vulture-like nightmare beasts. The nightmare beasts were covered in black feathers and each had 3 heads. Each head had a massive protrusion of flesh on top and long beaks like sabers. Their necks had no feathers, exposing their sickly mottled yellow skin. They were extremely ugly creatures. "Senior apprentice brother, we have to split up and escape," a yellow-robed junior apprentice sister said, her face pale as she looked back towards the hideous nightmare beasts chasing after them. She was well aware in her heart that compared to these giant vulture beasts, the difference in their combined strength was simply too far from them. Those vulture beasts would only need to gently peck her to split apart her waist and cause all of her organs to fall out. Although she knew she wouldn't truly die, such a scene was simply the same as a living nightmare, because the feeling of dying was far too real. Moreover, in these past many days, they had gathered a great amount of merit points. If they died here, most of their merit points would be lost. And with their strength, passing through the brutal second round of eliminations was unlikely. If they died just one more time, they basically wouldn't have any chance of passing anymore. "Don't split up," With 2 nightmare beasts, even if we split up, at least 2 of us will die. And the area around True Martial City is far too dangerous right now. If we split up, then we'll die even faster. We have to hurry up and fly towards True Martial City as fast as we can. As long as we can reach the city, the spells protecting it will drive away these 2 abominable nightmare beasts. As the yellow-clothed senior apprentice brother spoke, he flew at an increasingly desperate speed. But at this moment, he discovered that not too far away, a blue-clothed youth was flying in his direction. His movements were light and unhurried, and he seemed to be flying towards them. This blue-clothed youth was Lin Ming. Someone's here. The yellow-clothed youth was overjoyed as he saw Lin Ming speeding towards him. He didn't think that Lin Ming could kill those horrendous nightmare beasts chasing them. This was because if those 2 nightmare beasts were changed into ranking participants of the true martial great world, they would be ranked between 10,000 and 100,000. They were extremely fierce creatures, and this was not a high-level hunting field near True Martial City, so the chances of them meeting a master here weren't high. The chances of them bumping into a top 10,000 ranked master here were simply impossibly slim. However, if someone new arrived, there was always a chance to turn the tables. Even in a worst-case situation, this new person should be able to divert the attention of the nightmare beasts. Friend, help! We are disciples of 5 Flower Mountain. If you can rescue our lives, we will surely thank you again after this first martial meeting is over. As Lin Ming heard this man shouting towards him, he thought this was quite funny. In truth, within the divine dream world, it was already good enough if a participant didn't kick another participant while they were down and take advantage of them, let alone going out of their way to save them. Everyone here was competing against each other, so wouldn't it be foolish to save someone else? Of course, to Lin Ming, this man couldn't be considered competition at all. Lin Ming looked calm as he came to a halt. As the man saw Lin Ming's posture, he was afraid that Lin Ming was underestimating these nightmare beasts and would be immediately killed. He frantically said, "Be careful! These 2 nightmare beasts came from Demon Ceiling Ridge. They are extremely difficult to deal with. If you join forces with us, then we might be able to coordinate." And, before the man could speak another word, a brilliant divine light tore through the horizon, so bright that it nearly blinded him. That divine light blazed past his body at an incredible speed, nearly touching him. At the moment that this divine light came close to him, the man could feel every hair on his body stand up, making him feel incomparably cold as if he had fallen into the 9 nether abyss. A similar feeling also swelled up within the 2 yellow-clothed junior apprentice sisters. The 2 of them were shocked as their entire bodies became slick with a nervous sweat. But before they could even respond, 2 miserable screeches filled the air. As the 3 people looked back, they were completely shocked. Behind them, the 2 vulture beasts had their 6 heads completely cut off. The wounds were simple and clean, without the least bit of waste in movement. Pong! Pong! The 2 nightmare beasts died. Their bodies fell down, disintegrating in midair and becoming pure dreamland energy that was absorbed by Lin Ming. After seeing those 2 fierce and repugnant nightmare beasts instantly slain by Lin Ming, the youth gulped. He turned and looked towards Lin Ming with disbelief in his eyes. The 2 yellow-clothed girls' jaws dropped and they were unable to react for some time. They had actually struck the jackpot. The person they encountered was unexpectedly a top master. He was probably not ranked in the top 100,000 or even 10,000, but ranked in the top 1,000. That meant he was someone who had an extremely high chance of passing the preliminaries. "Thank you for the help, friend." The youth quickly cupped his hands together and bowed in respect. He had the happy expression of someone that had just survived a great catastrophe, as well a tint of embarrassment. He suddenly remembered that when he called out his background to this blue-clothed youth, that youth had probably thought he was a joke. The 2 yellow-clothed girls also hurried to bow, showing their absolute respect to Lin Ming. This was to thank him for his help and also because they feared that Lin Ming would be displeased and kill them. Within the divine dream space, murder between participants was a common occurrence. Just a minor effort. "I have some matters I would like to ask you, though." The reason that Lin Ming rescued these people was mainly because he wanted to gain some information on True Martial City. He had just arrived here, so he had no understanding of the surrounding situation. For instance, how many masters were at True Martial City, as well as where the hunting grounds with high-level nightmare beasts were. Friend, please ask. I will try to answer as best as I can. Let me ask you, how come 2 nightmare beasts of that rank were chasing you down near True Martial City? Lin Ming thought that this was strange. He was extremely close to True Martial City, and yet such powerful nightmare beasts had appeared here. Out of 10,000 martial artists, 9,999 of them might not be their match. The youth ruefully smiled. He said, "It's not as you think. We are at the eastern outskirts of True Martial City. Normally, there shouldn't be any high-level nightmare beasts gathered here. Thus, top masters rarely appear here. The nightmare beasts are extremely low-level here, but they are more than enough for us 3 brothers and sisters to deal with. However, a few days ago there was some change in Demon Ceiling Ridge. A red-furred monster suddenly appeared. This red-furred monster is extremely strange but also unbelievably powerful. Not only does it kill participants, but it also kills nightmare beasts. I heard that it wrested away a purple crystal from someone and evolved, but I'm not too sure what truly happened. But, in short, that mysterious red-furred monster exudes an aura that causes the high-level nightmare beasts to dread it and run away. Because of the chaos over there, some high-level nightmare beasts fled. Some of those high-level nightmare beasts ran away to the lower-level hunting grounds. And because of that, us insignificant martial artists are experiencing true misery. Demon Ceiling Ridge? Yes, friend, you seem new to this area, so you probably don't know of Demon Ceiling Ridge. Demon Ceiling Ridge is 3,000 miles southwest of True Martial City. It's a long mountain range covered with towering trees and canyons and glens everywhere. There is also an extremely high concentration of high-level nightmare beasts there. That is the hunting grounds that the top masters of True Martial City like the most. But now, because of that strange red-furred monster, there aren't as many high-level nightmare beasts in Demon Ceiling Ridge. In addition to that, because of the threat that the red-furred monster poses, many masters have left Demon Ceiling Ridge and have started hunting in the lower-level areas. I see, Lin Ming said. He suddenly had an extremely strong interest in this Demon Ceiling Ridge. The yellow-clothed youth already guessed that Lin Ming would have this response. He warned with good intentions. Friend, I know that you are extremely strong, but I urge you to reconsider it if you are planning to go to Demon Ceiling Ridge. Right now, if you aren't ranked in the top 100 of True Martial Great World, it will be hard for you to stay at Demon Ceiling Ridge. And even if you are in the top 100, you will be instantly killed if you run into that red-furred monster. I estimate that only a top 10 ranked martial artist has the ability to preserve their life in front of that ruthless red-furred monster. To the yellow-clothed youth, a top 10 ranked character of a great world was simply a legend. Although Lin Ming had instantly killed those 2 nightmare beasts, that sort of action was still far from qualifying one as a top 10 ranked master of a great world. Lin Ming faintly smiled, not explaining anything. He definitely wanted to go to Demon Ceiling Ridge more and more. The yellow-clothed youth saw that Lin Ming had no intention of heeding his advice, but there wasn't anything else he could say. After all, they had only met by chance here. He cupped his fists together and said, Friend, are you planning on entering the city? How about we go together? I plan on finding a residence before heading back out to hunt, Lin Ming casually said. The 2 girls were ecstatic upon hearing this. If Lin Ming was with them, this meant that they would be safe on their return trip. They had already changed their plans. Once they returned to the city, they would then trade locations for an even lower-level hunting ground. The surrounding areas near here were becoming far too terrifying for them.